It's your boy PSA Sage here with another Monday stream with everyone's favorite, has never ever been caught poisoning anyone's food, Adam Friended.
What's up? You should have just done Sunday. No one would ever know.
Okay,
we totally could have got away with it.
Right, that's true. We could have on the replay. I
that's
have
okay.
to say this. I have a prepared statement. Oh wait, I'm sorry. This is not a prepared statement. This totally is a random thought that came into my head that I just felt I should have to share. I'm not being coerced by anyone or anything to say this statement whatsoever.
No gun
I'm
to
not
the
being
head.
held hostage or saying this against my will. But I need to make it clear that in fact was not Samantha's cooking that gave me food poisoning. Okay, everybody. Thank you.
Are you sure? Are you completely positive?
I am.
Have you double checked? Have you done the
completely-
research?
I am 100% completely sure. Wink.
Oh,
No, I'm just kidding. No. That was not. Every Sunday, it's so stupid. Every Sunday, we eat brunch. I eat this giant brunch at the exact same place for months and months and months. Never had a problem. And then
Really?
strikes you. So I don't know.
Wow.
Who knows? Anyways, enough of that. So we're gonna watch some interesting thing. You found this video, I believe, actually. You want to set this up?
Yes. Well, I mean, it's just fighting about the Young Turks, basically trying to be reasonable, liberal perspective type news channel. A lot of people on the far left are losing their minds, going completely insane, trying to say that it's a right-wing pivot, right-wing grift. So it's great. This video has it all. It has drama, intrigue. We like it that the Young Turks is obviously becoming more reasonable. Like, I think the biggest problem that we have had with the left, the general mentality on the left, is the insanity, basically the far left taking over the left, speaking for the left. So it's great to see the Young Turks kind of pivot to pointing that stuff out, especially since, I mean, really they were kind of part of the problem for a long time, right?
Yes.
So,
yes.
But this is demoralizing a lot of people on the left who just, I mean, their bread and butter is misrepresenting right wingers and claiming even some moderate conservative is like a fascist or a Nazi, right? So if Cenk, Uygur, and Anna Kasparian are saying, well, maybe there's some reasonable people on the right that we can work with and get some stuff done, some political achievements under our belt, then that's not necessarily a bad thing, but that completely goes against the narrative. Or the majority report type, this is the humanist report type, that just anything on the right is Nazi, fascist, racist, homophobic, sexist, right? That completely destroys their narrative. So
yes, yeah. And yeah, so this is Mike, I believe his name, right? Mike.
Yeah,
the
Mike.
Humanist Report.
I think Mike Figueroa or something.
Mike Figueroa of the Humanist Report. You know, he got into some he got some eyeballs the other day from Anna. This is, in fact, this is probably why, or this is part of why I bet that he's making this video, is that he's mad because when the CEO of United Healthcare was assassinated or murdered, I guess I should say. Assassination.
What is the difference?
For politics, right? It's not just for politics, right?
Yeah.
I think assassination is when you like plan to go like kill someone,
right?
I guess I don't know.
Is it?
Who knows?
I mean, premeditated murder.
I don't know. You tend to think of assassination as like you don't necessarily know the person.
Manslaughter.
Kill them, right?
Manslaughter is when you don't plan anything.
Right. Anyway, so the guy was murdered, assassinated, killed, and you know, people were jumping up in joy, dancing around. Like it's gross to me because, like, listen, I don't know anything about the CEO. 99% of the people that are cheering, they don't know anything about CEO. They just don't like the way healthcare is structured in America, which is fine. I don't like the way healthcare is structured in America, but I don't know anything about this guy personally. Maybe he was a good person. Maybe he was an evil person. I don't know. These people don't know. They're just making assumptions. And this woman was like on Twitter, was like, listen, it's kind of disgusting that all these people are cheering on this guy's death because he's got a family who's literally mourning him like he's just murdered in the street, like in this like crazy way that obviously the family didn't expect. And Mike over here is like, the Humanist report, okay, the guy who's supposed to care about, humanity, he's all like, fuck that guy's family. Okay, fuck him. He doesn't give a shit about them. He thinks.
Oh man.
And when I was listening to him on the leftist mafia, he sounded like he was saying. It sounded like he was saying that essentially, like the family of any of these people are, just as culpable as anyone.
What? Oh my god!
It was really disgusting.
He went the baby settler route.
Yeah, essentially. And so, Anna, rightfully called him out on Twitter, and so that's kind of, I think that's part of what spawned this video. And after we watch this, and we might watch the Sam Seder response after that, but then we will talk about the breaking news today, because there was a lot of breaking news today, where both the guy who shot the CEO has been captured, has been identified and captured by the police, or at least, they believe it's the guy. They found, he's got, a silencer and a manifesto, attacking, the healthcare industry. So it seems like it's probably a guy. And also in cosmic justice news, so while the CEO murderer has been captured, Daniel Penny has been found not guilty on all charges and has been released.
Yeah, that's great.
So this is going to be a day of tears for leftists everywhere as they cry that their hero was captured and their villain was set free, essentially.
Wow. Did you hear? There were people comparing Kyle Rittenhouse to the CEO shooter. And I'm like,
I didn't see it. That's insane. Who said that?
Yeah. Someone on Twitter, I saw Sean, Actual Justice Warrior, retweeted it. And I just thought,
crazy.
They just completely don't get it.
No.
They completely don't get it.
No. I mean, it would make sense. Somewhat make sense. It's not exactly the same, but it would somewhat make sense to compare Kyle to Daniel Penny. It's like kind of similar-ish.
Yes. Yeah.
So anyway, let's go into this. This is the Humanist report.
All right.
I think Seder's a grifter.
He may have issues with me personally. That's fine. I don't care at all.
I mean, have you pulled a Reuben, as some people suggest?
Look at that little drama stirring in the very beginning there. He obviously he's been.
He knows how to do it.
Okay. Piers Morgan, yeah.
That's right. Piers Morgan, he's killing it.
Yeah, Piers does the same thing, stoking the drama in the very beginning, right? This is it's all about clicks. It's all about clicks. It really is.
So I feel like it's come to a point where we now have a lot more clarity about the TYT situation, specifically their right-wing pivot. And I now know where this disconnect is specifically coming from between them and us. And I debated about whether or not to even talk about this again, because I don't want people to think that I'm trying to rehash drama. But in my mind, this isn't just about drama any longer. To TYT, they view this as a competition to maintain hegemony in this space, because Cenk, Uygur, and Anna Kasparian presumably feel as if they've been usurped in some ways by the likes of Hassan Piker, as well as Sam Seder and Emma Vigeland.
I just realized this guy does like the permanent Pixar one eyebrow up face. Look, did you?
Yeah, he does.
It's like it's just constant. The hegemony, the TYT hegemony over the space.
Notice how it's all jockeying for status in the left-wing ecosphere.
Yeah, isn't that funny? Isn't the left supposed to be about like tearing down the hierarchies and not fighting over status and all this other stuff, right?
Right.
Isn't that supposed to be like classically those traits?
Well, supposedly the narrative that he's running with here is that they got super jealous because they were losing relevance, so that's why they're pivoting over to the right. It's just like a ploy to get more eyes on them, because they're so fucking jealous about how these other people are so much more popular than them.
Which makes no sense at all. Because if it was a purely cynical move that had nothing to do with like if it was just like, I want money, right? Like, like this is how stupid these people are. They don't think about it for a second. They're just trying to hit whatever their narrative is, because whenever someone leaves a cult, you can't say, oh, well, maybe they left the cult or an ideology
because we're all crazy.
Right, because we're crazy, or there's some valid reason. It's like, no. They have to be doing it for evil, nefarious purposes, right?
Right.
So that's what's going on here. Because if you were to think about this logically for like 2 seconds, you'd say, okay, if Anna and Cenk and TYT just wants money and they're cynical and they have no morals, well, they already have a massive connection with Hassan, who is Cenk's nephew. who Cenk essentially, gave him his career, or at least a start in his career. So they would not pivot to the quote right. They would pivot in the far left and start teaming up and doing a million streams with Hassan constantly. And that's how they would grow their brand. They wouldn't, like, this makes no sense. This stupid conspiracy they lay out makes no sense.
Yeah, it'd be much more logical for them to go to the Trump has cognitive ability train.
Yes.
And continue to pump out the David Pakman videos.
Yes.
3 of them a day, right?
Of course.
Yeah,
Of course.
look, that's the path to making money. Of course. If you're TYT, they're perfectly positioned for that, right?
I know. It makes
Do they do it? No.
Of course not. Because it's not cynical. It's not cynical. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
Ideology really lowers your, and cultishness really lowers your IQ by like 10, 20 points.
It does. It does. It turns you completely stupid. Yeah. It's so obvious to us that everything they have done has hurt their brand. Like what they're trying to do is not easy.
No.
Like the only reason you engage in this kind of behavior is because you have some kind of sincere transformation. Like, and you feel like a dishonest hypocrite if you don't change.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's completely the opposite. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But most people are incapable of change, unfortunately. And Mike is in that category. Mike is never going to have this wake up and realize, oh yeah, I'm looking at all of this completely incorrectly. I'm demonizing these people who basically want the same kind of things I want. Well, the ideology is talking. Go ahead.
It's funny because like when I listen to the leftist mafia stream, and even usually the person who's like the most spicy about the whole thing is Matt Binder, who I'm not a fan of either. But even he was kind of like thought it was wrong to attack the family members of a guy who was just killed.
Wow. Yeah.
He's like, because he was like, well, the guy has like children, right? Like, he's got like kids. I think they're like teenagers too. And you're just, I don't know. So everyone's got their breaking point, I guess, except for Mike here.
Yeah. Well, I think Matt Binder has kids himself, so he's thinking.
Right. He can empathize. So.
Yeah, exactly. And look, obviously his family is innocent. Jesus, fucking Jesus. I can't believe people would go there.
And they kind of have. I mean, Majority Report is just a better, more principled version of TYT, and more people are coming to that same realization, and Cenk is taking notice. He's jealous, I think, that Majority Report is eating his lunch because he's always viewed TYT as the champion of the progressive left on YouTube, and he still wants ownership over the space, but he's starting to lose it, and he's mad about that.
I see it completely differently. I think Sam Seder 100% knows that he can't make this pivot, and Sam Seder is on the total grift. Like Sam Seder, I think, is more in it to make money than anything. So
I don't know, maybe. I think Sam Seder's just like ideologically possessed by I think he believes all this, like this far left stuff. I don't think he's lying about anything. Like I'm guessing he knows what stories to try to focus on to get more clicks and views and how to frame things, but I do think he believes all this like crazy social stuff.
Yeah, I think he believes all the crazy socialist stuff, but I find it difficult to believe that you can be as old as Sam Seder and still be holding on to these, like the right is completely evil and irredeemable stereotypes. Like that's the breaking point for me. So
I think people go to their grave with that thought process.
Oh, okay. Maybe you have more. Yeah, I guess some people can. Is Sam Seder sincere about this? I find it hard to believe, but you could be right.
And he's especially mad that he's losing dominance to people in particular that he probably views as inferior. Now, I don't know what's in his mind, but this is the way it comes across to me. I mean, Majority Report, they used to be part of TYT's network. I was also part of TYT network. So in some ways, I think that Cenk feels like we owe him our success, even though we don't. We built platforms and then joined TYT network because we were popular. But regardless, he thinks that we shouldn't challenge his political orthodoxy because we should be paying him fealty and thanking him because he feels responsible for our success. Or at a minimum, you know, he feels like we should be thankful that he created a model that we replicate today.
This is so
Insane.
such a mischaracterization of Cenk. Like I do not think Cenk is the type that comes to you and says, I made you bend the fucking knee, right? He wants a common courtesy of believing that their change is coming from a sincere place out of good faith. That's all he wants.
Yes.
All he wants. Yeah. He's like, look, I helped you guys get started. The least you can do is give me a little principle of charity in this great debate that we're engaging in, right? And look, what's wrong about asking for that?
Yeah, I know. And that's what's, to me, you talk about like lack of loyalty, which is so, prevalent in this space, is imagine like helping someone's career. And that doesn't mean that you have, and they always frame it so dishonestly. The frame's like, oh, how dare we challenge them? It's like, no. The question isn't challenging them, whatever. Cenk, has arguments with Anna, has arguments with other hosts. He goes on Piers Morgan every day. Every other day.
Yeah, he loves being fucking challenged.
Right. He goes argues with his nephew on stream. Like, they like to argue. Like, this idea that, they don't want to be challenged. This is absurd. It's ridiculous. Like, well, no, just challenge. You could disagree with, them on the politics, whatever, but don't attack their character. Don't accuse them of being grifters and lying and doing all these character assassination stuff. And it's disgusting to me, because if I knew someone who literally helped my career and they were going in a political direction I didn't like I would first talk to them behind the scenes, and then if it keeps going, you can have the conversation about the politics publicly, but I wouldn't be doing like, oh, they're a grifter, oh, they're a liar, oh, they're totally insane, oh, they're bending the knee to Trump. Like, I wouldn't be doing all these personal attacks.
Right. Yeah. That completely makes sense. Sam Seder's still a grifter, but whatever.
Fair enough.
He walked so we can run, in other words, but we're not giving him what he believes is owed to him. Now, to be clear, I don't view other people in this space as competition like Cenk views us as competition. I think that a win for David Dole is a win for me.
When did he,
yeah, where's it coming from?
What is this even coming from? Yeah. Like, I mean, I guess you could say that there was, the only thing I could think of is, like, I do know that, Cenk has talked about how that, like, people that have these, like, wacky opinions do reflect poorly on the left as a whole. And so they shouldn't, like, the left is like an organization should not be fighting on every ridiculous hyper woke issue, because it's going to tar the whole left. That's like, I've never heard him say like, oh, any of this stuff about, oh, I'm mad whenever the Humanist report gets views. It makes me angry. We're the only ones that should be getting views.
Yeah, it's framing it more in the context of winning or losing elections, I think, is how Cenk and Anna have been framing it, which, I mean, I've spelled it out, and I said, look, the people, various personalities are getting clicks and audience and audience share, but at the same time they're costing votes in the next election. So they're gaining personally from something that's hurting the party specifically. Yeah.
Right.
And I think Cenk probably agrees with that from what we listened to on the Hassan thing.
Mm-hmm.
So he's making the argument that, look, if you want to win elections, maybe you got to change a little of your personality media type. But obviously they don't want to do it because the incendiary stuff is what gets all the views.
Right. Well, and also they need to differ. And I don't remember who it was, but someone in the space said that, like, I think actually it was Hassan saying this, they kind of need to differentiate themselves from the mainstream media. And so if the mainstream media is more, not as woke as they are, more center, left than they are, then it's like, well, we can't be that. We need to appeal to this niche audience of like very far left socialists on the internet.
I don't see how you can't say MSNBC isn't like the craziest.
Well, MSNBC is definitely the craziest in like the mainstream space.
Yeah.
But they're not as crazy as like the leftist mafia. They're not as crazy as Hassan. They're not gonna, at least from my seeing, I haven't seen MSNBC, praise the Houthi.
Right, the Houthi pirates.
Right, so there's even they have, there's a line they're not willing to cross, and Hassan is like, that's my audience right there.
Yes.
When Lance of the Serfs gets 10,000 new subscribers, that's a win for me too, because we're not competitors in my mind. We're colleagues who are working towards the same goal.
See, this is super interesting because you aren't working towards the same goal. You're working on building your audience share, not winning elections. Like, and look, right now, I think he is thinking we're all colleagues that are working towards winning elections. This whole dust up is over the fact that you lost a fucking election, dude.
Right. Well, and also, I mean, he's been kind of dishonest here because, like, Lance is one of his co-hosts on the podcast that he does.
Right.
So it's not like he's like, oh, I'm so happy when all these people that have no association with me do well. It's like, well, yeah, I'd be happy if people that like reflect well on me and maybe help me grow my own audience also get, you know, gain popularity. It's like,
Oh,
okay.
yeah. That's true, too. He's embedded with him socially.
Mhm.
Lance is also Canadian, so what the fuck does he care who's president of the United States?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
And a win for one of us is a win for all of us. Cenk, however, I don't think he views this space in that way. Maybe he did, but he certainly doesn't now. To him,
He does view it in that way. I don't know how you can watch his talk with Hassan and not realize, like, that whole talk was basically saying, Hassan, you're making the left look bad, and that's costing us elections. That's his argument.
Mm-hmm.
This is a competition, and he wants TYT to come out on top. He wants to carry the mantle of the online left forever, and he wants to set the agenda and establish the parameters that the rest of us have to abide by. But I mean, I reject
This is such fucking Mean Girls bullshit.
I know.
He's like, Cenk sees himself as a king who lords over me. I hate hierarchy. Squash all the hierarchy.
that mentality. Others in this space do too. And to him, he views this as a sort of rebellion against him. And in response, he's melted down repeatedly and tried to reassert himself as the true leader of this space while insisting that we should all bow down to him because his ego is bruised and he can't tolerate people calling him out for his dog shit takes. So,
did you listen to Cenk on PBD podcast?
No.
I was like, oh my God, Cenk has achieved his final form here.
What do you say?
Well, he was talking about how, oh yeah, I speak liberal and conservative. Like I could be a translator.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I'm going, wow, okay.
I mean, I'm not sure he's there yet, but I'm glad he's, you know, that's where his headspace is.
Yeah, look, Cenk started as a conservative. One of
That's
Cenk's
true.
narrative stories is I was a conservative that became a progressive, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's just going back to that. He's like, I was originally a conservative. I know how conservatives feel.
Mm-hmm.
I guess what I'm ultimately getting to is what's happening here is three things. We're seeing hubris, a politics of self-grievance, and mixed messaging from the network. And that's what's creating this disconnect between them and us. And over the course of this video, I'm going to demonstrate that case to you. So first and foremost, let's talk about the mixed message.
Hold on. Did you get those? All those? Politics of self-grievance? Like if that's what he's making the argument out to be?
Mixed
I just wanna
messages. Yeah.
Remember them.
Okay.
Messages, because that is the lowest common denominator that's driving.
Hold on. Let me go back a second.
Yeah,
We're seeing hubris, a
Hubris.
politics of self-grievance, and mixed messaging from the network. And that's what's creating this disconnect between them and us. And over the course of this video, I'm going to demonstrate that case to you. So first and foremost, let's talk about the mixed messages, because that is the lowest common denominator that's driving all of this drama, if you want to call it that, because TYT, they brand themselves as home of progressives, yet repeatedly they undermine that branding with centrist and even right-wing counter messaging. And when people call it out and they say, hey, that's not very progressive, he'll respond by dismissing their criticism and reasserting himself as the true arbiter of truth on the left, but he never actually addresses the substance of our claims, and he refuses to reconcile the mixed messaging that we're all seeing. For example, when Anna Kasparian went on Jillian Michaels' show, the thumbnail plays up her right-wing pivot and asks if she's leaving the left, and it even says, you know, why I left the left in a quote. Now, when she went on Piers Morgan, look at the way that he introduced her as well.
So has Anna Kasparian left the left? Let's find out. She joins me now. Anna, welcome to your uncensored debut.
Yeah, but to be fair,
So he doesn't play her responding. saying, no, I'm not actually leaving the left.
Of
He
course.
just plays the introduction.
I know.
And everyone knows Anna personally made that thumbnail on the other person's channel. This is so bad faith.
Fair, Anna can't control the thumbnails and the framing on other people's channels, but I mean, these shows are playing up that narrative for a reason. And while she's lead into
for clicks.
Right.
to it more than Cenk, he's continuing to deny it and feigns outrage whenever he's called out for it. But Cenk has at times leaned into it, and he's played footsie with the right, but he still wants to maintain dominance over the leftist space when he's very clearly moving away from that. For example, he tweeted, "I've been trying to figure out why I'm more optimistic now than I was before the election, even though I was so against the guy that won. I know now, MAGA is not my mortal enemy, and neither is the extreme left. My mortal enemy is the establishment, and they have been defeated." Sure, because the
Dude, what do you think of this? Because Cenk has been leaning into this. It's establishment versus anti-establishment and not left versus right. Do you have any thoughts on that framing?
I mean, so Cenk's thought process is that he thinks that there can be this coalition or bridge built between the sort of, right-wing populist and the left-wing populist.
Right, exactly.
Right. And so that's why he's trying to like frame things, is that like that way. I don't know if that's gonna work. I mean, we'll see, but I'm skeptical.
Yeah, I'm skeptical of it too. So
I get points for trying, okay? Like good for him.
Yeah. And I see the left and the right in a very distinct way that I'm not sure Cenk sees left and right the same way that I do. So
electoral victory of a billionaire fascist who's stacking his cabinet full of neocons and other billionaires is certainly evidence that the establishment has been defeated. Cool. But I mean, if we call that out and say, hey, that's pretty fucking stupid, we're just drama farming, or we're too dumb to understand the 40 chess moves that he's making to trick the right into giving us the policies that we want. But I'm sorry, not a lot of lefties are going to endorse.
I mean, it's so weird because it's like, okay, I don't blame anyone for being hopeful, and I also don't blame anyone for being skeptical. But it's weird when someone's like, "Oh, I'm, optimistic," and the other person's like, "How dare you? How dare you? You're evil. You're an evil." Like, if Cenk, starts screaming, "Oh my God, Trump is a fascist," versus screaming, "Well, let's see what happens. Maybe things will go better than we think." Like, how does that actually change the physical reality of anything in this conversation? Like, is Donald Trump going to be able to enact fascism because Cenk Uygur says, let's give him like a chance to see what happens when he's president?
No, it changes absolutely nothing. So, but he perceives any willingness to work with conservatives or Trump, even if they're literally working towards some goal you've been trying to achieve your whole entire life, then you're playing footsies with the enemy. So
I guess because like, even, Cenk was on Breaking Points and he was talking to Crystal Ball and he was like, listen, maybe I'll be back here in 6 months or a year and I'll say, yes, everything I thought about, there being any hope with Trump was all wrong. And I'll come on and say I was completely wrong about everything. So it's not like there's just total like buying in. Like there are definitely some people that have just completely like flip-flopped on stuff, but that just doesn't appear to be what's going on with them at all.
Yeah. Look, and if Trump does anything good, like the majority report and Mike are not, they're just not going to acknowledge it because they can't.
No, they can't.
It's fundamentally impossible.
Right.
And Cenk is trying to put himself in a position, which I think is a smart position, right? Like if Donald Trump comes out and fights against this insider trading that takes place in Congress, something that everyone is fucking pissed about. He's in a position to say, wow, that's a good thing. Yeah. We should join him. And like not all the Democrats vote against it.
Well, you're right. And the problem is it's sort of, they're setting themselves up into a situation where they like, people have a consistency bias or bias towards trying to appear consistent. And so if all these people say that, Trump is literally Hitler and he can do nothing possible, right? Like that you would even possibly enjoy or like or whatever, they're setting themselves up so that, if Trump does something that they would agree with, they're going to have to reframe it in a negative way, just to appear consistent to themselves and their audiences.
That Hunter Biden pardon really affected Trump. I'm not sure if you saw the Meet the Press interview with Trump,
I didn't know.
but they keep asking, the woman interviewing him keeps asking him questions, and he's like, I don't want to come out and say yes or no because, then something changes and I have to do that. And I look like Joe Biden coming out saying, I would never pardon Hunter Biden like a million times and then turning around and doing it.
That's funny.
It's funny. He brings it up more than once. So
Right.
he's definitely like, okay, I don't want to box myself into a corner here.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's also just, he likes to throw shade when he can. So.
Well, I mean, we should watch it. It'd be interesting. I'd like to see your feedback because he is very much, let's let bygones be bygones.
Really?
Yeah. I was like, okay, oh my goodness. Maybe it's going to happen.
We'll see.
Maybe the unity candidate is back.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Course, that weird narcissistic and self-serving strategy that he's pursuing currently. And if you're going to purport to represent the true left, as you say you do, people are going to object to these kinds of things if they feel like it reflects poorly on them. I'm not the one who's claiming that I represent the entire left. You are. So if you're going to claim to have a monopoly on truth and strategic wisdom in this space, people are going to push back on you when they say things that they feel is not representative of the left, when they feel like you're a bad example of what a leftist is or should be.
I think Cenk is trying to represent the vast majority of the left. And I mean, if you look at the numbers, these far left crazies are only about 8% of the population. And so it's a tiny percentage. If you think of the left being 50%, I mean, they're just a tiny minority, right? There's 42% of the left that's not one of these crazy people. So I think that's an easy claim to make. So you're getting super riled up. Mike is getting super riled up because he's like, we, the rabid 8% of communist socialists, like crazies, we are the real left. So I think that's bad reasoning.
They can, I mean, I think they can feel, they can intuit the writing on the wall here, which is that, I'm sure that the internet socialist numbers are, going up somewhat on YouTube, but when they look across the mainstream and they see, much to my pleasure, much to my happiness, that the mainstream left seem to be blaming wokeness for Harris's loss. That's going to have an effect on politics completely. And and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Richie Torres trying to, it's funny because I literally predicted this. I said, okay, this is what we need. We need a Democrat who's black to come out and be like, I think
he's gay too.
Oh, okay. There you go. I didn't even know that. Okay. So he's black and gay. He's like the ultimate
Sam Harris was talking about him. He's evidently like black, gay, and Latino.
Oh my God, he's got so many oppression points. Dude, yeah, you have a black gay Latino from New York who's like going to come out and looks like he's kind of positioning himself to be the anti-woke Democrat, and it's like that's going to be, the bid we're going to see in 2028 maybe.
Yeah,
that's going to be beautiful. If that wins, oh my God, that's going to be like the most amazing thing ever.
I mean, this is how Obama did it. I mean, Obama did it by not playing into identity politics at all.
Right.
Yeah. They don't.
Yeah, but he didn't have to push against it necessarily. He just didn't have to push it because it wasn't such a prominent issue.
I mean, people tried to make it a prominent issue, but
right. Well, I mean, comparative to today, obviously it was nowhere near compared to today or in 2020.
Yeah, now race is just that's all anyone thinks about.
Right.
Sam Harris did make a good point. He brought up the Daniel Penny trial. And he said, he basically described the circumstances of the Daniel Penny trial, right? Some crazy, whacked out drug addict comes onto a subway train and the whole train is terrified of him. And a guy steps up and confronts the guy and restrains him so that everyone can escape safely. And he's like, okay, this is like a very morally unambiguous situation, right?
Yes.
But if you cannot understand if this situation is morally ambiguous to you until you understand the skin colors of the people involved, then that's just like a fucked up way to look at the world.
Of course.
And it's so true. That's exactly what's going on. So
yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, if the races had been reversed, their charges wouldn't have been. There would have been no charges. And if they had brought charges, everyone on the left would be screaming that this is white supremacy. Like, oh my God, a black man can't even defend a train full of people from a crazy white person. This is proof that we live in a white supremacist society.
Right, but when Obama got elected twice, was that the attitude? Was it necessary to understand the race of the participants to be morally clear about what happened here?
No.
I don't think so.
No,
Yeah.
No.
Something changed. Something completely changed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I just look, a lot of people might say that it was George Floyd, the George Floyd thing changed. But I think the only reason why George Floyd was a thing was because the attitude and the zeitgeist changed to make George Floyd a thing. The population changed. Yeah.
I mean, even if, though, we were perfectly ideologically aligned, I'll admit, I still wouldn't want Cenk to represent the left because, quite frankly, he comes off as unhinged and unserious. I mean, he had a vanity president.
Oh my God. This fucking really? He comes off as unhinged.
He should have had the background picture being Cenk holding up the keys. That would have been like a good cut too, you know.
I mean, Cenk has come off as unhinged before, but I'd say more when he's drifting into the identity politics and railing against the Nazis and the fascists.
Right.
Presidential run to hawk his fucking book. That's embarrassing. And I think that other people better represent our collective value.
And that is like, that's like the ultimate bad faith move there.
Yeah, I mean, he ran because Biden was too old and he wanted Biden to get, pushed out, even though, as we talked about, he couldn't possibly, win that case, which I'm assuming he knew he couldn't possibly win that case. Just doing this publicity stunt to try to pressure the Democrats to do something. And it turned out that he was completely correct because Biden had to leave and he had to leave super late. So he was correct about that.
He was correct about all that. Cenk has also ran for Congress, which I like, if I had the opportunity to run for any office, I would totally do it just because it's got to be a fascinating endeavor.
Mm-hmm.
And like, he learned a lot of stuff running for president, obviously, because you got to get on all the ballots and stuff like that. It's just a complete and interesting learning experience. He ran for a congressional seat here in Southern California, in a pretty conservative area of Southern California. So it's no surprise that he lost. But to this day, I think, oh my God, if Cenk would have just been the manager and put Anna Kasparian up as the candidate, like we would have Anna Kasparian would be a congresswoman, right?
Interesting.
Yeah, because there's no reason why Anna Kasparian could totally do what AOC is doing. There's no reason why she couldn't do that.
Right. But
she goes on these. Did you see her on Glenn Beck?
I did.
Look, she has this tame the beast mentality about her.
And I know all the people on the left are gonna. It's funny because I saw her and going back. I'm like, oh my God, they're all gonna go like completely.
They're gonna go ape shit.
Right. And I listened to it. And I'm like, okay, she didn't say anything. She didn't betray the left. She didn't say anything crazy. But just her being on Glenn Beck is it's enough.
Yeah. Look, she even like called Glenn Beck out on a few things, which I was like,
yeah,
look at that. Look at that.
Values. But with that being said, nobody is trying to claim ownership of this space like Cenk does. Sam Seder, I view as the true leader of the online left, but he's not saying he's the one true leftist. He allows disagreements and pushback. But I mean, if Sam Seder were to push back and criticize Cenk would take that as evidence, not that, he's putting forward this good faith criticism, but instead as evidence that he's trying to replace Cenk as the new de facto leader of this space when it's really not that deep. If Sam Seder criticizes Cenk, if I criticize Cenk, I'm just disagreeing. And I'm trying to get you to see my point of view because I think that you have a big platform and you can use it more effectively. But I mean, Cenk doesn't see it that way, and it's a problem. And throughout Cenk's stream with Hassan, which was incredibly long, you know,
this is all such fucking bullshit, because the whole leftist mafia's angle is cancel culture. It's like, you are no longer on the left. This is a right wing pivot. We aren't colleagues. Go fuck off. Like, that's their attitude.
Right.
So to pitch us as, you know, all of us are being completely magnanimous here, and just, we can all disagree nicely. It's just bullshit. It's total bullshit.
Yep.
Tried to claim ownership again and again of this leftist space, but he doesn't realize that TYT.
That's another thing. They came up with some term on the podcast with Hassan to call the left the far, not the far left, or the weirdo. What did I can't remember the term.
Left. I don't remember.
The freak left. That's it. That's exactly it. Because he went on PDB podcast, and Cenk is calling them the freak left or whatever. Like, he's using the new term that he agreed to on with Hassan.
Well,
and
Hassan
nobody
didn't
knows
agree
what
to
the
that.
fuck he's talking about.
Hassan didn't agree. You know, that's hilarious, because, you know, talk about the you know, the simulation here. I sent you that tweet because you know, Christopher Rufo, obviously, guy who's been fighting against wokeness for many years now, he was engaging with Konstantin Kisin on Twitter and James Lindsay about the whole woke right, you know, controversy, scandal,
Right.
about, you know, what it should be called. And it was funny because Konstantin said, well, he said, give me an alternative to what we should call these people if we're not going to call them the woke right. And, you know, he had this interaction with Rufo. Rufo just said he didn't like woke right. He didn't give what he wanted the replacement to be. And Constantine said, well, so far, all I've got is the retard right and the freak right.
No, Rufo said the nihilist right, which I thought was good.
Oh, that's right. That's right. He said the nihilist right. Yeah. But then that's true. I don't think that one is good, though, because I think it's too confusing. I don't know. No one's going to know what that means.
Nihilist?
But the nihilist right? Yeah.
Nobody knows what a nihilist is?
No, they're not going to know who they're talking about. It's not, and I don't think it's actually even true. So
you don't think they're nihilists?
You can maybe say that about the Groypers, but about everyone else, the Christian nationalists, how are they nihilists? That doesn't make any sense. They're not nihilists.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
They're not nihilists. So
right. But then Constantine said, yeah, the freak right or the retard right, and Christopher Rufo signed off on freak right.
The freak right. Well,
the
that's
freak
good.
right. Yes, Christopher Rufo signed off on the freak right. So that's kind of funny that Cenk is going to have the freak left, and maybe Constantine and Christopher Rufo are going to have the freak right.
Did he really? Wow.
He did, yeah.
Freak right. And that means ethno-nationalist?
It would be anything that's like a post-liberal right.
Okay. But most of the, I mean, okay. What's your definition of woke again? Because I know there's a illiberal component to your definition.
Waking up to the idea that liberalism can't solve the various problems and specifically systemic injustices in our society, and that you need to adopt an anti-liberal or maybe even post-liberal way of an ideology in order to solve these problems. Now, and it was usually something in the realms of cultural Marxists, and so that's where the woke left sort of hit. But I guess if you just took off that last, you know, part, that could also apply to the woke right.
So yeah, so woke for you means illiberal, not liberal.
It means illiberal.
Collectivist.
It means illiberal, collectivist, looking at things through a power lens, not believing in individualism, rule of law, you know, all that stuff. All stuff we've been talking about. I mean, a lot of it does apply to the post-liberal right, which makes sense.
Oh yeah, look, I've always
there's going to be a lot of, you know, similarities.
Look, I've always said that the far right is collectivist in the same way. I mean, I don't say it a lot because they don't like to hear it. But I mean, by the definition, the definition of woke that I'm thinking of is not, when I see woke, I don't think collectivist. I never have. So,
well, most people, they think of the pattern of behavior, not the ideology. So they think of cancel culture, mobbing people, puritanical, you know, like you can't possibly disagree with any aspect of my beliefs. Like that's kind of, I think, what most people intuit when they talk about wokeness. So I'm really talking about the ideology, not necessarily the behavior.
Okay. I separate out into goals versus
Yes.
the ends versus means.
Right.
And the means are becoming the same.
Mm.
Which we've always said, whatever somebody uses in the culture war, whatever weapon somebody uses in the culture war will ultimately be used by all sides. We've been saying that always, constantly.
Yes.
So James Lindsay pointing to the right using like victimhood culture, it's just another weapon in the culture war,
Right.
which inevitably they were going to use.
Right.
So anyway.
He has lost the credibility that they once had by repeatedly shifting to the right and shitting on the left and playing footsie with fascists. Case in point.
I watched your conversation with Matt Walsh today. I thought it was a good conversation. I haven't seen that film at all, but I mean, he touches on something that's very real.
I watched your conversations with Ben Shapiro, and you inspired me to have that conversation with Matt Walsh.
Yeah.
How dare you accuse us of shifting to the right? I mean, I'm only complimenting a self-proclaimed theocratic fascist for touching on a very real issue ignored by the left, but I'm not going right-wing, ooh. It's just so fucking disingenuous.
See, the framing here is you have to agree with every single thing anyone on the right says.
Yeah. Well, it's
It's ridiculous.
They keep doing this thing, and it's so funny because this is what they were trying to do with the Harris stuff, the Harris ad, and obviously it failed miserably. They keep doing this thing where they say, okay, they don't understand that if there's some ridiculous position or issue or something, and their side, like they think that politics is a single player sport, and that the left can just ignore the crazies into non-existence. But that's not the way the world works. If you ignore the crazies, then the other side is going to hyperfixate them and try to paint everyone with that brush. And if you don't, say, no, we don't stand with these people. These people are crazy. Then you're just going to get tarred with them. And that's exactly what happened, or that's part of what happened with Harris. And if only the right is going to pick up the mantle, if only Matt Walsh, only if someone who's even more extreme than Matt Walsh, picks up the mantle of some issue, that's bad for the left. That's bad for people in the center, because it's saying, oh, if you believe with this issue about, that there's a difference between a woman and a trans woman, or women in sports, trans women in sports, or, whatever one of these issues are that people, we talk about crime or immigration or any of these million issues. If you refuse to address that, and only the people that you think are extremists address that, all that's going to do is suck people down into being, quote, the extremists and away from you. And that's very obviously what Anna and I think Cenk understand that process. They have to say, no, we here, if we want to be in the left or the center or wherever, we need to appeal and have an answer for these issues too. We need to actually gatekeep people from going down those pathways that we think are extreme.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. If you believe that trans women in women's sports are unfair, and only right-wingers believe that, then anyone that believes that will perceive of themselves as a right-winger.
Right.
Which is just bad for the left.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ingenuous. And they think that we're stupid and naive and can't see what's happening.
You are, yeah.
That we can't see what's already
True.
happened before multiple times on this same network. And just for shits and giggles, look at how she responded when Piers Morgan asked her if she's now doing what she criticized Dave Rubin of doing. And her answer, I think, was very illuminating.
This is what you said when Dave Rubin pivoted. Let's have a look.
There has been this prevalence of prominent figures who identify as the left, right, or on the left, who then later start to, cozy up to right-wing figures, and then it turns out that they completely move to the right wing because they're essentially paid to do it. They're used as tools by the right wing to essentially spew right-wing talking points while purporting to still be on the left. In fact, Dave Rubin's a great example of that. Dave Rubin used to work with us. He identified as someone on the left.
So, I mean, have you pulled a Rubin, as some people suggest?
I mean, I'm still pretty left-wing, and I'm still working at the exact same place. Look, I don't know. Maybe I was wrong about Dave Rubin, but I just felt that he, first of all, after he left TYT, he did lie about us, and that bothered me because we were still friends, and I didn't understand what was going on.
And that, my friends, is where we get the
Doesn't even let her finish.
I know.
Terrible. Look, nobody ever gives you any credit for being sincere or magnanimous. Like Anna says, you know, maybe I was too harsh about Dave Rubin, and maybe Dave Rubin had some sort of sincere transformation like I'm having now, and I just was not at a point when I could recognize that at that point, right? So she's like giving him the benefit of the doubt, which is ultimately a good thing, I think. But it's totally used against her.
Right. Now, I mean, yeah, like I don't know if Dave Rubin's just grifting or if he just, I mean, there are people who are not grifting, but they just do this, like, they don't have necessarily a strong ideological belief, and they just kind of totally flip-flop. So I don't know what's going on with, you know, Dave Rubin. I can't read his mind. Honestly, I think he's kind of become, you know, very silly in a lot of his positions now. But
Right.
I think Mike here completely, because they like, oh, Young Turks is just, everything is personal grievance, personal grievance, personal grievance. So that's how he's gonna like interpret this comment from her. And the way that I interpret the comment that she was saying was, you know, part of the reason that I was, you know, not being charitable or not, or seeing Dave Rubin through this kind of negative light is because he didn't just like change his politics. He started attacking us personally, but he
Right.
doesn't understand that. He's like just perceiving it as like the personal grievance attitude, you know, attack.
Right. Yeah.
politics of self-grievance. It's on full display because she's inadvertently admitting that she never really took issue with Dave Rubin's right-wing grift because what he was espousing was dangerous. The real problem to her was that she felt like her friend had betrayed her. And
this is so, it's like such a horrible way to interpret it. Just the most bad faith way possible.
Yep.
Like, he's painting a picture of these people that have absolutely no principles.
Yep.
Which is just terrible. Fucking terrible.
The more that she talks over a length of time, like going on different shows, the more it becomes abundantly clear that her pivot in part is fueled by personal grievance. There's a viral clip making the rounds on Twitter of her talking about how her entire opinion of Trump supporters changed because of this one Trump supporting neighbor that she talked to, Jeff. He was nice to her. And that's so weird. I find this worldview very bizarre because, I mean, I have family members who voted for Donald Trump. I've never been in a leftist or liberal echo chamber or bubble. You know, my MAGA family members, they're ostensibly nice if you talk to them, but just don't ask them about their views on immigrants or trans people because then they're not going to sound so nice. You know, maybe Anna can put aside those issues because she's not an immigrant or she's not trans. I mean, I know that her family is immigrants, but she herself is not at risk of deportation. So maybe she can put that aside. But for a lot of us, that disagreement is fundamental to who we are as human beings. So we can't put it aside. But in her mind, the left right now is being mean to her, while a right-winger and many right-wingers are being nice to her. Therefore, her worldview must have been flawed. And I'm obviously making an assumption that this is how she's operating, at least on a subconscious level, when I don't know for sure. But I mean, this politics of personal grievance is bad if it is what she's doing, because it is inevitably how you become a reactionary. Because rather than looking at the macro, you base your entire worldview on personal anecdotes, which is going to fail you. And this isn't unique to TY.
It's like, okay, if you decided to change all your politics because someone was nice to you and they align with an ideology, that's okay. That's like a little strange. I don't think you should necessarily do that. But that's not what Anna said. What she was saying, no, not even remotely. What she was saying was, you know, I was viewing, and a lot of people on the left and on the right view the other side as being like the evil demon spawn immoral people. And she had this experience where this person who was very nice to her, was very helpful to her, was very friendly to her, was like, oh, this is a person who completely doesn't align with my politics, who people like Mike here and all these other people have told me is an immoral, fascist, Nazi, blah, blah, blah. And I can see that this person is not that. So obviously there's something else going on here, even though we disagree with politics. Just because we disagree with politics doesn't mean the person, is a monster, and that we should have empathy and understanding for other people, and we should have acceptance for people that have different political opinions.
Yeah, coming to the realization that the stereotype was flawed.
Yes, exactly. And Mike here's like, no, don't give in to the stereotype. I have family members that also are Trump supporters. They're very nice, but then when you get to know them, then you know the truth.
They're evil. Yeah, exactly.
Deep down
the
evil
stereotype
truth.
measures up.
The only reason you feel this way, Anna, is because you're privileged.
Yeah, obviously he's framing everything in the most bad faith way humanly possible. This is you laid it out perfectly. The story is, I met someone, didn't measure up to the stereotype I'm carrying around in my head. It made me think maybe there's more to this. And that was like the beginning of the exploration. Let me go around collecting more information, to see if I am incorrect. Going on the path of disconfirming your belief instead of just constantly reaffirming your belief by your intake of news and experience and whatnot. But he totally frames that as, oh, one person was nice to me and I completely changed my entire worldview.
Right.
It's so fucking dishonest. It is like the most dishonest thing you could say.
Well, and also, like, if this is a situation where someone is talking about, like, oh, I had, prejudice against someone for being on the left, or I had prejudice to someone because of their skin color or whatever, and then they had a positive interaction and, they changed, then these people would all be applauding it.
Of course they would. Who's the guy that always converts the KKK people? Daryl Davis. Yeah, dude, they got the fucking huge hard on for Daryl Davis. He does the exact same thing.
Right.
TYT or Anecdote, you're not the first to do this. A lot of people have this view. It's why I always have been overly nice and apologetic to friends and family, to the point where I kind of became a doormat, because basically every single person in my real life who I know, I am the only gay person that they've ever known.
This is another thing too, because I remember this when I started kind of realizing I was trapped in a bubble.
Mm-hmm.
Like you get certain pictures of people, like the first, well, no, this is actually when you're still in the bubble, before you're out of the bubble. You try to understand the other side, but you only understand them through the stereotype. So a lot of times you're trying to come up with different arguments that will be persuasive to them, because you think it's just like a bunch of word games and stuff like that. You're going to basically try to hypnotize them into joining your tribe. Like, you haven't come to the realization that, oh, they have their own tribe, and that tribe isn't necessarily all full of evil people. That's like leaving the bubble. So he is still in this situation where he's looking at his parents and he's saying, they're obviously in the right-wing stereotype tribe, and I need to talk to them a certain way to trick them into adopting my perspective. Like, leaving the bubble, you're pretty much convinced that they're like, you're not trying to win people over to adopt your perspective. You're just trying to make the world a more understood place, which I think is a huge difference here. Like, Mike Figueroa is definitely in this. They're all evil, but if we talk to them right, we can trick them into becoming left-wingers. Like, that's the ultimate goal, the ultimate game that he's playing.
Yeah. And also it sounds like, he was, ironically, he was saying that for Anna and Cenk, this is all like personal grievance. And yet for him, I mean, the way he's describing this, it sounds like this is his personal grievance.
With them?
With his family members and his, interactions with people has sort of, colored the way that he's going to experience all this.
Don't you think it's better to accept people where they are?
I mean,
isn't that just healthier?
If you're a cock, that's what you do.
Oh my God, that's like,
right. Obviously,
that
never
is so
surrender.
That is so inside the bubble.
I know.
If you're a cuck, you gotta. So basically, and this is interesting because, like, America was founded on kind of a proselytizing ethos. Obviously, Christianity is a religion that proselytizes. A lot of these different sects of Christianity are all about proselytizing. Obviously, Judaism has zero proselytizing in it, right? I don't know. I don't know if Islam is a proselytizing religion or not. But it's interesting it's interesting that like you can look at politics through the lens of this proselytizing understanding of the world. Because I do think the enlightened, independent isn't about trying to proselytize other groups to like join them in the political fight. But the progressives are very much about proselytizing. Like it's a game of converting conservatives to progressives for them. Is that going on with the conservatives as well? Do you see conservatives trying to proselytize and convert progressives? I'm not sure that it is.
Not yet. Yeah, it's not really going on.
Right.
So
it's interesting.
To friends and family, to the point where I kind of became a doormat, because basically every single person in my real life who I know, I am the only gay person that they've ever known. So their interaction with me could shape their perception of all gay people. And that...
Yeah, it does. It makes me think all gay people are stupid. That's what it makes me think. It makes me think they're all retarded. Look, obviously I'm joking around. I would never think just because this guy's a complete moron that all gay people are morons.
Right.
Like that is stupid. But this is like the representation argument here.
Horrifies me, because I don't want to represent an entire group of people. I'm just one member of a very large community that is not a monolith. And I don't want someone's entire worldview to be colored by this one interaction that they have with me, where maybe I'm an asshole or I lose my temper, because I'm not perfect. And that responsibility that I felt I had, it ate away at me for most of my life until I realized I can't live that way. I can't base my own self-worth on other people's personal grievances, right? I'm one person, and if somebody starts to hate gay people because I was mean to them or I forgot to say bless you after they sneezed or some shit, that's their problem. That's not my problem. But Cenk and Anna...
I mean, listen, I'm completely empathetic to not wanting to be like the ambassador of your race, sexual orientation, gender, whatever. So I am completely empathetic to that. But this experience, I mean, this is obviously biasing him a lot in how he's perceiving all of this information.
What experience with the interaction?
Like feeling that, he's making it sound like, he was in wherever he grew up. He's like the only gay person, probably the only, progressive person in the area. And so he felt this constant pressure to like live up to be some kind of standard bearer. So he wouldn't, look bad upon the whole group. And, the pressure was just too much for him. And he said, okay, fuck it. I'm not responsible for this. People need to just, get over themselves and accept me. And that obviously that attitude is kind of completely shifted and colors his entire political worldview right now and everything that he's talking about.
Right.
And that's why and that's also why to him, on some moral intuition level, you could say like, oh, maybe this is why it's like, he's actually like grossed out by the concept of trying to appeal to like, quote, these people.
Because of the discrimination against gay people?
Well, no, because he felt like because he felt like that was sort of what he was doing his whole life, essentially. And now and it was bringing him pressure, and he's kind of turned in the 180 direction from it.
Right.
So
just wants to give him the middle finger.
Right. So it calls into question his change.
Yeah.
If we do a little armchair psychologizing here.
Have presumably shifted away their focus to their own personal grievances and not on the actual policy and the data themselves. The left thinks that they're, too right-wing on crime. So what do? They become mad and they lean into that despite the left and prove them wrong, because they can never admit that they're wrong. If the left says that they're not supportive enough of trans people, what do? Well, they get mad and they lean into that too until they're validated and we're invalidated. It's how they've been operating for the past year or so. It's an immature way to view the world, but I mean, it's presumably what's driving them. And I don't know, again, for sure what's in their hearts. And
I mean, this is just the confession by projection is so true. It's so true. Right. Because people they think, how would I react in this situation? And then that becomes the confession that they're making. Because it's just, I don't see any of that idea mapped onto Cenk and Anna. I just think this is him talking about how he would relate to the situation.
Right.
In their minds, but they kind of admit a lot that personal grievances is what's driving their behavior. You know, the right.
It's like he's basically saying psychological reactance is the only thing driving them. Like they're only doing this because the left is telling them stop doing it, right?
Right.
When the reason they're doing it is very clear. They think that it's electorally damaging to continue acting the fool on the left. And they've said this time and time again. And there was a giant election that adds it's not just an anecdote, right? Like
he's like, it's true now. Yeah.
Yeah. Is the election just an anecdote that this
Right.
is not a winning strategy?
Right.
Or is that actually some data? So you kind of got to answer the actual argument that they're making, Mike.
Mm-hmm.
It has been nice to them lately, and the left has been mean to them. So they go on right-wing shows and avoid the leftist mafia and Sam Seder like the plague. That's what it looks like to me. So, I mean, it could be wrong, but that's what a lot of us are kind of seeing. And on the topic of personal...
God, I would love Cenk to go on the leftist mafia. 'Cause I just think that would be great content. It'd be great content for them.
It'd be pretty
I just think Cenk would fucking destroy them.
Right.
grievances. When Anna made her birthing person tweet, she privately told me that she felt like she was being publicly bashed by people like myself and presumably others in this space who she considered friends. In other words, it wasn't what we said, it was where we said it. Even though we were respectful, the fact that we disagreed.
Oh, fuck. Moment of silence. Respectful? What the fuck are you talking about? Olay put out some tweet of a compilation of Anna saying the N-word. What the fuck?
Dishonestly, trying to make it seem like she was calling black people the N-word.
Yeah. Anna was using the N-word in reporting back when you could actually do that without people losing their fucking minds. And someone put together a compilation dishonestly to make it sound like, look, and even Olay tweeted out, oh yeah, Anna loves to call black people the N-word.
Yeah, she said
or
it's
something to that effect.
It was something like, don't call her a birthing person, but she'll, call you the N-word.
Yeah. That's
like,
respectful? Right. Dude, what are you smoking?
I know.
You're high on crack here.
I know. And I mean, also, like, at first on the leftist mafia, they were kind of like trying to softball it maybe a little bit. And then Olay was like, you guys are crazies, protect the white woman, coddle the white woman hour. And then they all broke and they're like, oh, well, a non-white person said, that we're being, racist or whatever. So we have to completely change our tune and give into the ideology immediately.
Yeah, exactly. They jumped into line very quickly.
Yep.
I just watched a video from Olay. You're never going to believe what caused the election loss.
Was it racism in America?
Yep. Yeah.
Oh,
White supremacy, sexism.
I never would have guessed that in a million years.
All the usual suspects. Yeah.
Crazy.
Publicly with her, it felt like a betrayal. And in response, she felt compelled to double down so that way her friends who she felt like betrayed her wouldn't win. So she would be proven right. Now, she was asked about that birthing.
So basically she attacked people who were unfairly attacking her. What's wrong with that? That's what you should do.
Person tweet on Piers Morgan, and she did downplay the hatred she received. That's her word. It's an interesting choice of words to use when we were all very respectful. If you go back and watch the videos that we did about this, but
this is, look, dude, you are fucking lying so bad right now. This is like the most dishonest interpretation of what happened ever. Oh, we were all very respectful, totally respectful. Bullshit. Bull fucking shit.
Yep.
Look,
we covered that whole stream.
Of course. Look, if you call me if I ever start pulling this bullshit, okay? Look, when I have interactions with people that are testy, I don't try to say, oh yeah, I was completely respectful. Fuck no, it wasn't. I was pissed off. Respect was the last thing on my mind. Respect? I don't respect these people. Fuck off. It's such bullshit.
Regardless, she goes on to comment about trans rights and ultimately sends another mixed message.
You also got blowback when you posted, "I'm a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus or a person who menstruates." How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this shit. And I completely agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, I did not expect that tweet to go as viral as it did. I didn't expect the kind of hatred I got in response to it. But look, that's okay. It's fine, right? I'm a public figure, and whether I like it or not, I signed up for any type of, you know, harassment, abuse, whatever that you get online as a result of stating your opinions. Look, the main point I want to make about the transgender community is that these are human beings, okay? They deserve to be treated with respect and dignity. And when it comes to any issue that has a real impact on their lives, housing, employment, all of that, there should be protection for this community, and we should respect the fact that they're human beings.
Now, if she just stopped talking right there, I think that maybe she actually learned from that whole birthing person kerfuffle, but she didn't stop. She kept talking and proved that we were all right to call her out because she was indeed going down a turf path, as many of us suspected, and we tried to intervene to stop that, but we've arrived at this point now.
At the same
The way he said that, like, oh, maybe she learned, right? Doesn't it sound like, how many times we got to teach you a lesson?
Yeah,
What are
totally.
you going to finally learn? We got to beat it into you.
That's exactly what's going on. But respectfully, right?
Yeah, exactly. Totally respectfully.
there are some issues that arise where the rights of one group, in this case, you know, the transgender community, kind of conflicts with the rights of another group, the rights of women. And what I think is important is that we actually have a real dialogue, a civil dialogue, about how we move forward in a way where both parties feel that they're being treated fairly and with dignity.
So she's just AK Rowling at this point. We have officially arrived in turf territory where she is portraying trans rights as antithetical to women's rights in some areas. She's viewing this as a zero-sum game. If trans women have rights and are welcomed into women's spaces as they should be, to her, that's a net loss for cis women. And she's not specific here, but if you watch her video that she did about Sarah McBride and Nancy Mace, she talks about how dehumanizing it was for Nancy Mace to try to police the bathroom usage of the one trans lawmaker. But in one part of the video towards the end, she drops a little turf comment about how, you know, it does get a little bit more tricky when we're talking about locker rooms.
Look, I want to be specific in noting that I do not have a problem at all with transgender.
Strange line she's drawing there, Sitch.
Well, hold on. I want to hear the full take, okay?
Comment about how, you know, it does get a little bit more tricky when we're talking about locker rooms.
Look, I want to be specific in noting that I do not have a problem at all with transgender people using the restrooms, the bathrooms that they identify with. The other single-sex facilities like locker rooms, I think, does get a little tricky.
She just drops that in there as she's trying to be an ally.
Wow, listen. Of course, Anna has the correct take. I mean, obviously, right? What a genius take. Okay, what a high.
So look, Sitch, when Sitch and I were arguing about this,
what a
Sitch was
masterful
drawing.
take.
No. Look, she'll come around. You were drawing the lines at locker room, so
Yes,
but we'll see what happens.
but this it's so funny because this proves, like, you know, her and Cenk's exact point is it's like, okay, you can have a position that's like 95% aligned, and it's not enough. It's never enough.
No, of course not. Yeah.
Ally to trans people. She had to bring that up as if trans people are the predators who pose a threat to women when they are disproportionately vulnerable to sexual abuse themselves. But I mean, this right here.
Here comes the talking point script. It is a little bit of a zero-sum game, though. So, I mean, just acknowledging that as part of the adult behavior that I think Anna is trying to solicit.
Is the future we all saw when we made that birthing person response to her, or when we responded to her birthing person tweet, I should say. And as her friends, we tried to stop her from going down this path, but apparently it was already too late. And I guess we also underestimated how open she would be to criticism because she does not like fucking being criticized, you know? So we're seeing this collision of grievance politics and mixed messaging where she'll aesthetically present herself as a trans ally, then substantively say something that is objectively transphobic, but since she rejects our claim that she's being anti-trans, it activates the politics of grievances, where she'll then try to double down and further insulate herself in the right-wing bubble who's going to validate her turf concerns. And this is
just insane levels of gaslighting.
It is totally, yeah.
So insane.
Brianna Wu would say that Mike is the one who's in the transphobic position, because Brianna Wu is saying that all of this unwanted attention on trans people is making their lives harder than...
Which it is, 100% right.
It is, yeah, exactly. So, like, drawing the line and being just immovable here is not good for trans people who just want to transition and get on with their lives. They're like, I'm not looking for a gold medal from the Olympics, okay?
Right.
I just want to live my life and be able to rent an apartment, have a normal job and stuff.
Well, obviously, Brown was a transphobe, so.
Of course not.
Is the cycle that's becoming more clear. I didn't spot it at first, but now it's much more clear after we've been seeing this again and again for the past year or so. And it's not just Anna, because on Hassan's Thanksgiving stream, Cenk Uygur sent the same mixed message about trans people, where he presented himself as a warrior for trans rights, but the caveat was that they don't get to be as equal as their cis peers. But if we reject that, that activates another cycle of grievance politics. So let's watch.
The reason I make a distinction between high school and professional sports is because in high school, what you're saying is, like Ohio, if I really want to institute this, even though it affects almost no trans or cis girls if in the world, in Ohio as it is, but if I go to implement it, now I got to check everybody's genitals, and there's got to be a genital checker, right? And let me guess, tons of Republican older men are going to volunteer to check the genitals of our high school kids. And I hate it. I don't want it. It's like a groomer pervert factory. And they're going to probably put Jim Jordan in charge of it. No. Okay. But when you get to the professional level, you get to the
Cenk laying back into the Republican stereotype that they're all secretly closeted gays.
Olympic level, you guys make a giant mistake. You fall right into their trap. And you go, oh, yeah, sure, they should be able to compete. When the overwhelming majority of the American people do not agree with you, you should let the Olympics and the professional sports decide it on their own. It is not a constitutional right. They have no so-called right to participate in the WNBA. I don't have a right to participate in the NBA. So number one, I don't agree when you go to those extremes. And number two, does it affect elections? Well, we had an overwhelming answer to that in the Trump-Harris contest.
So in his mind, he's being perfectly reasonable, and he starts by making an argument that we all agree with, but he ends by making a transphobic argument that we don't agree with. And since he started with the pro-trans argument, since he led with that, he thinks it's outrageous to condemn the thing that he said that we don't agree with. But I'm sorry, you don't...
He doesn't respond to him in the end saying that it hurt him in the election, which is the main argument. But you know, he saw it. Look, he had the clip in his video, so...
get to control what we're allowed to agree or disagree with, nor do you get to dictate what trans people should and shouldn't accept when it comes to their own humanity. And the argument that he uses is fallacious because, you know, nobody is saying that there's a right to be in the WNBA. I don't know a single person who said that, right? Nor is trans sports the focus of trans activism, broadly speaking. But switch the group for a moment. Let's just say that I was rejected from the NBA because I'm gay. Would Cenk then say, oh, well, too bad, boo-hoo, you don't have a right to participate in the NBA? My guess is that he probably wouldn't say that because it's discrimination. If the basis of my rejection is sexual orientation alone, that is discrimination. It's not about whether or not I have a right to be in the NBA. It's about whether or not...
If being gay gave you a strategic advantage...
Yeah.
It'd be a good analogy, right?
Right.
If, like, gay people, it was impossible for them to miss a basket. Like, they don't even need to look. Then the analogy might be a little more accurate, right?
Then you'd be like, oh, okay, interesting.
Yeah. If gay people are like magical basketball wizards.
Right. The more dick that you go down on, the more easy it is for you to sink that 3-point shot. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. God, this is so bad. Is this just bad thinking? Like, how can you not understand? This makes me think he completely doesn't understand the reality of the situation. Or I guess he just ignores it. He doesn't believe it exists. He doesn't believe trans women have a physical advantage over cis women in sports.
Right.
He doesn't believe that exists. You
Very
gotta be stupid not to believe that, not to understand that basic
Right.
reality. So,
Right.
or you just believe all the gaslighting of people on the left telling you, "Oh no, you take enough hormones and that advantage disappears." But for some reason, 900 trans women won gold medals. Go
Or
figure.
yeah, he's just tripping over himself to try to force an argument here, even if it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Not my inclusion or exclusion hinges on my sexual orientation. Now just replace gay with trans and you see the problem.
Oh my God, he's so smug about it too. Look at this. I'm a super
Obviously.
genius here.
Yeah,
I'm
obviously.
completely so smart.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Genius.
People shouldn't have less opportunities simply because they're trans. I mean, he's making a similar argument that conservatives used to make against gay marriage, where they'd say something like, you know, gay people technically aren't being discriminated against because we all have the same rights. For example, I, as a straight man, cannot marry a man. Therefore, since gay men also can't marry men, then we have the same rights.
We got a Kajanji Jackson.
Yeah, like it's very obvious he heard this argument in relation to, you know, people arguing about the Supreme Court with the bill, you know, banning trans care for minors, because that was something that kind of came up. And he's somehow like, he's like, oh, that's a good argument. And he's trying to like force it here, even though it doesn't really make sense at all.
And it's just terrible fucking argument.
Yeah, it's like, what? Okay.
Makes sense, right? It comes from a place of deliberate ignorance and denies the immutability of sexual orientation and gender identity. You can choose to not.
How is gender identity immutable?
Specifically, it's not, supposedly, according to gender fluidity and all that nonsense. So.
Act on it, but you can never turn it off, right? You can choose to LARP as a straight man and marry a woman, but that doesn't change the fact that you're still gay. A trans person who never transitions is still trans because it is innate. But me making this counter-argument would be seen as an attack by Cenk, since he prefaced his anti-trans statement with a pro-trans one. And one thing that he did throughout the entirety of that conversation with Hassan was bring up how he's the real left and we're all the fake left because his positions are popular and ours are unpopular. But first of all, I don't base my worldview on what is and
I mean, the truth is that Cenk is not a socialist. Like they're a socialist. That's really what's going on in this situation.
Right.
So, and they're cultural Marxists and all that stuff.
They all hate Cenk because he's like a dirty capitalist.
Right.
So they're like looking for any excuse to attack him. They're like, this is a perfect opportunity.
Yeah. Well, Cenk still believes in liberalism. I mean, obviously he's very progressive. He wants to, you know, massively increase taxation and, you know, regulation and do a lot of things that, you know, like that effect, but it doesn't matter as long as you're not in favor of like getting rid of capitalism, you know, that's never far enough, essentially.
Such a shame.
Isn't popular. I base it on what's right. Populism can be useful electorally, but it's not the basis of my ideology, and nobody should base their ideology on what's popular. Second of all, if we have a position that's unpopular, it is our job as political commentators to make those positions popular. If we preemptively capitulate to every policy that might be unpopular.
This is like, we're at massive levels of stupidity here, Sage.
Mm-hmm.
He's basically saying popularity does not matter. Completely unimportant to our values, right?
Mm-hmm.
Our values are objectively unpopular, right?
Right.
But it's our job to make them popular. Well, why? I thought you just said popularity doesn't matter. Like, why is it your job to make them popular then? Does popularity matter or what?
Yeah.
What?
Doesn't make sense.
Come on. It's your job to make them popular because we live in a democracy where popularity is how different policies are passed.
Right.
Yeah. Sorry, dude. Do you believe in democracy or not?
or we adopt positions based on how we think the Republican Party will respond, we would never have any progress on any issue ever. As a gay man, I was born unpopular, baby. I'd have no rights today if my predecessors were too afraid to be bold, but thankfully they were bold. Stonewall was a literal riot. Gay rights activists shoved pies in the faces of bigots. They never ceded ground on civil unions or gay adoption. They rightfully demanded full equality. These were not popular positions at the time, but do you want to know what they did? They made them popular. I mean, Medicare for all.
And how did they make them popular? By
It
wagging
wasn't shoving
their
pies
finger?
in people's faces.
Yeah,
It was not the
by-
way they made it popular.
By wagging their finger at people?
No.
By putting their knee on people's necks?
No,
Is that how they made them popular?
by will and grace.
They had a light touch.
Right.
Had
Yeah,
a
by
very
saying,
light touch.
Listen, we're not here to destroy your way of life.
Right.
Totally normal. We just want what everyone else, can
Yeah.
get. We just want to have, the ability to have a family, blah, 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 right?
Right.
And all that good stuff. That was
Right.
it. That was it. All that stupid shit didn't work. But they'll never accept that because they hate liberalism. They hate moderation. They hate anything that has that aesthetic because they're so obsessed with aesthetics that they just can't deal with it.
But compare that to Emma Viglin's rant on trans women in women's sports.
That women
Where she
should
is
suck
like-
it up. Yeah.
Where she's like, I am here to destroy your way of life. I don't care about fucking women's sports.
Yep.
And if you care about them, I don't care about you.
Yep.
That's a bad attitude, man.
It's
You're not
gonna work.
winning anyone over with that one.
Nope.
Was unpopular until Bernie Sanders ran for president and made it popular. But to be clear, we should boast about the popularity of our positions if the policies we're supporting are popular. But if they're not popular, we shouldn't run away from them, especially if we're political commentators, because, then we're just setting ourselves up to be audience captured fucking drones who just repeat what we think our audiences want to hear. When I'm making videos, I don't
Ironic.
focus group test or poll test whatever the fuck I say. I just say what I believe, and if people disagree,
And then I wait for the Twitter people to come after me,
Right.
and I apologize.
Yep.
then I defend my position, and if I think that they're making a good counter argument, then I'll adjust. Now, Cenk
And if they're going to cancel me, then I bend the knee.
Yep.
would probably view what I'm saying as me being overly self-righteous or accuse me of engaging in purity politics, but I can't help the way that he perceives good faith criticism. And he might think that we're all making bad faith criticism and we're grifting, but it is good faith criticism. But no matter how hard we try to steelman him and be fair in our criticism and respectful, any response always sets up another cycle of grievance politics with a good dose of hubris as well, which was on full display during his stream with us on.
You are hyper focusing on people that are in your replies on Twitter, and because
so you agree
that's
with
all
me,
you
that radical left
because
is bullshit,
all you interact
stupid dumbasses. Do you agree?
there are a million
He totally agrees. Look, he's just like, look, I can't say that. That's half my audience.
Exactly.
What are you doing?
Yep.
He's like, wouldn't you want to win the next election? Well, I don't want to lose half my audience. I'd rather lose the next election than lose half my audience trying to win it. Yeah. That's what's going on here.
people that are both in your replies that have also gotten mad at me as well, time and time again, on specific issues, maybe ones that even pertain to trans rights. It literally doesn't matter. People get very passionate, understanding. I'm very understanding.
Shocking agreement. I agree. There's
I
13
understand-
douchebags online. That's what
but
I said from day one.
I know, but why the f would you ever hyper focus on
Okay, but
people
Haas,
like
because
that?
you look, no. So you might be
No,
doing the
you're
right
doing-
thing. Hold on.
You're doing
You
the
on
Bill
your
Maher
show-
thing.
No,
You're
bullshit,
demanding that there needs sisters.
Bullshit.
You're
Hold
doing
on,
the
let me
Sister
explain.
Soldier moment.
No,
That's it.
bullshit.
No, you're trying
Okay,
to.
so the minute we said the most reasonable things on earth, which you now agree with apparently, then what happened? It wasn't just the 13 douchebags online. And by the way, everybody said, no, those 13 douchebags represent all the left. You're not on the left anymore because the 13 douchebags control the left. And then what happened next? Then Majority Report jumped in, and Lance from the Serfs and all the other little dirtbags jumped in, and they were like, no, Cenk and Anna are turning right. The 13 douchebags are right. We need to protect every trans person should get free
Listen,
surgery.
we got.
He just Cenk just totally annihilated him. It's so true. It's the thought leaders in the movement that jumped in on him, not a bunch of anons on Twitter.
In China, even though we have nothing to do with China, we hate them. They're Nazis.
You got to okay.
I mean, I'm 100% right. Every dirtbag show did it.
You got to calm
Every
down.
dirtbag show did it. Tell me I'm wrong.
This is reframing an issue that is now we've moved away from the electoral consequences of a trans ad to your own personal anger and frustration that you have with left-wing media online. We are
so. Do you agree left-wing media online? Those guys that I listed are full of shit.
I have
and in a tiny, stupid minority.
I have disagreements with everyone in this space, but there's a reason why, seemingly, I don't catch the same amount of strays that you do because I don't hyper-focus.
I can tell you why.
I don't hyper-focus. What do you think it is?
They think you're hot, young. I don't mean attractive. God bless on that. Okay, I'm also obviously hot. I mean, as in they think, oh, the young people watch Hassan. He's cool. And you give the thing of like, oh, no, trans people are right on everything, right? You don't come out and make the...
That's right. He fucking bends over and grabs his ankles on all these issues. That's why he's popular. He's popular because he's a fucking coward. That's why he's popular.
Distinctions that Anna and I made. Okay, so they think, oh no, he's good. He's extreme as we are.
I think
he's woke left. Yay, extremeness.
I think the reason, first of all, you're
okay. By the way, majority report and all of you guys, you better attack him. He apparently agrees with me. Okay, you better attack him.
I don't.
You're not going to attack him, are you?
You're.
There's a difference. And you're saying no, don't crush them. Just let them fester and people pretend that they're the real left. No, we don't do that.
You're not.
If you're going to say stupid shit and you're going to try to punch us in the face, we're going to punch you back, not on our behalf, on behalf of Democratic voters who you are lying about.
We watched that debate he had, that Cenk had with two of the new hosts on the Young Turks, where they were talking about trans women in sports. And I'm not convinced either of those hosts even understood the argument Cenk is making about how you're not going to be able to win elections with this policy prescription. Like the thing that you want, the thing that you so desire, the thing that you think is morally righteous and correct is just like, it's never going to win. It's like, it's impossible. You can't tell them this though, because they have also, there's this other narrative in their head about how progressives never fail, how the march of history is always with the progressives and progressive winnings are never dialed back. I always point to, obviously, prohibition. Not many people know, but the prohibition movement where they made alcohol illegal was a progressive movement that was dialed back. But I mean, I would love Cenk to like get those guys again and ask them, explain to me how this trans women in sports thing is solved without there just constantly being conflict over the whole situation. Because how do you do it? I can't think of, how do you do it? How do you do it?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Like even with the prohibition, look, the prohibition, their hearts were in the right place. They thought, okay, we're going to get rid of alcohol because alcohol is causing a lot of people to like beat up on their wives and children. It's like they were trying to do a good thing, but it ended up in the end causing more harm and conflict and chaos than it was solving. So the trans women in sports seems like the same kind of thing. Like I can't see how you solve that without just completely disrespecting cis women, completely just annihilating cis women. So ultimately it's going to be settled at the ballot box and the cis women have the numbers. So,
yep.
The Democratic voters do not agree with you. They agree with us. So day for you. And I'm not going to let you lie and pretend that the Democratic voters are on your side because you're a liar, and they're not on your side. Do you agree that the Democratic voters are on my side?
I don't care what the Democratic voters are on, of whichever side they're on.
See, look, and this is a conflict right here. Look, Cenk is saying, I want to win the next election. And Hassan is saying, I don't give a fuck about the next election.
Yeah.
Like, I wish that they would frame it that way. I wish that they would, like, Cenk should just call them out and say, look, Mike Figueroa doesn't care who wins in the next election, okay? He doesn't care if Republicans take the Congress and the Senate and the White House for the next fucking 100 years, because he doesn't give a fuck, okay?
No. Well,
I care about the next election.
Right.
He cares about blowing up his YouTube channel talking about communism.
Yeah, they care about blowing up the YouTube channel, and also since they're, you know, they wouldn't, if things get bad enough that it helps, you know, foment the communist revolution, and they can be accelerationists. They're not gonna
Yeah,
complain about
totally. Totally. Yes. The right has done such a better job of policing their ethno-nationalist, racist component than the left. The left, all the fucking crazies seem to be running the Democratic Party, which is just the Democrats need to learn from the Republicans, right? When Richard Spencer shows up at CPAC, they fucking throw his ass out. Look, maybe this turn is coming, because didn't Hassan show up at the Democratic National Convention and they threw his ass out?
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe they are learning. Maybe they're saying, look, we have this element that makes us look like fucking crazy people. Okay.
Right.
And we want to win elections. Look, and Kamala Harris is a perfect example of this. They got her on tape saying the most crazy fucking thing in the world that no reasonable politician in the 90s would have ever thought of uttering. They'd be like, you want me to say that? What are you, fucking crazy? What are you, insane? I can't believe they even nominated a person that would say something like that. It's just, it's
they didn't.
Completely blind. Well, they
chosen,
did, but
so yeah.
You can't say that.
I know.
Anyway, on right now, we've lost the plot. We've completely lost the plot.
We got a super chat from a very special friend. I don't know if you saw it or not.
I did not.
Do you have the super chats up?
Anna Casparian, look at that. Thank you so much.
I know. Thank you.
Anna for $10 says, the hardest part about my personal change is that I'm not forced to see through people like Mike what my behavior was like for years. Embarrassing.
Oh yeah, that's tough.
Right.
Anna brings it up a lot. I know you. I know you see it. It's got to be cringeworthy to go back to some of those old videos. I just,
Yep.
I can't imagine. Fortunately, I don't have any of those. But look, I was thinking and acting in these same ways that Anna was vocalizing on live streams.
So was I,
yeah.
We weren't on video though, so we.
Fortunately, none of it was recorded, right?
Right.
But I do remember. I mean, I just, oh my God, it's such a weird space to be in. I had a conservative friend that I used to always argue with, and I like the goal in my mind was really for him to say, I think you're right, Adam, and I think I'm a progressive now. But it is proselytizing. It's totally proselytizing. It's the same feeling that the Christians have when they're like, I want, to bring people into my group, into my church. I want them to say, look, I accept Jesus as my Lord and Savior, right? I'm joining your team. And I just, can we just knock it off with the teams for a bit?
Yeah. I mean, I get that.
Go ahead.
Well, I get that it's definitely cringe and difficult. You watch yourself in the past, like, oh my God, this is who I was. But it does show, and I think it shows what, a lot of people, probably most people don't have, which is like the strength of character to publicly put out a position and to be very, on one side and to say, oh, my position has changed. My beliefs have changed here. Because most people, I don't think, have the ability to actually do that, the free will to actually do that, especially
the fortitude,
when it's so public.
The strength, the bravery.
Exactly.
It is terrifying. Yeah.
Plot, because now the conversation is about like the serfs or Majority Report, and I think that's a completely and utterly unproductive conversation to have.
Your strategy is when grifters on the left attack you, whether it's
I don't
Rubin,
think they're grifters.
I think Seder's a grifter.
I disagree.
Okay. Oh, by the way, so now all of a sudden you're defending Seder. When he calls me a grifter, you don't defend.
I don't. First of all, I've never heard him call you a grifter.
I just want to go back to you like the whole like, but Like
he
the total
totally
stun.
rolls his eyes.
Yeah. Oh man.
Well, because he
disagree.
knows that it's weird because he's not going to stand by Cenk. Like
No.
Cenk, there's a game that's going on here. It's called Make the Audience Happy. Okay. And some people are willing to do anything to make the audience happy,
Of
right?
course. Yeah.
Hassan is in that game. He's like, there's a big audience here. Let's just make the audience happy. And Cenk is like, not going to do it. Well, he sees a higher goal. He sees the audience as being voters. People are going to help him win elections, right?
Right.
So he's playing a completely different game than Hassan, but and like Sam Seder is playing that same game, keep the audience happy. Like if Cenk doesn't play the keep the audience game happy, they're just willing to throw him to the wolves, and they're not going to do anything to try to say, okay, well, Cenk has this higher goal in mind, like he's interested in winning elections. There's so many ways that you could frame this to make Cenk an acceptable figure with their audiences, but they don't want to lift a finger to do it, which is fucking scary.
He wouldn't do it with Cenk. He wouldn't do it with Ethan. It is scary. It's weird.
Yeah, look, all you have to do is start pointing out the similarities. You got to say, look, Cenk is interested in winning elections. He doesn't want to see Republicans in power, and I think that's a noble thing. I think that's a good thing. We disagree on strategy to do that, but that's fine, you know.
Right.
You could
or,
do
or
that.
some issues. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just it's never enough.
Yeah. Look, and he's a similar argument. Like he's making a similar argument here, but he's just making it protecting Sam Seder. But ultimately, I think the real underlying argument that he's making is bend over and grab your ankles for the audience. That is the argument that he's making.
Yeah.
He's like, we are here because we vocalize things that the audience wants to hear. Okay. And you vocalizing things that this other audience, you know, wants to hear that are actual voters. That's not going to work in this realm.
Blasphemy. Yeah.
It's true. Yeah. Cenk.
Okay. Oh, by the way, so now all of a sudden you're defending Seder. When he calls me a grifter, you don't defend.
First of all,
Yeah. See, he doesn't defend because he can't, because he knows the audience is going to eat him alive. He doesn't want to get caught up in that. This is the facial expression you're talking about here.
Has there ever been an issue or a time where Hassan has ever been like against the
audience?
The audience in a left-wing way. Has there ever been a time where he's been like, yeah, we shouldn't go that far left? Because I've seen him push back on right stuff. I've seen him push back on center stuff. I've never, ever, ever seen him ever push back on anything left-wing oriented, ever.
Because he doesn't want to be accused of being right-wing. He sees how much headache that's causing Cenk.
Right.
And as soon as you push back on the left in any way, shape, or form, that's the immediate attack that people come with. So watch this eye roll. Here's the one you're talking about. I'm going to try to catch it.
An utterly unproductive conversation to have.
Your strategy is when grifters on the left attack you, whether it's
I don't think they're
Rubin,
grifters.
I think Seder's a grifter.
Look at the bug eyes.
How dare you?
You can't say that.
How
you
dare
can't say
you
that.
call Sam Seder a grifter?
I know.
Look, Sitch doesn't even think Sam Seder is a grifter, though. You may be right. Like, he may just be a true believer, but...
Well, it depends what he means by grift. I mean, I think he's being dishonest in how he talks about
Well, that's
things,
what grifting means. Grifting
Well,
is
I tend to
just
think of
being
grifting as like
dishonest.
someone who doesn't actually believe in the political ideology that they're spouting. Like, they're literally just doing it for money.
Yeah.
When
I disagree.
Okay. Oh, by the way, so now all of a sudden you're defending Seder. When he calls me a grifter, you don't defend.
First of all, I've never heard him call you a grifter.
He's called me every name in the book.
Okay.
He's
Cenk let him off so easy there. I want to find the clip of him, Sam Seder, calling him a grifter, and Hassan just sitting there, like, not saying anything.
Right.
That'd be like the most epic clip, right?
It's got to be.
Because you know he's watched Sam Seder call him shit, and he's like, "Yep, yeah, I can't help it, Cenk. I tried to tell Cenk Just bend over and grab your ankles. Come on. It'll be quick.
What was it? He was telling, wasn't he telling Ethan? He kept saying, like, you need to talk to Sam Seder. Sam Seder needs to give you a talking to.
Was he really? Oh my God. He sees Sam Seder as the one that's going to turn things around for people.
Yeah.
Sam Seder is completely pushed around by all the communists on his fucking show.
I know.
Sam Seder. Sam Seder ain't fighting back against nothing.
Nope.
This is the thing too, because I mean, this is where I lean more towards Sam Seder is kind of grifty, because like there are two ways. As you grow older, you get more experience, you become more knowledgeable about the way the world works, right? Well, there's two paths that you can go down once this starts to become a reality. Like you can go down the Cenk and Anna path, right? Or you can get a bunch of young, dumb people who just have not achieved the kind of experience that you've achieved. And you just basically make them the front of your show. And you continue to rake in the money from a successful show and just keep your mouth shut. And I think that's Sam Seder's modus operandi.
I don't think, though, that, you're talking about like, oh, you think that he's grifting because someone of his age should have enough awareness to essentially be like, okay, not all the people that disagree with me politically are evil.
Right.
And for me, I don't see it that way. I don't see that as anything to do with like age or time. I think you have to have something happen to you. Some event has to happen to you where you go, oh, like, I get it. I get it now. I finally understand what's happening here.
That's
and
an
if you've never
interesting
had that
perspective.
like epiphany or that change or something, then it doesn't, then you're just going to get more and more like solidified in your ways.
Well, you're in a unique perspective too, obviously, because your folks are very left wing. So they've never really had. Do your folks use the stereotype for conservatives? Do they have that stereotype?
It's funny because I can tell when they're talking to me, like they think to like, there's like the pause, like to make sure to not let their elephants just go rampage because they know I'm
But
gonna,
well,
like,
when they
check
talk to
them.
each other,
Yeah, but when but I still feel like
when
I
you're
know
not
that they still
around.
yeah, I know they like because it slips sometimes. So I know that they still have like those intuitions like deeply, in them, or those feelings, I should say, those emotions deeply in them.
Well, you said something brilliant, because obviously a lot of times it does, because we're talking about worldview shifting things, and it does a lot of times take some sort of dramatic experience to make you question whether or not your worldview is firmly fixed, right?
Right.
Yeah. So that could be the situation. Obviously, Anna had some experience, and then she's there continually interacting with Cenk, and I think she's moving Cenk. Mine was sort of, I was looking out of curiosity for, how different political perspectives worked, the fundamental reality of like the political spectrum. And I wasn't going to stop until I found it. I was just going to kind of keep looking. So curiosity is what drove me. It wasn't necessarily some radical shift.
Right.
So, but I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe a lot of people don't change because like life is too easy. So
He's a low rent grifter.
Stop.
And that right there is what it always comes back to for Cenk and Anna. Personal grievances again and again. And also, he has to be right about everything. And he not only has to be right about everything, everyone else has to affirm how right he is again and again, as evidenced by the fact that he kept trying to get Hassan to validate his positions. And you'll notice that he's responding to us, pointing out the mixed messaging that he's sending about their right-wing pivot, but he never actually engages with the critiques that we're making. Rather, he'll strawman what we're saying or accuse us of calling him a Nazi when I have no idea who's doing that.
The irony of all these statements is just...
No, I know. It's fucking crazy. I can't believe he's digging into he always has to be right, because he's even turned it something that is noble, finding out what the actual truth is, into some sort of personal attack, right?
Well, and the whole thing, you know, oh, he always has to be right. It's like, well, wait a minute. That was the whole thing that's kind of started this was the left's refusal to the internet left, I should say, is refusal for there to be any sort of disagreement in the movement.
Yeah, they are the ones that said they had to be right.
Right. Yeah, you can't, how dare you disagree with us on, you know, whatever issue.
Yeah.
Or if any
Well, at the bottom, there is a fundamental reality of the situation that I just wish more people on the left were discussing in earnest, right? Like why they lost the 2024 election and how to fix it. So,
right.
Anyone has actually called him a Nazi. If that's the case, I disagree. But I mean, this is where the hubris comes in. He thinks that he's too good to engage with our critiques because he's right and we're wrong and we're beneath him. It's why he refused.
That's such bullshit. He's totally nonstop engaging with your critiques constantly. Like all this dialogue about the birthing person thing has happened. It's not like anybody's dodging the fucking the debate.
I know.
The difference is the argument is it strategically effective to disenfranchise cis women who are giant voters? I would argue not.
You know, offers from us to talk about these issues on air or even behind the scenes. Because why should he engage with people who are inferior to him when he's already determined that he's right about everything and we're wrong about everything? And listen,
This sounds like he was like mad that you know, Cenk or Anna wouldn't come on their show or something. That's what it just sounds like.
It does. The politics of personal grievance, it sounds like.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
Enough.
It's like they're so personally motivated, but they won't talk to me personally.
I do. Look, we've talked on the show about collaborative debate versus confrontational debate. And you get in situations with certain people who are dead set on mischaracterizing your position. Like they don't even really want to engage with you in good faith.
Right.
Is there a point in interacting with those people? I mean, there is if you're Destiny or Vosh and you can just completely, you know, sophistry your way through it. Yeah, exactly. Right, yeah. Steamroll people. I'm not really this like steamroll people personality type.
Right.
I've seen Sitch do stuff like that and I'm always in awe of it. But I don't think it's like second nature to you by any means to be like the steamroll type. So
no.
So yeah, it's just after a while you're like, why am I even fucking engaging with these people? So
right.
I think Cenk is a little bit more of the steamroll personality. So why is he not engaging with them? I think he should. I think he definitely should.
I mean, it'd be funny for us.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's like
he
ever
should
to help him at all.
Well, look, it's odd because maybe he doesn't want to engage with them because he wants to keep some left-wing coalition together. So he is trying to have a light touch.
Right.
He was using that weird term on PDB podcast.
The freak left.
Yeah, the freak left, which I was surprised. Because that completely goes against this narrative because that's Cenk going out of his way to try to be
to draw a distinction. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and also to be respectful of Hassan and Hassan's crazy leftist audience.
Well, wait. I mean, is it? He's calling Hassan's audience the freak left.
Well, I guess it's not if Hassan didn't sign off on the term.
Yeah,
but
I don't think
it is in that there was some term that Hassan did not like, and he's not using that term. He was trying to search for a term that he could use that wouldn't get him in trouble with Hassan. That was.
I don't remember Hassan ever signing off on any of the terms. I thought
no, he didn't sign off on any of the terms.
Yeah,
but if he's stopping using a term that Hassan doesn't like, I mean,
how
that's
respectful.
That's respectful. It is. Come on.
Yeah, he's just a freak.
What's a term that you don't like? Make sure I use it more often. Woke right. How about that?
I don't have a problem with that. That's you.
I know. You're in with the woke right designation. We'll talk about that after we finish the video. So
3 hours of that 3.5 hour stream, and it's clear that Cenk Uygur is just a centrist. I'm sorry. He might not want to admit.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
The evil centrist.
The worst thing you could possibly be.
He's just a centrist.
Blah, he's a centrist. Blah.
Center left, definitely.
Terrible.
But why are they calling? Look, they have this. They've constructed this narrative that anyone who's a centrist is really a right winger too. So
They did.
That, but he's against affirmative action. He's selective on trans.
Actually, you know, that comes up when we're going to talk after this. We're going to talk about the shooter.
yes,
There's a very weird statement that I heard Kyle and Crystal make about this.
did you?
Yeah,
Supposedly he retweeted Jonathan Haidt too.
I know. I said that to you, and then it's funny. I found it and I sent it to you, and then like literally everyone started tagging me like, "Oh no,
I know.
guys, the
I
shooter's
got
a
it from-
centrist."
I got it from a bunch of people too.
And I was like, "Oh god."
Did you see that Jonathan Haidt retweeted Don Jr.?
No, I didn't see that.
I was like, oh my God, she's just going to freak out.
Well, what was the topic?
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
Not sure what it was, but we can look it up.
Trans rights, moderate on abortion,
like, oh, shit.
cruel on homelessness, quite frankly, and he's center right on crime. And
That's right. Cenk has adopted the position that we should euthanize the homeless now. That's what it is. Terrible.
Are the jails full?
Yeah, look.
And I think that he's been able to kind of pass as a progressive all these years because he never really focused on those things and downplayed those elements of his ideology. But I mean, the reason why he's getting more pushback now is because he's leaning into the more conservative views that he claims he's always had, right? And he's using his platform to raise the salience of these.
The reason he's getting pushback is because there's a disagreement with two factions of the left on how to win the next election. There's the super left-wing faction that is like, we need to go more woke. We need to go more crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the Cenk faction who's like, maybe we should chill out on the identity politics. Maybe we should stop calling everyone racist, sexist, and homophobic just because they disagree with us on tax policy.
These issues, on issues like crime. And that is benefiting the right. He's engaging with these issues in a right-wing way. He's giving credence to the claims that the right is making. And as he does all of this in front of our
because the right is correct about certain things, you dummy.
faces, he gaslights us at the same time and claims that he's the true leftist because the fake left pretends like crime doesn't exist. But, you know, he's a real leftist who won't lie to you about crime like the fake left. It's the amalgamation of a straw man, hubris, and grievance politics that's culminating in a major crash out. And it's genuinely sad to see. But I mean, if he's going to purport to be the arbiter of truth in this space, the rest of us have a right to push back. And I think that Sam Seder and Emma Vigeland's response was perfectly reasonable.
I made it clear to Cenk that he was invited to come on the show, and you know, we can have a debate, we can discuss whatever. I mean, you know, and he made it clear to me that he was not interested in that. He was mad. He was very, very mad about all of it.
Sam Seder's like, come on, I want to drama farm you. Why are you mad, bro? Can you imagine? Oh, so weird. Especially somebody that you have hung out with personally and you feel like you have some kind of relationship with. Oh, that's weird.
And I will just say, like, I didn't hear any issue that he had with the stuff that we talk about. He may have issues with me personally. That's fine. I don't care at all.
I mean, I've always maintained that what you cover is just as important.
Well, that's what editorial. That's the
right.
editorial decision.
Yeah, how are you going to keep people in the bubble if you cover shit that will make them mad or turn Republican?
Editorial discretion, right? So, like, in any issues we've had with that Venezuela story, which now has been thoroughly debunked.
Any apology about that?
None. It doesn't seem to be the case. But like that, you know, even if you're saying, okay, you know, there's nuance in this story, it's about what you choose to cover and what you choose to give credibility to.
I'm happy to go on that show at any time and debate these issues. But after that, I don't care about any of this. Honestly, it's a waste of my time.
And that right there is the key. Your personal grievances do not matter. What you choose to cover and how you choose to cover it, that does matter, right? We're trying to push back on right-wing narratives while TYT is leaning into them and making all of our jobs harder. YouTuber Jose put out a really thoughtful response to TYT's coverage of the bullshit Venezuelan gang story, which I would highly encourage you to watch, because it demonstrates how TYT played into a bogus right-wing narrative in a way that validated the right's narrative about crime and immigration. Narratives matter. Take a look at this YouGov graphic from 2022. So Americans overestimate the size of minority groups, which means that fear-mongering about these groups are going to be more salient if they're told that they're a threat, since they're perceived as being larger than they are. I mean, they think that trans people make up 21% of the country, but it's 1% in actuality. They think Muslims make up 27% of the country.
This was one story about migrant crime. I mean, I didn't know the TYT coverage is focused around migrant crime. They seem to be focused around crime in general because of the changes in the law.
I totally missed whatever he was talking about.
That's okay. He's trying to make it sound like the TYT is going off on the migrant crime, which is just weird.
Okay.
And he also said, do you know anything about the Venezuelan gang story? I think it was in Colorado.
Oh.
They took over some apartment building, but it turned out not to be some Venezuelan gang?
No, okay. So this is like so bullshit. It's so weird. There's like this YouTuber, socialist named Jose.
Yeah.
And he did like this response video to TYT. And I watched it and I was like, first of all, it's like framed so wildly dishonest. Like whenever Anna or Cenk says something that he would agree with, or that is like basically the point he wants to make, he kind of like says it, but then like hand waves it away and says, but by the way that Anna and Cenk are talking about this, they're like mind fucking everyone and hypnotizing them into thinking that the immigrants are like killing people or something. And you're like, what? That's not what they said at all. They were just talking about a story, which, by the way, like he frames it like, oh, only the evil right-wing media was talking about this story. The story they're talking about is there's the surveillance footage that was captured of people with guns in Aurora, Colorado. And there was this report of like a gang that was a Venezuelan gang had like taken over the apartment building or something. And they were, using it for their nefarious purposes. And Jose like makes it sound like, oh, only the evil right-wing media and, TYT was reporting on this. And the story is fake. Which, first of all, number one, the story's not fake. Those events happened. Those events 100% happened. Those people were there. That was a real thing. Someone actually got killed. And all the people in the video have been arrested. Or no, they haven't all been arrested, but some of them have been arrested. And some of them are still wanted. Okay. And so to say it's a fake story is ridiculous, number one. Number two, when you go look up the story at the same time period that TYT talked about it, everyone's talking about the story in mainstream media. This is not like some like tiny little story that only the evil right-wing conservatives were talking about. Literally all the local news, all the mainstream news was talking about this story. It was a big story. Everyone was talking about it. And Jose makes this weird claim, and he says it in a way that's sort of open-ended enough that all these people like this guy and Sam Seder and Hassan, all these other retards who watch this, they completely misunderstood what he's saying, which I think was part of the intention. Jose makes this weird critique at TYT right in the beginning that says, they called them the Tres de Agua or whatever the fuck the name of the gang was, when it wasn't known at the time of reporting that they were part of that gang. Okay. Mm-hmm. So if you listen to what he said, he didn't say that they're not part of that gang. He said he claims that they made that accusation before it was known. Right. And you're like, well, wait a minute, but were they part of the gang? Yes or no? Right. I don't get, like, are you saying that they were wrong or right about this? Which, number one, they were making the claim, I think, based upon additional reporting that was done by the local papers. And I think it was even
somebody reported it.
Right. And I think I don't remember exactly if it was like the lawyers of the people that like ran the building made that exact accusation or not, but it was something that was being reported. And so I was trying to find, I'm like, oh, well, is this true? Did it turn out that they're not actually part of this gang? Like, is that actually true? And I searched and there's like fucking no reporting on this information about whether they're actually part of this gang or not. And I finally found one article that said that they thought that at least one of the 6 people was part of the gang, but they weren't sure of the other 5. Mm-hmm. And somehow Jose twists this around into, well, I guess we don't know, so they're wrong, even though everyone was reporting this. It's so, which he doesn't even know too, because they all could be part of the fucking gang.
Yeah, he doesn't,
He doesn't even know. And then
Hilarious.
it's even a step further because, like, okay, if they're not part of the gang, is that really that important part of the story? Wasn't the important part of the story was that there was this crime problem and that a lot of people on the internet left didn't want people to talk about it because A, it was a crime problem, B, because there was as a suspect that these people were immigrants.
Yeah. Fucking gaslighters. Like, to say that they empathize with people is ridiculous. Like, how can you not empathize with the people who live in this apartment complex who are being terrorized?
Which is like that's literally what Anna says in the fucking video.
Yeah.
She says that exact thing. And it's even crazier because I don't remember if it's Anna or Cenk, they bring up the point where they're like, they're residents that are living in the apartment. And like, it turns out like the people that like run this apartment are like total pieces of shit. Like, they're total slumlords. Like, they're totally bad people. They're not taking care of the, the property. They're, charging people rates that they shouldn't be charging them for how shitty the property this is. It's filled with bugs and it has all these problems. Right. And they say this in their original video, in the original TYT video, they say that they acknowledge that all these things could be true. And that doesn't mean like that when you have these properties that are in disrepair, that was part of what helps attract criminal gangs to taking them over in the first place.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah. They see an easy target. Like, nobody cares about these people.
Right. It's so dumb.
Gross. Glad I brought it up.
It is one.
What were you reading? Anything good?
Oh my, it was so, well, actually, it's kind of hilarious. I don't know why this happened. So I tweeted out today. I said, Daniel Penny freed and the guy who murdered the United Health CEO caught, a day of justice and salt. Okay. That was funny.
I retweeted it.
Same day. Yeah. Right. And I had the little, what a lovely day.
Oh, no, I retweeted your justice wins.
Right. From when Daniel Penny was freed.
Yeah.
Okay. So then it's funny. So then Christian Alexander, long time viewer of us, he replied under that and he said Taylor Lorenz was let go from Vox, right?
Uh-huh. Oh,
because
that's
that was
good.
reported today too, that Taylor Lorenz was let go from Fox, right? So he's like, yes, another like win. Taylor Lorenz responded to him.
No way. Hilarious.
Okay. Taylor Lorenz. So if you're listening, Christian, Taylor Lorenz responded to you on Twitter and she said false. And she quote tweeted, some explanation, which it's not clear to me like what's actually true. She's like, well, I didn't, she's trying to make some distinction about what she said to the guy that reported this or not. I don't know whether it's true or not. Fox fired her. But the thing that's hilarious about this to me is that, listen, I love you, Christian, but I know that Taylor Lorenz does not follow you. She doesn't follow me. So I feel like the only way she saw this is that she's like Twitter searching her name. And the word, and the word Vox. And she's like replying to everyone like, I wasn't fired. False. It's just like hilarious.
Wow. So was she fired?
I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I'm actually shocked because when I heard that she was fired, or the accusation that was just fired, I was like, that makes sense. This is a person who wrote an article about why people should be okay with CEOs being killed. And she was pretty explicitly, maybe in a joking way, maybe in a serious way, sending signals to her audience that they should go assassinate other CEOs of other health insurance companies. Because she started retweeting, or she started posting the names and faces of other CEOs right when this happened. So I was like, oh, okay, it makes sense. Vox would fire her for that because they're like, this is a step too far. But maybe not. I guess we'll find out.
We'll see what happens, won't we?
Yes.
I can't wait. That's fast. Like, oh my God.
It's so funny. I was like, I can't believe it.
Oh my God. Can you imagine?
Yes.
I never search my name or do any of that stuff.
I don't either because it's funny because
why do I want to see that shit? Just people talking shit about me.
Exactly. I just see my notifications. I see the @Taylor Lorenz. I was like, oh, I just assumed someone tagged her. I didn't think she actually replied. Like,
yeah, that's fucking crazy.
It's just fucking searching her name in a panic. I wasn't fired.
1% again in actuality. They think that gay people make up 30% of the population. It's just 3%. Now, when you look at this poll from Ipsos, as you can see, people with misinformed views were more likely to vote for Republicans. So if they thought that violent crime rates were at all-time highs or that border crossings weren't at the lowest level in years, then they voted Republican. This is why the issues that we choose to focus on are so important. And it's why we're critical of TYT, because they're focusing on issues that benefit the right, not the left. We have platforms to dispel these myths, but they're feeding into them. Myths about crime and trans people and immigrants, these things need to be debunked. And if you're not doing...
See, this is the problem. If your whole worldview is that, you know, whenever crime becomes a problem, it's just automatically a myth, you've got a terrible worldview, okay? You cannot adjust to the facts on the ground with that worldview. That's just, you're completely handicapped against reality.
Doing that as a progressive, if you're feeding that beast, then you shouldn't be confused about why people are taking issue with your content, right? But TYT, like Fox News, is doing just that. They are sensationalizing these stories and feeding those right-wing narratives at the behest of the Republican Party that they're supposed to be fighting. But while they chum it up with the right and parrot their bullshit, they have the audacity to deny...
Talking about objective realities.
Yeah.
Parroting right-wing talking point.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. They don't get it. They don't get it.
I still remember very vividly Stephen Colbert roasting George W. Bush at the press dinner when George W. Bush was president.
Right.
And it was very funny, and it was pretty brutal. And Stephen Colbert had this line about, he says, "It's well known that reality has a left-wing bias."
I know. I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah. And I always think of that line because I always think of it now. I like how hilarious that line is, how ironic that line is now.
Yeah. It's come to be completely false.
Yes.
Yeah.
These stories and feeding those right-wing narratives at the behest of the Republican Party that they're supposed to be fighting. But while they chum it up with the right and parrot their bullshit, they have the audacity to deny that this shift is happening. They're pissing on our legs and telling us it's raining. So he might think that the unpopularity of our positions is hurting the collective left, but in reality, they are the one.
Look, he just admitted that he understands the argument. He fucking just admitted it. He just admitted it. You bastard.
Ones that are hurting the left. They can either be the homo.
They're hurting the left. They're like, listen, our strategy is just to gaslight the shit out of everyone, and you keep fucking it up.
Of progressives, or they can be Fox News light, but you can't have it both ways. And this conflict that we're all seeing has not been reconciled. It's why so many people are speaking out against TYT, not just influencers and commentators, but their own audience members.
So many people. So many people. Just like a few twigs here and there. It's not so many people.
Because we see the mixed messaging that they're denying. We see the hubris and the personal grievances on full display, and we are calling it out. You can get mad about it if you want, but I don't care about your feelings, Cenk and Anna. I care about the issues and how...
I don't see Mike Figueroa talking to Glenn Beck or Ben Shapiro.
Making the case, right, to their audiences.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
I don't see Mike Figueroa making left-wingers look sane to Ben Shapiro's audience. Yeah.
How you are feeding the right-wing narratives that we're trying to combat. So we're going to continue to talk.
It's so funny. It really is confession by projection, because he's the one that's worried about the status hierarchy and where he's going and what his future is in the left-wing party. That's exactly what's going on here. I mean, I see Anna and Cenk everywhere now. And I don't see Figueroa everywhere. I don't see Lance from the Surfs everywhere.
About that, because you don't own us and you don't speak for the left. So, I don't know, humble yourselves and maybe drink a tall glass of shut up juice while you're at it.
Oh my God. He stole Cenk's joke. How dare you?
I know.
Why would you do such a thing? See that subscribe right there? That's for our channel. Subscribe. It's so we never tell anyone to subscribe. It's so annoying when you watch a video, you're like just there to find out, you know, how to solve
Smash
some
that
problem.
like button, hit the subscribe, hit the bell 20 million times. Every notification
No,
should be
fuck
from
you.
this channel.
You're looking for videos like to solve some computer problem or something. You know, why does this software keep doing this?
Mm-hmm.
And you get like, subscribe to my I just want to figure out how to solve the problem. I'm not going to fucking watch your channel after this video, dude. Subscribe so you'll know how to solve every Windows problem you ever have.
Well, if it's something very hyper specific like that, but yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
But you're saying that you should say to subscribe. Probably it's not a bad idea once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the second time we actually asked people to subscribe. So anyway, super chats, and
Let me
then
read some super chats, and we'll talk about the breaking news.
the breaking news.
Breaking news, yeah.
Breaking.
J-Mac, thanks so much. I saw you got Father Dad. J-Mac for $50 says, "What's this? Sitch and Adam Sunday show on Monday. Now my week is going to be all screwy. That's it, Sitch. No more week-old mozzarella cheese sticks for you, sir. But they taste so good."
Oh, is that what
Okay.
you did? Is that
Yes,
what happened?
Listen, you have to let the cheese
You had some
age
week-old mozzarella
appropriately.
sticks.
Okay.
Why would you do that?
You need to let the cheese age, Adam.
Gross.
Come on.
Such a gross. Ugh.
And thank you. There were some nice people that sent me well wishes the other day, so thank you.
Of course.
I appreciate
Did you see? Did you hear what I did? Did you see our video? Our 1 minute and 30-second video for
I
the
did
Sunday
not.
show?
No.
I went live.
Oh, what a bastard.
I freaked them all out.
That's funny.
I know. I was like, how long? What should? Okay, I'm out of here. This is
That's
boring.
funny. Poboxy for 20 euros. Thank you. Says, so we have the ending of Star Wars Episode 3, but instead of Obi and Anakin, we have Cenk and Anna saying, "You were meant to destroy the Senate, not join it." And then they lightsaber duel for 20 minutes, and Cenk goes 120%.
Wow.
There you go.
I like it.
Yes.
Still
let
better
me
than
read
The
this
Last Jedi.
From Sunday. The Wooster for $50. Thank you, Wooster. Says preemptive pardons Biden might give to Shifty Schiff, Liv Cheney's, and others sure look like an admission of guilt, and confirms to me that what they did was treasonous and withholding evidence from the public. Hopefully, Trump declassifies the January 6th files. Listen, I don't think that it's very, very ridiculous to me, because I don't think, obviously, I don't think Biden should give any of those people preemptive pardons at all. But it's just, and I appreciate the $50, but the blatant hypocrisy. It so tastes delicious. The hypocrisy. It tastes so delicious that whenever someone on the left pardons someone, you're like, guilty, proven. But if Donald Trump pardons anyone, you're like, justice. He stopped the lawfare against them. It's like, okay.
Do you ever think maybe you're just a little biased against Donald Trump?
No, because my position is, if that was true, my position would be, Donald Trump, pardoning all those people shows that they're evil, guilty people. I've never ever in a million years ever made this comment that these pardons automatically show anyone who's guilty. I think that's a very low resolution way to look at any of these situations.
That the pardons are proof of guilt?
Yes.
I mean, I think you could have made that argument 5 years ago when there wasn't this lawfare type situation, because
you would have a little bit stronger ground to stand on.
Yeah, you would, a lot stronger ground, because people aren't going to be pursued because they're political rivals. They're going to, the assumption is people are being pursued for legitimate legal reasons. And if you're pardoning someone, it insinuates that there's a legitimate reason to go after them. But now that we've had so much of people going after Trump just so that they could get their name in the newspaper over completely batshit crazy stuff, well, there is an argument to pardon people, because even if they're innocent.
Right.
Yeah. But anyway,
go after you.
I get what you're saying. I don't know if we're streaming tomorrow, because usually we take a day off after the Sunday stream, but
we'll see.
I would like to watch at least part of the Meet the Press Trump interview, just because I think it's interesting. And it would be fun because I'm gonna be like, I'm so hopeful, and Sitch is gonna be like, oh my god, he's so like just talking bullshit.
Okay, well, we can watch that Tuesday or Wednesday. We'll see.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's talk about the breaking news. All right.
Okay.
Oh, well, first of all, okay, so you said Jonathan Haidt retweeted Trump Jr. Okay.
Yeah. Did you find it?
I found the tweet.
Right.
So so there's this thing right now in the House. It's called the Kids Online Safety Act.
Mm-hmm.
And what this is a bill that is supposed to, I don't know exactly how it's going to manifest, but it's somehow supposed to make it so that social media has some responsibility to disable things that are addicting on social media when it comes to minors using the platform.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how that would even look or work or what that even means. I agree with the concept. I don't know how they would actually do that. I don't know if they could do that without actually destroying the entire platform. Right. Because if you go on
age verification.
No, but
something he has been pushing for. So that's how you would do it.
Is it just saying that it doesn't seem like it's just saying minors can't use the social media platforms. It's saying that minors will use a different version of social media platforms, which would have some ability to disable the addicting features. But it's like on Twitter, Twitter video kind of acts the same way as TikTok. You can just keep scrolling forever, and the algorithm is decently good at giving you these addicting videos that you'll just keep watching forever if you just feel inclined to do so. It's so is the auto scroll, is that going to be a feature disabled? You won't get the automatic video ready ups on Twitter. Will you not get likes or likes and retweets not going to be visible on Twitter?
I mean, they could just lock you out of the account when your 30 minutes are up. I mean, that's easy to do.
I guess. I don't know.
You got 30 minutes on the app. Fucking knock yourself out, and then you're locked out.
I like the concept. I don't know if I should support it or not because I don't know how those changes will manifest. But anyway, Jonathan Haidt obviously has been very big about this. He's been very anti-social media for children. He thinks it's making them all anxious and crazy, and he's probably correct. I was surprised to see Donald Trump Jr. support this. That is kind of interesting because, there was this whole question about whether Trump would try to reverse the TikTok ban because the TikTok guy is giving him a bunch of money.
They talk about that in the interview.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
What do you say?
He's like, TikTok really helped me win the election, so it's hard for me to be against TikTok.
Oh,
He's
God.
like, it's funny.
God. Right.
He's such an open book about all this stuff.
Know,
He's like, look, they helped me. What am I supposed to do?
That's gross. That's really gross. Yeah. So it's surprising then that Donald Trump Jr. would be promoting this. I don't know what the thought process is. So that's what Haidt was retweeting. So yeah, I mean, there's no problem. Nothing wrong with that.
I just thought, oh no, Haidt and Don Jr. here. This is going to trigger Sitch.
Okay. So Daniel Penny, not guilty, baby. Totally free. Justice has been served today.
Well, I mean, how much legal debt did he incur with all of this nonsense?
Well, that's true.
Once I know the answer to that, I'll give my opinion on whether or not justice was served.
Well, I guess it depends. I'm assuming he has one of those. I think GoFundMe doesn't let you do it anymore, but I'm assuming he has. Okay, so he's raised $3.3 million.
Justice was served
on Give, Send, Go.
Okay.
Daniel Penny for his legal defense. So.
Okay, justice has been served. Thank goodness.
So I'm assuming that and I think it's by his actual lawyer set up the fund. So that's good. So it's not going to be like
so wait a second here. His lawyer set up the fund? Isn't that how they got all the money from Kyle Rittenhouse and he got nothing?
That is true.
No.
Yeah, that's true.
And maybe justice hasn't been served. We'll have to
see what happens.
Yeah. Where's the money going?
Oh, here you go. It says any proceeds collected which exceeds those necessary to cover Mr. Penny's legal defense will be donated to a mental health advocacy program in New York City.
What? Oh my God.
So
fucking do-gooders. I can't stand them.
Right. Well, I mean, obviously, you want to make sure that happens. You know, they're like, oh, look, our legal fees turned out to be exactly $3.3 million.
Yeah.
Right.
I just
But
stupid.
whatever.
I mean, Daniel Penny, I mean, I'm sure he's endured quite a few sleepless nights over this bullshit.
I'm sure he's like,
Look,
worried about going to jail.
and he walks away with nothing. That's not justice. Not in
That's
my
true.
eyes.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's true.
Somebody did the right thing and all they got was a bunch of fucking, well, at least he's not in debt, but still just getting back to zero. Just fucking maddening.
You're saying that they should give him the remaining money.
I mean, at least part of it, right?
Yeah. Listen, I'm on board.
I mean, I say split it with the lawyers.
Right.
Lawyers can take half. He can take half. What?
No, I was looking. There's
$1.5 million is not bad.
Right. You know, people. Well, I'll bring something to talk about. So with the Daniel Penny thing, so it's funny. I'm glad Daniel Penny is free. The family, I believe, is trying to sue him civilly, which obviously is going to cause.
Fuck those people.
So like, there might actually be zero money left over in the legal fund because now he's going to have to, you know, get a lawyer for that. Or usually it's not the same law firm, so he's gonna have to get a lawyer for that. Presumably the money will be transferred for that purposes.
Fuck those people.
Yeah, 100% fuck those people. You know, and as people rightfully said, it's like you have this guy's like homeless and addicted to drugs, and he's like living on the streets. These people didn't take care of their family member, you know. But then as soon as they like see the check, it's like, oh, well, you know, how dare, you know, how dare our family member who was crazy on drugs, homeless, threatening people, how dare, you know.
I'm losing sleep every night. I miss him so much.
Yeah, I bet. I fucking bet, right?
Yeah, Crimea River. Bullshit.
Right. And it was just so disgusting to me to see in the same day all these people that are cheering on the guy that killed the CEO in cold blood, right? We don't know anything about, you know, like the CEO didn't, you know, come over presumably and like attack this person or something. We don't know what the guy's story is. And they're all like, oh, you know, that guy's a base hero. But a guy who stops someone from possibly enacting violence in real time on people to their face, oh, well, that person's a criminal.
Yeah, but black people are allowed to enact violence on white people indiscriminately because of past oppression.
It's just
it's the fucking ideology. God, I hate it.
It's so crazy because like even like Mehdi Hassan, you know, tweeted out.
That's not woke, by the way. Woke is something completely different. But
Mehdi Hassan tweeted out, like, look, this shows you how stupid Mehdi Hassan is. He's so fucking retarded.
Oh,
so
I hate that guy.
Okay? He says, just imagine if Jordan Neely had been white and Daniel Penny was black. Imagine what some of the folks defending Penny today would be saying. Just imagine.
No, there would be no court case. No one would have ever brought it up. Everyone would have said, oh my God, look, the black hero.
That's what I said. I said if the races were swapped, there never would have been any charges. This wouldn't have been a national story, and no one would have ever fucking heard about this.
Well, it might have been a national story because it would be like black subway hero.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Saved an entire car of people from a crazy white man.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. It's so insane. It's so disgusting.
It is.
These people are disgusting, and they're so racist and stupid.
They are, yeah.
They're so racist and stupid, they literally cannot perceive reality correctly.
But that's not woke. Woke is something completely different. That's not what woke means. This is this idea.
Mehdi Hassan is woke.
What we're talking about. No, he's not.
He's totally identity politics obsessed. Woke.
No, it just means authoritarian.
Oh, okay.
It just means collectivist.
Right.
Anyway, let's move on.
Anyway, so yeah, Dan Penny's good. Is there anything else about Daniel Penny you want to talk about before we move on to the shooter?
No, I'm glad. Obviously, he's not going to jail. So I wish they would have televised the trial so we could have watched it. I mean, obviously, the Kyle Rittenhouse trial was amazing. We were all wrapped up in it, but this just all went on behind closed doors. So it's not as satisfying. Look, I want to see the look on his face when they say not guilty. Right?
I actually think it's insane and criminal that New York and these states make it so you can't film what's going on in the courtroom. That seems crazy to me.
It is criminal, right?
It should be. Like, shouldn't Americans have a right to know like what's going on?
especially such an influential court case like this.
Yes. Yes. And
It's
also makes great
basically driven
content.
by racism.
Right. Okay. So the shooter has been captured. His name is Luigi Manigoni.
Is that really his name?
Yes,
Luigi?
that's really his name.
Wow. I thought that was just like a pen name on Twitter.
I sent you a tweet that I think encapsulates his personality type. It was the one with the brain
Manigoni.
injury unit.
Oh, okay.
No.
Oh, okay.
So it's very interesting.
bring it
So suppose when he was he was found. So okay, get this. This guy, he kills the CEO of United Healthcare, right, for not liking the health insurance company industry and health insurance and stuff. And where is he caught? How does he get caught? He gets caught because he's eating at a fucking McDonald's.
Yeah.
Obviously, he doesn't care about the health. Come on, you can't care about health and eat at McDonald's. That doesn't make any sense. That's a contradiction.
Holy shit. I just Twitter searched Luigi Marigoni and there's a shitload of stuff on this guy.
Yeah, because his Twitter account's still up.
Maybe I got the wrong guy here. But it's funny because it does look like the shooter. Audiobook narrated by Luigi Marigoni.
That's not real.
Was he the director of Stranger Things?
No, he was not the director of Stranger Things. Anyway, don't worry about it.
That's a different guy.
Right. Anyway, there's a tweet on his site where he was just retweeting something that said Gaylord brain injuries. And okay. So the question is like, okay, what's motivating this guy? What's his political ideology? Who can we blame? Can we blame the left? Can we blame the right? Can we blame the center? Who's at fault here? There was some, I think, misreporting about this story at first, because there was this thing about him being caught because he had a fake ID, and people were like, "What are you talking about? Why would you ever show someone at McDonald's your ID?" And I think that was like a misreport that kind of spread like wildfire. He was not caught from having a fake ID at McDonald's. He was caught because someone saw him and recognized him because his face was blasted around the news and social media. And then when they called the police and the police found him, he was in like a bus or something. And they pulled him off the bus, and they found that he had a fake ID. That was some fake ID he had used earlier to like check into a hostel at some point.
Right.
So that was misreported.
Way more sense.
Right. Because there's this conspiracy. It's so annoying. There's this conspiracy that was like, oh, it's not really him. It's some other person. If you look at the shooter from all these various angles, he looks different, blah, 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 blah. And it's so annoying. It's like, when are people going to understand that, like, if you look at a person from different angles, in different lighting, with different quality cameras, sometimes the same person can look a little different.
Yeah. Revelation.
I know. It's like people are like, it looks different. It's like, yeah, because one of these like an overhead shitty fucking security footage. Obviously, it's going to look a little different, these camera angles. It's like with the guy who shot at Trump, or I said shot Trump because he hit him in the ear. The guy who shot Trump, if it wasn't for the fact that guy had like this like super weird points, like he had like this like weird points on his ear that were like very distinctive. If it wasn't for that, there's all these people that were already like, oh, it wasn't the same guy. It wasn't the same guy. It was this other guy, blah, 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 blah. I can tell because I'm looking at like him laying on the floor when his face is like half shot off. And I could tell from like the shape of his remaining nose that it's a different guy. It's like, oh my God, it's stupid.
Yeah, totally.
I hate it so much. But anyway, so they got this guy. The guy's name is Luigi Manigoni. And so the question is, of course, what is this guy's political ideology? Because the reporting at first was that he had some sort of, he seemed anti-capitalist was how it was reported. And he had some kind of manifesto that was, a screed against the healthcare industry.
I think his name is Mangione, though.
Oh, okay.
Luigi
Whatever.
Mangione. Yeah. That's why I couldn't
Luigi.
Find it, Luigi, though, is an interesting name.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, when I heard this, I said, "Oh, I'm curious. I wonder if his Twitter is still up." And I searched his name on Twitter, and his Twitter was still up. And I'm looking through his Twitter, and I go, "Uh-oh, this guy doesn't look to be like a leftist. He's like he looks like to be like an IDW centrist tech bro."
Really?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
I was like, "Oh no, what the fuck is going on?"
Well, this is a good time to jump ship with these people anyway. They're doing all this insane stuff with the woke right. You got this tech bro, IDW shooter. Like this is our off ramp sitch right here.
There you go. Like most of his tweets were about AI and like tech stuff,
Mm-hmm.
and not necessarily political. You know, he was following like Tim Urban and some other kind of like centristy kind of people. So I don't know, didn't seem super lefty. So I guess we'll find out what his scree against the healthcare industry is. Also,
They have his manifesto, right?
They do have his manifesto, hasn't been released yet. People also found out that he has a Goodreads account, and he left a review for none other than Kaczynski's book.
Mm-hmm. No way.
Kaczynski is the Unabomber.
No way.
Okay, so Kaczynski the Unabomber, and
who is also a Luddite, and some like the
Yes.
Unabomber manifesto explicitly talks about how technology will turn human beings into basically like domesticated pets.
right,
That's the argument Kaczynski makes. So
right.
yeah.
Should probably take off the Jonathan Haidt tweet. The back.
You're in the background.
Yeah, the background.
Look at you.
Even though this guy, the shooter, has retweeted Jonathan Haidt's Anxious Generation more than once.
Right.
So the shooter is a Jonathan Haidt fan confirmed, which is unfortunate. So anyway, let me read the review because it is kind of interesting. So this is the shooter's
This is on what book? The
Unabomber's
manifesto?
book.
Unabomber manifesto? Okay.
Yes.
Interesting.
well,
Let's hear this.
Yeah, so he says, and also this guy's obviously is weird because this guy, he uploaded like handwritten notes to a bunch of books he's read. But anyway, I'll talk about that in a second. So this is his review for the Unabomber's book. He says, clearly written by a mathematics prodigy, reads like a series of lemmas on the question of 21st century quality of life. It's easy to quickly and thoughtlessly write this off as a manifesto of a lunatic in order to avoid facing some of the uncomfortable problems it identifies, but it's simply impossible to ignore how prescient many of his predictions about modern society turned out to be. He was a violent individual, rightfully imprisoned, who maimed innocent people. While these actions tend to be characterized as those of a crazy Luddite, however, they are more accurately seen as those of an extreme political revolutionary. A take I found online that I think is interesting. So he's quoting someone else. Quote, had the balls to recognize that peaceful protest has gotten us absolutely nowhere, and at the end of the day, he's probably right. Oil barons haven't listened to environmentalists, but they feared him being the Unabomber.
Yeah, but the Unabomber didn't make any change either, so fuck.
No. But the fact that this guy, Luigi, he's quoting all this really shows you where his headspace was, because this was this year. This is the beginning of this year that he wrote this.
And it makes sense, because what he did was kind of a Unabomber type thing, but
yes.
I doubt it's going to lead to reform.
It's going to lead to nothing.
Yeah, the opposite.
Right. When all other forms of communication fail, violence is necessary to survive. You may not like his methods, but to see things from his perspective, it's not terrorism, it's war and revolution. Fossil fuel companies actively suppress anything that stands in their way. And within a generation or two, it will begin costing human lives by greater and greater magnitudes until the Earth is just a flaming ball orbiting third from the sun. Peaceful protest is outright ignored. Economic protest is impossible in the current system. So how long until we recognize that violence against those who lead us to such destruction is justified as self-defense?
When was that written? When was this written?
January of this year.
Okay. And he's talking about the fossil fuel problem? Definitely a leftist.
Now, he said he didn't write any of this. He's quoting someone.
Oh, he's quoting someone else. Okay.
Right.
Gotcha.
Supposedly. The company he doesn't say who. The company doesn't care about you or your kids or your grandkids. They have zero qualms about burning down the planet for a buck. So why should we have qualms about bringing them down to survive? We're animals just like everything else on this planet, except we've forgotten the law of the jungle and bend over for our overlords when any other animal would recognize the threat and fight to the death for their survival. Violence never solved anything is a statement uttered by cowards and predators. So obviously you see that and you go, oh, well, this guy seems like he's going to go kill somebody, right? Or go enact political violence. So
Doesn't sound like he's opposed to it.
No, I mean, that's in favor of it. That's 100% in favor of political violence.
Yeah,
So,
obviously.
yeah, so it's not like this doesn't seem like this came out of nowhere. I mean, obviously, in this whole idea is a retarded idea because the whole process is okay. Why do we not just like if you just say, oh, whoever I label morally as is a person who is a threat to me and civilization, so I get to enact violence against them. I don't have to go through the system to do so. Then it's like, okay, well, then there is no law and everyone's just killing each other.
Yeah.
Like then there's
the
just
problem.
chaos. There's just anarchy and chaos and terrorism, and there's literally nothing. There's just literally nothing. That's the whole point of the system is that we're all supposed to say, okay, we all have different ideas, different opinions about things. We need to live together in society. How do we do that? Well, we need to create a system of laws and a legal system to adjudicate these matters that we all can rely on and agree upon. And if things don't go our way, we don't get to just murder each other.
Yeah. I like that.
So,
Sounds peaceful.
right. So
What's so funny about peace, love, and understanding, such?
right. Nothing.
Good.
It's just based. Also, so judging by this guy's book stuff and his Twitter, he's really had a lot of like self-help stuff, a lot of stuff about trying to accomplish goals. So obviously he was having problems in life finding direction, as is probably the case with many of these individuals.
Right.
He's a big Tim Urban, What's Our Problem? A self-help book for societies, which I have not read.
Neither have I.
So,
oddly enough.
right.
I don't read a lot of self-help books, so I'm beyond help.
Well, I don't know if it's a self-help or it's kind of like a just like a complaining about society or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so yeah, so the guy's caught, and I guess we'll find out. They're gonna release the manifesto hopefully at some point. Oh, there's a press conference today in New York where they release information which we can watch if you're down, Adam.
Sure, bring it up. Bring it on up. Is this Eric Adams?
This is Eric Adams and other people.
To do. If
You might have to turn it up. It's kind of quiet.
I know. I saw
say
that.
something.
I'll deal with
most
it.
importantly, do something, and they did. And because of that, we believe we have a strong person of interest to deal with this case. I want to now turn it over to the Police Commissioner of the City of New York, Commissioner Tisch.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. Earlier this morning in Altoona, Pennsylvania, members of the Altoona Police Department arrested Luigi Mangione, a 26-year-old male, on firearms charges. At this time, he is believed to be our person of interest in the brazen targeted murder of Brian Thompson, CEO of United Healthcare, last Wednesday in Midtown Manhattan. The suspect was in a McDonald's and was recognized by an employee who then called local police. Responding officers questioned the suspect, who was acting suspiciously.
I saw people on Reddit calling the McDonald's employee a class traitor.
Oh my. Wow.
Terrible.
Wow.
And was carrying multiple fraudulent IDs as well as a U.S. passport. Upon further investigation, officers recovered a firearm on his person, as well as a suppressor, both consistent with the weapon used in the murder. They also recovered clothing, including a mask consistent with those worn by our wanted individual.
I heard that the weapon was some 3D printed thing, some ghost gun.
Yeah, they talk about that. It was a ghost gun.
Also recovered was a fraudulent New Jersey ID, matching the ID our suspect used to check into his New York City hostel before the shooting incident. Additionally, officers recovered a handwritten document that speaks to both his motivation and mindset. NYPD detectives are en route to Pennsylvania as we seek to interview the subject further. This apprehension is thanks to the tireless work of the greatest detectives in the world, and of course, the strong relationships we have with our local law enforcement partners on every level, local, state, and federal. We all serve the same public safety mission. And this case, which captured the attention of an entire nation, is another example of how connected we are and how important it is to work together, share information, and pursue every lead. For just over 5 days, our NYPD investigators combed through thousands of hours of video, followed up on hundreds of tips, and processed every bit of forensic evidence, DNA, fingerprints, IP addresses, and so much more to tighten the net. We deployed drones, canine units, and scuba divers. We leveraged the domain awareness system, Argus cameras, and conducted aviation canvasses. And our detectives also went door to door, interviewing potential witnesses and doing the good old-fashioned police work that our investigators are famous for. This combination of old-school detective work and new-age technology is what led to this result today. And we must also acknowledge the instrumental role the media and the public played in this case. The images that we shared with the public were spread far and wide, and the tips we received led to the recovery of crucial evidence. We should never underestimate the power of the public to be our eyes and our ears in these investigations. This is the third time in 3 weeks that a member of the public has seen something and said something and done something that led to a high-profile arrest. The triple stabbing homicide in Manhattan, the gunpoint robberies in Queens during which an NYPD officer was shot, and now this. Now, the case will continue through the criminal justice process, and while we are proud of today's accomplishment, we must, of course, remember that a family is in mourning. I want to again extend my sympathies to Brian's family, his co-workers, and all who knew him. Finally, I want to thank the women and men of the NYPD, especially our Detective Bureau personnel, with a strong assist from our intelligence analysts. We also thank the SAC of the FBI's Criminal Investigative Division, Leslie Rodriguez-Bekshies. And I want to commend the staff of the Manhattan DA's office, and especially DA Alvin Bragg. He has been working with us 24/7 on this case, and I am incredibly grateful for his partnership. I'll now pass it along to our great Chief of Detectives, Joe Kenny, who will provide additional information. Chief.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon. As a commissioner,
have you seen this?
Yeah, I've seen part of it.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner stated earlier, a male was taken into custody today in Altoona, Pennsylvania this morning. He has been identified as Luigi Nicholas Mangione. He's a male.
What's that accent?
26
He's
years
got
old.
the New York accent. How dare you?
Finally, a New York accent.
He's a New Yorker.
What was that
From
other
Brooklyn.
lady? She didn't sound New York. Sounded like she was from Boston.
Wow.
He was born and raised in Maryland. We know he has ties to San Francisco, California, and his last known address was Honolulu, Hawaii.
San Francisco. Oh, my God.
He has no prior arrest history in New York. Members of the NYPD Detective Bureau are currently traveling to Pennsylvania with members of the Manhattan District Attorney's Office to interview this subject. This case was brought to a successful conclusion based on the coordinated effort between numerous NYPD units, including the Intelligence and Counterterrorism Bureau, our federal partners at the FBI, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, and of course,
a dude that works at McDonald's. It's like they're taking all the credit here, but without the dude that works at McDonald's, you never would have fucking caught the guy. So
That's true.
it's like, come on.
Good for that.
members of the Altoona Police Department in Pennsylvania. On Thursday, one day after this crime was committed, the NYPD released a photo of the shooter in this case. This picture was obtained by the NYPD during one of their extensive video canvasses. We took that photograph and we asked for the public's help in identifying this subject, and the public responded. Hundreds of tips began to pour into our hotline. Each tip was investigated thoroughly, and we began to release additional photographs as they came into our possession. The NYPD provided these photos to numerous media outlets. Local, national, and international outlets released the photo via television, print, social media, and online content. Luckily, a citizen in Pennsylvania recognized our subject and called local law enforcement. Members of the Altoona Police Department responded to the call, and based on their investigation, they notified the NYPD. This investigation is still active and ongoing. Thank you very much.
I had a couple of questions about the document that he was found in possession with. Can you go a little bit more in depth about those motivations that you mentioned? Was that CEO specifically named in that document? Was there anything more about him wanting to go after others? And also in that document, was there any indication that explains us how the level of detail that he went into killing him? Like, is there anything?
Like I said, that document is currently in the possession of the Altoona Police Department as part of their investigation. But just from briefly speaking with them, we don't think that there's any specific threats to other people mentioned in that document. But it does seem that he has some ill will toward corporate America.
Over here, sir.
You think?
Chief,
That's a leftist trait right there.
was the suspect where?
Oh.
I mean, listen. I hope he's like, listen. I'm not a centrist. I'm a socialist, anti-capitalist, leftist. You know, it's funny. So when Kyle and Crystal were reporting on this, they were like looking over like who you follow on Twitter, and they're like, oh, so he's conservative. He's a right winger. I was like, what? Okay.
Why?
I don't know. They interpreted like center is like being right wing, I guess.
So if he follows Jonathan Haidt, who did he follow? Who did they point out specifically?
I don't remember. Maybe I'll go find it and bring it up because I thought it was funny. And Kyle said that he was like, oh, I was very thankful because I was worried he was going to be a big fan of like secular talk.
Oh shit.
Because I don't know if you saw, like his reporting on this was like fucking crazy.
Kyle's was? Kyle
Yes.
Kulinski?
Oh my God.
Because look, Kyle Kulinski thinks the healthcare industry killed his dad, so he's definitely gonna.
Oh, you're right. I
insane.
forgot about. Okay,
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
He's like,
then.
finally, someone's getting even for Poppy.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. I totally forgot about that. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, look, I found a picture of the McDonald's employee that outed him. Right here. Here, I'll bring it up for you, Sitch.
Okay, bring it up for me.
All right. Looks like just a regular Joe.
Wearing a mask at the time he was spotted.
Stupid. There you go.
Did
Got
you
a picture of the
finally
McDonald's
see it?
employee who correctly identified him.
He looks just. Oh, it's Trump.
Exactly.
Trump did it.
There you go.
For those of you just listening, I brought up a picture of Donald Trump working at McDonald's. So
Yes, thank you.
there's a little bit of a lag, so Sitch finally got it.
in the McDonald's. And also, criminal cases often have a linchpin. Can you point to a single linchpin that helped crack this case?
There's numerous linchpins in this case, in the fact that we've recovered an enormous amount of forensic evidence, an enormous amount of video, and once again, with your help and the public's help. So I really couldn't put it on one thing, but if I had to, it would be the release of that photograph from the media.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It's so funny.
Wow.
We did it by releasing the photo.
Oh.
Why not give the guy credit? Why not let that guy be the hero at work?
Oh.
The brave individual that
Maybe he doesn't want his name out there. I mean.
Oh, maybe they're just trying to protect him.
Right.
Well, then they wouldn't even say it was a McDonald's employee then. Why would they even volunteer that information? They're totally throwing this guy under the bus.
I don't know.
Maybe it was Trump. They're a bunch of leftists.
They don't want to give Trump credit for.
Nobody wants to give Trump the credit.
Right. It's either Trump or Grimace.
You said he had a passport on him. Do you believe he was trying to flee the country? And also, are you still looking for any evidence in Central Park in regards to the bike?
We had divers in the water yesterday that came up negative results. The passport, we don't believe that he was planning on doing any traveling at this time. We don't think at this point in our investigation, we don't think he was trying to flee the country.
Person at the McDonald's, were they buying food? What were they doing at that exact moment?
He was an employee at the McDonald's.
What was the suspect doing?
He was sitting there eating.
Caught him! Caught him! He says he cares about healthcare in America, yet he's eating at McDonald's. Hypocrite! Hypocrite! Caught him.
He was playing Tetris on his phone. Like, what the fuck? Who cares? Who fucking cares?
Because they want to know if he's a hypocrite or not.
Oh, okay.
All
They
right?
want to know.
This is important.
Excuse me. What was he eating?
Yeah, exactly.
Was it a salad?
Was it a salad? Was he eating a Big Mac? Super size?
Yo, what happened here? Was he hungry? What did he eat for breakfast?
Will the suspect be brought back to New York and charged here, and when?
We're going to have to work that out with the Manhattan District Attorney's Office in Altoona, Pennsylvania. He's going to be facing gun charges there. And at some point, we'll work out through extradition to bring him back to New York to face charges here, working with the Manhattan District Attorney's Office.
Oh, my God. They're like, we want to pin him for guns here in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
He murdered someone in cold blood on your streets, but we want him for the gun charge.
I know.
Anita from the New York Post. I was just hoping to get more details on the capture itself. Did he put up a fight? Did he say anything to cops? And we've also reported that he published online anti-health care industry rantings. Can you share with us some of the services that he posted on?
We're still working through his social media. We're going to do a complete scrub of that. Preliminarily, like I said, he seems that he has some ill will toward corporate America, but that will all come out as part of our investigation. We're not done here. We're still going to be putting this together. We're still going to be working very hard to bring this to a successful conclusion.
Itself, did he put up a fight? Did he say anything to police?
I don't have that information.
Can you elaborate on how he got there, the path he took from Port Authority and on the George Washington Bridge to Altoona, PA?
Same thing. This just happened this morning. We'll be backtracking his steps from New York to Altoona, Pennsylvania.
I was going to ask if we knew anything, if he took a bus to Philadelphia first and then somehow got to Altoona. But
We're still working on that. We're still working through that.
Is there any indication that anybody else was helping him from the inside, as far as tracking the CEO's movements?
Once again, we're still working this investigation very hard. It's not at its conclusion yet. That could come out during our investigation, but as of right now, we have no indication that took place.
Chief, did he have any weapons or anything like that with him when he was arrested?
He was in possession of a ghost gun that had the capability of firing a 9mm round and a suppressor.
Get into a little bit about the technical aspects of the investigation. I know you deployed an unprecedented amount of technology. You also activated the Sentry program through Intel. Can you talk about how that is going to play into actually building the case as far as cell phone and all of the other technical aspects of what you've done?
In this case, it really came down to technology was the use of drones in Central Park, and really comes down to the video canvas that we did. We used every source of video that we could collect, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours from hundreds of sources, and that helped bring this to where we are right now.
The gun is it believed to be the gun he used in the shooting? And there was some talk that it was a veterinarian type gun. Is that accurate?
No, as of right now, the information we're getting from Altoona is that the gun appears to be a ghost gun. May have been made on a 3D printer. The capability of firing a 9mm round, obviously that will come out during our ballistics testing.
Oliver Barnes from the Financial Times. Do you have any indication how long this handwritten, is it a handwritten manifesto that you found on the suspect? And then also whether or not he put it online at all?
Don't know if it's online. As of right now, it's a handwritten 3-page document.
This is why the gun jammed. It was some 3D printed piece of shit.
Mm-hmm. Chief, does he have ties to that area, and was he someone who knew by name before his arrest?
We believe he may have attended college in Pennsylvania, but like I said earlier, he has ties to Maryland and California and Hawaii.
By name before today, was his name on your radar?
Excuse me?
Was his name on your radar? Was he someone who you had been looking into before his arrest?
No, we did not have his name prior to today.
Chief, hi, how are you? On two things. On the ghost gun, is it something you're going to be looking into to see if he made it himself? And can he make that himself? Or would he have to buy the gun the way it was?
No, once again, that'll be part of our investigation as we follow up.
He made it.
He's going to face
of course.
murder charges, but is there any chance that he could face any other charges because he was targeting the CEO and because of his writings and other things that we're now finding on him? Federal charges or
that determination will be made by Alvin Bragg.
He bought the untraceable gun from his big mouth friend. That's
Well, I mean, I
always the way
guess
to
you
go.
theoretically could buy, you know, if
An
you don't have a 3D
untraceable gun.
printer, you can
Yeah.
buy it like from someone else. But
Sure.
judging from the fact that he seemed to be like a big tech bro, I'm guessing he had a
Yeah.
3D printer.
Well, if I was going to, I mean, what's the difference in buying the gun from someone else who has a big mouth and can just tell law enforcement, oh, yeah, I sold him that gun? The whole point of making a gun yourself is that it's untraceable.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, or just because you can't buy a gun legally. That would be the point, right?
Because you can't buy a gun legally?
Yeah, like if he couldn't buy the gun legally, you just print one.
Yeah, I mean, why keep the gun? Why not dispose of it? Like, it's a smart plan to make a gun, right? You buy fucking resin or whatever you buy for a 3D printer. Like, there's no evidence that you ever bought a gun. And then as soon as you use the gun, you dispose of it. You throw it in the fucking lake. They find the 3D printed gun, but like, that's untraceable.
That's
a
what's
gun
weird.
is traceable.
Right. That is what's weird.
Any
'cause,
gun
like,
with a serial number is traceable.
you would think you're correct. The only reason to have the 3D printed gun is either A, if you can buy a normal gun, which I don't know if he doesn't have a record, I don't know why you can buy one. Or as you're saying, because you want to get rid of it and you don't want it, once you get rid of it, if it's found, you don't want it to be traceable back to yourself.
Yeah. No one knows
And
you
so-
made the gun. It's
Right.
fucking
So what was the point of him keeping the gun? What was the point of him keeping the silencer, keeping the manifesto, all this shit on his person?
dumb.
Well, see, I wonder if actually he was planning on. Here's my headcanon. Okay, originally he was just gonna like ditch everything, but then when he saw all these retards, praising him on social media, he was like gonna try to take out someone else, and like do like make like a
Really?
trend of it.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
I wonder
interesting.
if that was what was going. Because why? Because you're right. Why
That's
else would you keep
interesting.
any of this incriminating evidence?
Yeah, unless
There's
you're going to
no
do it
reason.
again. That's a good.
Right.
That's a good theory.
There's literally no reason to keep any of this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why these ghost guns are scary for law enforcement, is because they find one of these guns and they're like, well, what the fuck do we do?
Right.
Call everyone in the state with a 3D printer.
Right.
Yeah.
on him? Federal charges or
that determination will be made by Alvin Bragg.
Actually, does he have in Pennsylvania that you know of? And are they in Altoona specifically?
We believe he attended college in Pennsylvania.
Know anybody in Pennsylvania?
Wouldn't be able to tell you that.
All right, we're going to take one more question and shooting Marla.
Hear that? College graduate sitch. Obvious leftist.
Statistically.
You talk about the manifesto having said things against corporations, but specifically United Healthcare, and do you believe that Mangione acted alone?
We believe at this point, our investigation is leaning toward he was acting alone. So, like I stated earlier, we're still working through the investigation. We're not stopping today.
What happens if it comes out that he had, like, a family member was denied health care by United and died?
Mhm.
I mean, then people will have a reason to have sympathy for him, at least some sympathy for him. That'll be crazy.
Well, a lot of people are going to have sympathy for him regardless, but you're probably correct. It wouldn't be, or it seems to be probably likely that he had some personal reason to do this action like that.
Well, maybe not. I mean, he could have just done it to be, like, famous.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't be surprising if there was something specifically, right?
If there is, things are going to get weird.
The Vanguard boys who we've talked to, who when we talked to them in the past, they seemed, reasonable. I don't know. I guess since we've stopped talking to them, or since we haven't talked to them, it's been like a year or so, they've become unreasonable. Not only do they seem to spend like almost all their time attacking TYT, but I was listening to them talk about the guy being caught, and they were all like, "Oh no, they're like, get what was his name? OJ's lawyer, who's dead now."
Johnny Cochran.
Yeah, they're like, they're like, bring Johnny Cochran back to life. We got to get this guy off. They were like 100% simping for this guy.
Wow.
I was like, oh, that's pretty gross.
Yeah.
And as far as the manifesto, like I said, I don't have the complete details of that. It's in the possession of the Altoona Police Department.
Yep. Good job, Chief. Commissioner, Chief Manager.
Oh, and it's this corrupt guy. What are they charging him with? Isn't he taking kickbacks or something?
Was that what he was accused of? Bribery of some kind.
Eric Adams taking money. He's like, what? I'm black. You guys are racist.
Wow.
He did that.
He did do that. Yeah. I
He
don't
tried
remember
to do that. Yeah.
I don't remember. I mean, I don't know enough about to know if he's,
if he is
the
black.
cases are valid.
I mean, he
whether
looks
he's black
black
or not.
I think
know
he's
if the
black
charges
passing, at
against him
least.
are valid or not. So.
All right. What's happening here?
Public safety. Public safety, I've stated over and over again, it's a prerequisite to our prosperity, and we're going to continue to make this city a safe city. It's the safest big city in America, but anytime you have a crime of this magnitude, it shocks us, and it really has a major impact on the perception of crime in this city. This crime has continued to go down.
Everyone's like, wow, if this super rich CEO can't even be protected, what chance do I have? Just some daily subway rider, right?
Right.
You're like, I'm fucked. I can't imagine living in New York now. I lived in New York, and it wasn't that bad. Wasn't bad at all. But now, I'd be terrified. LA is getting a little terrifying. Sometimes I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck am I witnessing here?
Mm-hmm.
That guy's just smoking crack.
I know everyone's going to Florida.
Oh my God, yeah.
We're going to continue to do what's needed. Today we announced an Every Block Count initiative, and the blocks that we identified since October, they have not had one shooting or one shots fired job that came over. We're going to add that on to our community link operation that has resulted in over 1,000 operations and over 700 complaints resolved, nearly 16,000 summonses issued, and over 200 people placed.
All right, let's read some super chats unless
I think
you're super interested
talks
in
about
this.
something or like.
Okay.
I don't know if
And
it's
shelter of our community link initiative is extremely important. It operates every day across the city, removing ghost cars, targeting illegal vendors, and addressing the everyday problems that make New Yorkers feel unsafe. The precincts where we have focused on our every block count is the 73rd precinct in Brooklyn and the 46th precinct.
Let's jump ahead a little bit here.
So to the team, it's a big belief on my part. You have to dismantle the historic walls that kept us from operating together. FDNY, DSNY, DOB, DEP, and many, many more will be going. Shows how important it is for us to focus on working class, low-income working class people. Really want to thank Senator Leroy Comrie and State Assembly.
Other big news today, Daniel Penny was found not guilty of the killing of Jordan Neely. I wanted to get your thoughts on that. And then another question. Last week on our morning show, you left the door open seemingly to rejoining the Republican Party. I wanted to know why you didn't say you're a proud
He's like, I'm in
Democrat.
trouble.
Do you find issues with your own party?
First, as I stated when this incident first happened with Jordan, that's my son's name. And so, these incidents that happen in the city is not only professional, but they're personal, and we take that with us. Jordan should not have had to die. And I strongly believe, as I've been stating, probably from day one, we have a mental health system that is broken. When you have someone repeatedly going through that system, that's a signature of failure. And we need help in Albany and in the city council. We can't sit back and mourn the loss of someone that is caught up in this system when we're not taking the action every day. But a jury of his peers heard the case, saw all the facts and all the evidence, and made a decision. And I joined DA Braggs in stating that I respect the process.
My second question last week on leaving the door open about.
So that's a pretty weak statement. You know, he's bringing up the fact that, yeah, he did the whole, you know, oh, it could have been my son thing. But, you know, I thought I'd heard that he kind of changed his tune on that, but it doesn't seem like he really changed his tune from that statement. He just said, oh, I respect the process, right? That's what all the elected officials say when there's some sort of legal outcome that they don't want to comment on or they don't agree with. They say, I respect the process.
Oh, really? He's not saying it's a good thing?
I thought, no, he didn't. He didn't say that it was a good thing. He should have been like, yes, you know, based, guy totally innocent, but no.
I mean, I didn't see the trial, obviously, but I did read some of the coverage, and it seemed like he died because no one at NYPD wanted to give mouth-to-mouth to a junkie.
Right.
Just like, so maybe it's reflecting badly on his police force or something.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's
That's a
why
good
he's
point.
like, I'm just going to like not say anything here.
Not say anything.
Turns
Okay,
out it
that's-
was our fault.
Right. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Joining the Republican Party on our morning show. Why didn't you say you're a proud Democrat, and do you find issues with your own party?
No, it's amazing how things takes legs and create their own creative writing style. I never stated that I was not running as a Democrat. I ran as a Democrat as a senator, as a borough president, as a mayor, and I won. I'm running as a Democrat. I was on Channel 11, and they asked the same question. I said the same thing. I am true blue, but I'm also a true blue-collar mayor. And the American people in general, but specifically here in the city of New York, they're tired of this squabbling after campaigns are over. I don't think anything is more infuriating than while you are dealing with everyday crisis, people are having an intellectual conversation of parties. When I took office as a police officer and as an elected official, I pledged allegiance to the United States of America. That's what I said on your show. And how did I run wild? That's just the nature of the creativity that comes from your industry. I ran as a Democrat. I'm going to run as a Democrat, and I'm going to win as a Democrat like I did.
I do like that. That's a very funny, like, political way of calling the media like full of shit, right?
Totally. Yeah.
Very creative reporting. Yes.
The last time. Good to see you. How are you?
Not too bad. How are you doing?
Good, good.
I was wondering if you could follow up on another comment you made over the weekend about the potential of invoking executive action to override the council and sanctuary city laws. Can you give us any other details about what you're considering doing? I think you've expressed why, but any details about any new policy you're presenting? And one quick follow-up to Kelly's question. Do you think the verdict in the Daniel Penny case says anything about the mood of the city, and do you feel like it opens the door for maybe more of these interactions of people taking justice into their hands, so to speak?
Yeah, good question. And I'll answer the latter first. What you see, what people often do, a lot of people make interpretations, about trials. But juries are in the courtroom. They're hearing every piece of evidence. They are hearing the testimonies. They have to make the decision. And that's the system that we have. And actually, it is probably one of the best systems on the globe. And I think the juries heard the evidence and made a determination based on the evidence that they heard. And does it impact what's going to happen throughout the city, that people are not going to take action or going to take action? I don't think it does. I think that oftentimes people make these decisions when they are in the midst of it. And there's a desire of New Yorkers to help out those who are in need. There's a desire of New Yorkers to always respond when they believe it's necessary. And I don't think that is going to change in any way. This is not the first time, and I'm sure it's not going to be the last time that individuals take actions, and people are going to question about those actions that happen. But at the cornerstone and the heart of this is that this young man, like so many others that are on our subway systems, I made it clear. That's not a place to sleep, to live. That's not a place to be. And when they need help, we need to give them the help that they have. What was your first question?
If you could give us any more details about what you're
That's the sanctuary city. I have not been unclear about this. I've been extremely clear. I've said it over and over again. I said it last year sometime. The part of the law that the city council, they have refused to change, that we cannot communicate with ICE when people commit serious violent acts. I disagree with that. That was not the sanctuary city law that Mayor Koch put in place. It was not the sanctuary city law that Mayor Bloomberg did. The previous administration made a major change. And there was a report over the weekend where a councilperson stated that, why don't you just open up the federal ICE office on Rikers Island? We can't. It's right. So, one should know what the law is and what the law isn't. And if I had legal standings to overturn that law, then that's the conversation I want to have with the court counsel. When we feel the law is unjust, we go to our court counsel and say, do we have legal standards? We're not going to do frivolous lawsuits just to say we're doing a lawsuit.
Add crime, because there is a list of crimes where someone committed them, you can release a detainer if ICE has a judicial warrant. So is it a matter of adding more crimes? Is it a matter of what you just mentioned, allowing ICE to work on city property? Any specifics you can give us?
My directions to the Corp Council was to give me my options on what I could do as the mayor and what EO I can actually put in place. They are looking through the options. They're extremely clear on my feelings about people who harm innocent New Yorkers and people who harm migrants and asylum seekers. I'm clear on that no one in this city should be the victim of a violent crime. And so they're looking at that, and once we make a determination, I can circle back.
Yeah. Hi.
Yes.
How are you? Good, thank you. I just wanted to circle back onto the Daniel Penny verdict. Should the governor remove District Attorney Alvin Bragg after losing this case, which you previously signaled is a case
Get rid of his ass. Drop his ass.
And then I just wanted to follow up with, is the jury's decision a reflection that New Yorkers are sick of a soft-on-crime justice system?
Sick of what?
They're sick of a soft-on-crime justice system.
No, she should not remove D.A. Bragg's.
Yeah, no shit. Like, he never should have brought this case, obviously. And if he lost it, he just wasted fucking city resources. This is your tax dollars, your fucking property tax, your sales tax, going to this fucking nonsense.
Yep.
The people voted for the district attorney. We have a process, and I am totally against using mechanisms to overstep the boundaries of the electeds. And so, no. And we've had great partnership with the district attorney and some of the things that we have done in the city, and we look forward to continue to.
Yeah, because he's keeping his mouth shut on all your corruption. Whatever.
To do that. New Yorkers have always been.
You know it's true, right?
Probably.
New York is notoriously one of the most corrupt cities. Same with Chicago. They just have a reputation for fucking corruption. What do you mean?
How dare you?
Jake, it's Chinatown, okay? You know how things go around here. It's Chinatown. That's New York. That's Chicago all the way. I mean, LA might be drifting down that path too. Jeez.
Tired of things that are.
What?
I was gonna say I don't think there's any incest in this story. So.
China. It's Chinatown, Jake. It's my sister and my mother. Oh my God, this is such a weird movie.
Allow people who commit violent acts to be part of a revolving door system. I talked about this over and over again, that we need to deal with those who are repeatedly dealing with carrying out violent acts and those who need help. I mean, 18% to 20% of those who are on Rikers Island have severe mental health issues. 51% have mental health issues. That's why my call of using one of the 4 jails that we're opening to turn it into a state-of-the-art psychiatric facility.
Oh my God, they're going back to the system they had back in the fucking 60s.
Isn't that funny? Yeah.
They're like, oh, wow, what a mistake it was to just throw everyone out of the insane asylums. Turns out a huge part of the population is, in fact, insane. Maybe we shouldn't let them wander around the streets with normal, productive people. Oh my God. Revolutionary idea.
We could do a better job and we could do better resources, and it can't be waiting until these
This is as soon as as soon as we perfect humanoid robots, that will be useful for things like this. Because the problem with the insane asylums is they attracted a lot of the really fucking weird people, because like it's such a bummer place to work that it's tough to keep like normal, healthy people in those kinds of environments. So it's, it's like working in a slaughterhouse, right?
Right.
What kind of fucking crazy person wants to work
Who
there
wants
their
to do
entire
that
lives?
job?
Yeah,
Right,
exactly. But once they have perfected robots, I mean, robots would be perfect for that environment, right? And they would take excellent care of the patients. They would get the best care ever. They wouldn't be taken advantage of, or yeah, it'd be great. Soon.
Be
5
nice.
years. I give it 5 years.
5 years.
Yeah.
You think it's gonna be economic in 5 years to do that?
I mean, if you think of it in terms of employees, yeah, of course. Because what does an employee cost you? $200,000 a year, $300,000 a year
Versus a robot.
Yeah, and yeah, and look, we're not making cars. Cars don't cost 200,000. Obviously, you can buy some cars for that, but what do we make a car for? Like, you think a robot's more complicated than a car?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, come on. There's a lot, like a car weighs.
Infinitely.
Think how much more a car
Yes.
weighs.
It's not it's more complicated. It might not be in the future, but it's significantly more complicated right now.
Well, I mean,
obviously, we have had cars for many, many years. We haven't had robots.
Procuring I'm talking about expense though. Cars have been, as a proportion of your income, cars have not changed much as far as the expense goes. So I'm saying
the fact that
obviously a robot will be a very expensive investment, but look how much you can do with it. Right?
I understand.
Just like a car.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, there might be a time in the future. Like, it's like saying, okay, is your computer more complicated than your car? Well, maybe not now, because all the cars have computers in them, right? But there was a time period where your car was still just mostly mechanical and your computer was far more complicated than your car.
Right.
And so, I mean, obviously, the computer was far more complicated. That's why we developed cars before we developed computers.
Well,
and so
there's multiple factors though in pricing.
Wait. So I'm just saying is that, yeah, like, obviously, when robots first come out, they're going to be more expensive than a car is going to be. Now, maybe at some point in the future, they'll be priced down because we'll be able to just manufacture them, in mass, but we're not there yet.
Yeah, there's more than one factor, obviously, in pricing. There's how much people can afford. You can't make a product that is just, if we're making $1 million robots, obviously people are not going to be able to afford them. There is the level of complexity, which we're talking about. There's also the amount of materials that go into whatever the product is, right? More materials will have to go into a robot, less than a car, but more than a cell phone, right? So procuring those materials is part of the production process. But I don't like, already they're coming up with humanoid robots. And I don't know the pricing on them, but I can't imagine them. I think they will price them about the same amount as cars. People will have all kinds of leasing options, just like they do with cars. Like, there's just so many different ways people will be able to buy robots. And they'll be so useful. Like, everyone will it'll be like the new dishwasher. All your dishes can be done by hand, though. And they'll be able to mow the lawn and do your taxes and all kinds of shit. Be great.
We'll see.
But if you get caught fucking your robot, then the lease is up. They're going to take it back from you. They're going to label you a degenerate and throw your ass in fucking degenerate jail.
Well,
So
then no
don't
one's going to
try
have a
that.
robot, Adam, because everyone's going to fuck their robot.
Can you imagine? There's going to be all these YouTube videos on how to basically modify your robot.
Jailbreak your robot so you can fuck it. Yeah, obviously.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. We're going to have to install the fleshlight too. So it's going to be more detailed than just jailbreaking your robot.
This happened, then everybody stands up and say something's wrong. We need to stand up before something happens.
Hi, Mayor.
Oh, you remember?
Good. When you meet with Tom Homan this week, are you planning to talk with him about migrants who are living in the shelter system? And do you plan to express anything to him about the threats of deportation, about your concerns about people who are here who are law-abiding?
We're going to have a host of conversations, but at the root of my conversation is how do we secure our border. I want to share some of my strategies. We need a real decompression strategy. It's important to go after those who are committing serious crimes, particularly those dangerous gangs that have come from Venezuela, and now we're finding them on the streets of our country. And I'm interested to hear his ideas on how we're going to go about that. And I'm excited about the conversation.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. On the Daniel Penny verdict, too, I understand you're saying you respect the process. I'm just wondering if you think this is the right verdict. You said last week that you wanted the jury to reach the right verdict. You also said last week that Mr. Penny did, quote, what we should have done as a city in his interaction with Jordan Neely. I'm just wondering if you can elaborate a little bit on what you meant by that on a totally different issue. There was a mayoral forum over the weekend, specifically about.
All right, I looked it up. As of now, the exact price of the X1 Neo robot is not publicly available, but estimation suggests it cost around $20,000 based on price point that the company like Tesla and 1X Technologies are aiming for with their humanoid robots like Optimus and Neo.
What's it gonna do?
20,000. You haven't seen the videos for the Neo?
I've seen them.
Well, the Neo can do. What do you mean? It's gonna fucking vacuum your living room and shit.
If you could have,
it's gonna mow your lawn.
If they have like a humanoid shaped robot, they can just do any chore for 20 grand. No fucking way. I don't believe that. I refuse to believe that.
Why?
That's way too cheap. That's insane.
It's got to be like 20 grand is a huge amount of money. Like that's expensive.
Not for an infinite worker. That's like nothing. Then you would be right. Then you'll be right. That in 10 years there'll be like no jobs because everything will be a fucking robot.
Well, look, and not only that, if you can make the Neo a fucking McDonald's employee, what the fuck? They're gonna be buying them 100,000 at a time.
I know.
That's why I'm just like, it's coming. I'm serious.
Okay.
This is in beta testing right now. This Neo is in a bunch of people's homes so it can mow their fucking lawn and do their laundry. Yes. Look, right now the Neo is sorting whites and colors so it can like do laundry and collect data. Yes. It's coming, Sitch.
Okay.
Get ready.
Housing, where 3 candidates committed to, quote unquote, freezing the rent, more or less directing the rent guidelines board to not do an increase next year. Is that something you would support? And if not, why? And on these mayoral forums, you didn't show up to this one. Are you going to show up to any of these, or why do you keep skipping?
Yeah, first, do I think it's the right verdict or the wrong verdict? The jury made their decision. I respect, like the DA, I respect the process, and that was the process. And what I was saying about we should have been standing up for those passengers. That's what we should have done for the city. And standing up for those passengers mean address the mental health crisis we have in the city, and not just wait until incidents like this happen. And determination of him that he stood up, rightfully or wrongfully, that came in front of a jury of his peers. What was your second question?
The mayoral forum over the weekend.
Yeah, we got many forums that are going to take place, and what I've learned when I was campaigning, a lot of people talk about the ideas of what they can do, what they want to do. One thing no one can say, I did it. All the things that I said, for the most part, that I was going to do, from dyslexia screening to reducing tax on low-income New Yorkers to bringing down crimes to high-speed broadband for NYCHA residents to investing in foster care children to do tax incentives for low-income New Yorkers to turn around the unemployment rate. I can give you the whole list. So what they're doing is wishful thinking. I put the team together to make it happen for housing conversion, and I'm happy to hear that they all have woke up and realize we have a housing crisis, and now they're coming up with visions. But it's starting from the fact We had the most comprehensive housing reform in the history of the city. That's what we got to remind everybody. And all those who are running that are elected already, the question should be, where have you been? So if you had all these visions before, don't wait until you decide to run for mayor. We're doing it. And so good luck to them. And I'm looking forward to some of the forums and some of the debates. I'm looking forward to them because I have something to run on, not just a dollar in a dream.
Freezing rent, is that something you would support for the Archbishop?
Shut up.
Mr. Mayor, so this morning, the City Council and Public Advocate filed a lawsuit over your suspension of the local law 42, I believe, the solitary confinement bill. I'm just wondering what your reaction is to that, they're trying to prevent you from suspending that law.
And it would be played out in courts. We just have a difference of opinion here. First of all, we don't have a sanctuary city. I mean, we don't have a solitary confinement, and I don't know why they keep saying that. We don't have a solitary confinement. And I'm not a hard guy to figure out. I made it clear over and over again. Public safety. And I don't go to Rikers Island just to, have a photo op. When I went on Thanksgiving Day, it was to talk to the correction officers and the inmates. It was to walk through and see, are we making progress? I've been on Rikers Island more than any mayor in the history of this city. And my job is to make sure correction officers are safe, the civilian employees are safe, and inmates are safe. 80% of those who are assaulted on Rikers Island are assaulted by other inmates. And I need to make sure that they're safe. And the way the law was written, it jeopardized their safety, and we took necessary steps after communicating with the Corporation Council, and the courts will make that decision.
Yeah, Mayor Adams, with the CEO shooting, there was a constant stream of updates, surveillance images, Crime Stopper alerts, TV news spots, requests for information from the NYPD. But I wanted to ask you about the killing of a migrant teenager last week in the financial district. A group of men attacked him and another migrant after reportedly asking him whether he spoke English or not. What updates do you have in that case? And do you have images of the suspects in that case? And if so, why haven't those been publicized, as we saw in this other case? And has the same amount of police resources been spent on his death as the CEO's death?
First and foremost, the fact pattern that you just described about asking, did he speak English? That was not in any of the reports. That was not in any of the interviews, because I specifically asked the investigators and the commissioner, and that was in any documentation or any of the interviews that took place. Any loss is a huge loss. And there are aspects of that incident that is slightly different from what was reported and is currently receiving the necessary manpower to bring the person to justice. And we don't believe a loss of a death of an innocent life should be ignored. But when you have a specifically targeted...
Yeah, are we going to move on anytime soon? Or
Okay, we can move on.
I think this is getting a little boring, but...
Wow. Okay, that's fine.
Well,
with this story, yeah, we can move on. With this story, it was weird because, like, when it first came out, there was, as he said, there's, people were framing it like they asked him if he was an immigrant or something, and he's saying that that's not true. They're also saying that they were white, but apparently that the people that was reported originally that did this, that killed this person, were not white. So there's like a lot of like weird reporting all about this story.
And what is the story?
That there was someone who was an immigrant that was killed. And there was this reporting that someone asked them, "Are you an immigrant?" and then killed them when they answered that they were. So, and they're trying to make this point that, like, oh, there was all this, national media and coverage about the CEO who was killed, but there wasn't any coverage about this immigrant who was killed. So somehow this shows you America's racist or something.
All right.
Anyway, we can move on.
Oh, okay.
It's fine.
Thank goodness.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Thank you so much, J-Mac, our surrogate father, for the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you and welcome new members.
Yes. J-Mac, our surrogate father, for another $20 says New York should have just given Daniel Penny a lifetime subway pass and a sheriff's badge, also a complimentary cowboy hat. I like that.
True. That
is
would have
a
been
good, yeah.
great. That would have been the perfect
I do like
solution
that.
to everything. And fire Eric Adams. Or not Eric Adams, but
The
the
prosecutor.
DA. Yeah.
Yeah,
What's his
DA.
name?
Bragg.
Yeah, that's it. Alvin Bragg.
Lou Silver for $20. Thank you, Lou. Says, you guys, it's simple. He wanted to get caught. He kept the gun so he could prove it was him. He wanted the evidence. He was planning on getting caught all along. He wants to be famous. He wants his 15 minutes.
That could
I
be
mean,
the case. Yeah.
Yeah, that could be the case. But then what's the point of going through the trouble of getting a ghost gun in the first place? Just get a
Yeah.
normal gun. If you're not worried about getting caught, then why even bother?
Yeah.
I don't
Get
know.
a
Maybe there's some other
fucking
thing that we don't know about yet, but
RPG, right? Really
There
make
you
a
go.
spectacle of it.
that would be probably difficult to get your hands on. So
Just print one.
just print an
Print one
RPG.
up. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know if that's if they're there yet. And also to get the ammunition, I don't know if you just go get that. Anyway, let me start with the super chats from Sunday that we missed. There was a 23-month member chat. Thank you so much, Philip Kogans, for 23 months. Says YouTube actually sent me a notice this week only for you not to be on time. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, wow.
Pretty
Look
funny.
at that.
The one time you finally get the notice, doesn't matter.
well.
Bruins for 10 Canadians says, I can't watch live tonight. We'll catch up tomorrow. Love you guys. Best politics stream with the best community. Isn't even remotely close. Cheers. I'm going to get too drunk to chat later. There you go. Well, now you can watch us live today.
Yeah. Or just on the rerun.
Goro Sarah for $10 says, sorry for the confusion. TDSL. Oh, that was right from the other day. It's Trump Trump dick sucking lips. We can't use the terms far right or woke right as the word right can be taken as correct. We should adopt East Wing versus West Wing.
That's a beautiful solution, Goro
like
Sarah.
that.
Yeah.
Yes. Lives in Deswall specifically for 19 months. Thank you so much. Says PSA, Chinese hackers are deep in telecom networks. 3 letters recommended encrypted messaging apps and authentic app for TFA. How the turntables. There you go.
How the tables have turned, right? Is that, I think, what you meant to say, but
No, they said turntables.
Oh.
But that was the joke.
Gotcha.
But I mean, we use Zoom, and I think Zoom is controlled by China, so obviously China has all of our
Nothing we do on Zoom is private though, so
That's
I guess
true.
we have had some private chats on
They
Zoom.
do. They have
so.
all of our secret right before we start the stream when we say all the secret things. Okay.
If those chats come out,
Right.
it's not going to be devastating at all.
Jeff Schatz for $20. Thanks so much. Jeff Schatz says, don't date robots. The Space Pope. That's right. You're gonna see a lot of memes. I always think of that, the Futurama episode. Don't date robots. Yeah.
I love that episode.
Drew the Dogman for $2 says, Cenk is still a radical socialist. Don't be fooled. Wow.
I don't think
Skeptical.
so, but
Yeah, I don't think so. Jonathan Rosler for 27 months. Thanks so much. Says, Sitch and Adam for the crimes of missing your Sunday stream. I hereby sends Adam to watching a movie musical. And for Sitch, a live face reveal.
Wow.
Do you know who
Coming
else
after
liked
you.
Wicked, Adam?
Who?
Ben Shapiro.
No way. That's crazy.
There you go.
Well, I guess maybe I'll have to see it when it comes out on video. And I can
Lucifer
take
the-
random breaks from the boredom.
That Lucifer the Doorman for 5 Canadians says, remember the scene from Sixth Sense when the main character found the video and played at the funeral? Makes you think. I don't remember that scene. I remember there's a scene there at a funeral and Haley Joel Osment plays a video. I don't remember what happens. Metal Rules 81 for 1 month says, this is why Stephen Michael Davis's video on why the online left would have hated FDR is perfect, because FDR made deals with Dixiecrats. These guys cry just talking Republicans. Completely true. They would hate FDR for that, and they also hate FDR for gatekeeping out the socialist.
Yeah, that's true.
A Knight of Galahad for $5 says, I expect this from the left. It was weird seeing Ben Shapiro fight with some of his fans on the right about it. Yeah, it's hard to tell how much of like stuff is AstroTurf when you have the comment sections and stuff. So maybe some of it's that, but some of it is just that there's a lot of right-wing populists who are, this is where the woke right stuff comes in, who are totally on board with, just killing business people, CEOs, people that are not committing crimes, taking these sort of violent vigilante actions into their own hands.
So now woke means populist.
There you go. It could.
Well, it's like, oh my God, what the fuck does this
No,
word mean?
I'm saying it to intentionally trigger you. But
okay.
No, but yeah, no, it's not that, it's actually not that surprising. There's it's interesting that, a lot of people on the right have sort of turned against a lot of big business. Part of it's because they don't really like neoliberal economics anymore, even though they've supported it for 40 years. And part of it's just because big business has become woke. So it kind of makes it easy to turn against them.
Oh, look at that. Big business is woke now.
It's true. Dr. Diller, thanks so much for $10, says, Sitch, I don't know how to say this, but these food poisoning incidents are no accident. Sammy is trying to kill you. But just like everything she does, she's terrible at it. I could do much better.
That can't be true.
There you go.
Like, how hard can it be to poison someone? Come on.
I don't know. It's a good question.
Or Sammy.
Nathan Margolis for $2 says, Merry Christmas to my favorite Jew and atheist. Well, thank you, Nathan. Merry Christmas.
Thanks.
Metalworks 411.90 for $10 says, what bothers me about the CEO assassin is how many normal people and right wingers are also ragging on his unlife and not just the left. We really need to fix this country's healthcare. That is true. I mean, I feel like one of the few people that ever criticized Biden for this. He ran on a public option, and then when he won the election, silence. They didn't even try. So
that's true. Yeah. He brought it up in that debate with Trump.
And they couldn't even at first you say, okay, it's like in the middle of COVID. Maybe they don't got time for that. Right. But COVID ended. They didn't even try to do anything. So, and healthcare didn't even really come up that much in the debates or conversations about what anyone planned to do about it. Cause it just seems like no one has an idea. Trump ran on, I'm going to repeal and replace for 4 years and never did anything. And now he has a concept of a plan.
He has a concept of a plan.
Right. And Biden said he was going to do a public option. He had a plan and then didn't even try to implement it. So,
He made Marty the head of the FDA, though.
Right. There you go.
So, and I did read that article that I sent you, and the person is just some unhinged leftist. Just basically looking for, I mean, they straw man Marty's position, turn him into some crazy conspiracy theorist. I mean, I read his book and he's not remotely anti-science or anything like they paint him in that article. So,
interesting.
yeah. And they paint him that way just off of some random clip or something.
That's what they do.
Weird. Yeah, of course.
Right.
Minimal information. And here is the proof. This person is anti-science. This doctor and surgeon. I think he was at Johns Hopkins Medical Center too. It's like, do you really think doctors and surgeons at Johns Hopkins Medical Center are anti-science?
Yes.
I mean, maybe in the gender clinic.
Yes. Contrast for 32 months says, good to see Sitch took his teaspoon of cement. S-Class tries to unalive themselves by running Tesla in their garage.
Wow.
Terrible. Obviously, the only way to do that is you also have to let the salt water flood into your garage so your car catches on fire.
Can you imagine someone being that stupid? The Tesla's on. What's happening?
Yeah. M8566 for $5 says, had to deal with right-wingers rooting for the corpse for 4 years. Now so many left are rooting for the corpse. It's so frustrating. True. RBGH fan for $5 says, it's corporate versus populist. Many think there's too much socialism to corporation subsidies, contracts, and favorable regulations. Corporate doesn't. ... Okay. I mean, I know it's corporate versus populist. Yeah. Maga Man for $10 says, have you been following Kyle Kalinski's X account lately? Is homie losing his mind? Is Crystal making him even more far left? I have not. I saw him. I mean, I saw his video where he was essentially justifying the people killing the CEO, like pretty hardcore justifying the people killing the CEO. But I had forgotten that he blamed health insurance for his own family member's death. So I guess that kind of explains why he's pretty unhinged on that topic.
He wants Medicare for all.
Yeah, well, that's fine. You want Medicare for all for not wanting, CEOs to be killed.
Executed in the street by vigilante justice.
Yes.
It's kind of weird.
Mm-hmm. Telegore for $10 says, many of my friends are praising the deleting of the United Healthcare CEO. Thanks for being reasonable. How would you talk people down from extreme positions like that A-team statement here? So my position is either, well, it's twofold. You either believe in democracy and rule of law or you don't. It's really that simple. Because if you're going to sit there and seal clap and say, oh, it's good that this person assassinated a guy who was running a company, who was doing something completely legal, totally within the bounds of the law, if you don't like it, then shut the fuck up. And you need to start, first of all, it's twofold. You're a fucking, all those people that were cheering this on are all fucking cowards, because they'll go out there and they'll cheer this on, but they're too fucking cowardly to risk their YouTube channels or their social media accounts to actually advocate for it directly. Okay, so for number one, those people are fucking bitch ass cowards because they're doing it without doing it. Because they actually, for all people that are so against liberalism and capitalism, all this stuff, they got to protect their capital first and foremost. Number one.
I thought you said Kyle Kalinski though was advocating for it, and
he's doing it in a way that's like enough cover so that he's not going to get kicked off YouTube.
Really? Okay.
Yes, I said he was justifying it. He's not telling people to go out and kill any people. But that's what they all do. They all like soft justify. They all like justify it and like kind of soft advocate for it in a way that doesn't get them kicked off of YouTube, obviously, because they're all hypocrites. But anyway, so the way that I look at it is you either believe in rule of law and democracy or you don't. Because if you're going to say, well, I think it's justified. If your position is, I think it's justified to go kill a person who's doing something that's 100% lawful and legal, then you have no ground. You have no basis to, if someone goes and starts killing abortion doctors, you have no basis to tell them not to do that, because you've ripped off, the Band-Aid on this. You've opened, the bottle, and the genie's going to be out on this one. When you say people can just engage in vigilante justice against people that are doing legal things you think are immoral. You have no right to tell any people to not just kill whoever the fuck they want for any political reason whatsoever.
Mow down weed dealers.
There you go. Mow down weed dealers, right?
Yeah, sure.
So,
or jaywalkers.
Or just start killing politicians from the other team.
Yeah.
You say, oh, start killing innocent people because you're like, oh, well, it has something to do with Israel, which is what, or the genocide in Gaza or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way to, the whole point of like law is that you need some sort of regulatory process, some sort of judicial process that we all say, okay, these are the rules, and we all can, understand it, and we can all, fight with our, non-violently through politics to try to get these rules in some favorable way that we like and compromise, about things. And if you just say, fuck all that, I'm just gonna start killing people willy-nilly, there is no end to that. There's no stopping, because that's the whole point. There's no breaks to that. You're saying there are no breaks, there are no rules. I get to kill whoever I want. I get to base my morality. I get to kill whoever I want based on my morality. There's no stopping. There's literally no stopping point from that. And all the people that are just clapping this on because they don't like healthcare, congratulations. I don't fucking like healthcare either, but you're a fucking retard if you're clapping that on. You understand absolutely nothing. Now they're fine because all those dumb fucks clapping it on, like nothing's going to happen. It's not like those people, everyone's too much of a coward, too much of a bitch to actually start some sort of like horrible change or a bunch of people to start doing all this stuff, but the potential's there.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, most people are in favor of killing evil people.
Right.
The problem is, who are the evil people, right?
Identifying the evil people,
Yeah.
yes. And doing it in a way that we all agree upon.
That's
because
the
we don't all agree
difficulty.
who the evil people are. Some people think Donald Trump is evil.
Yeah. Yep.
So
some people think homeless people are evil.
Some people think that, yeah. It's so stupid. It's so obvious. It's so stupid. People just want to meme on social media because, it's fun.
Mm-hmm.
But when, it's whatever. It's just, it's unfortunate because as much as I do like, I think mainstream media has a lot of problems. And I'm happy, obviously, as someone who's part of, the independent political media class, it is disturbing to see that with like no brakes on, with no sort of oversight, just the overwhelming number of people in independent media who could just, advocate for violence and say the stupidest shit ever. You wouldn't get this unhinged level of content, back in the day you still don't even get it on mainstream media. There is still some sort of regulatory process. So
like as soon as the wheels really start coming off of society and it looks like those people are going to have to face violence themselves, oh man, like it would flip like night and day.
Yeah, they cry foul. They totally cry
Of
foul.
course, of course. They'd be the first ones to pick up and call 911, right?
Right. I mean, the Daniel Penny situation is the perfect example of this. It's, they're cheering on this, the person taking justice in their own hands and killing the CEO guy completely blatantly, and a guy who's stopping someone who's acting, is threatening people, and the guy dies not intentionally, but dies probably because of a drug overdose, even though Daniel Penny put him in the recovery position, was not trying to kill him. They're like, oh, put that person away forever. You want these people, these fucking retards, these psychopaths, these dumb fucks. You want this faceless mob of retards to be the ones that adjudicate, who's to kill and who's not to kill. That's the whole point. You don't want the mob of retards making these decisions. That's the whole point of having a legal system, because the mob is not trustworthy at all.
Yeah. They don't care about innocent until proven guilty. And look, they'll find you guilty just based on a hunch, just by the color of your skin.
Yes. Yes, exactly. They get into the big frenzy and they go, lynch them, kill them.
Yeah.
Everyone gets hyped up and you become total NPC brain.
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't want to go out on a limb about the CEO guy because I don't know what kind of
I don't either. He could be, that guy could be
shit he's into. Right. Yeah.
That guy could be evil. It could turn out that he's a fucking, maybe it'll turn out like he wasn't killed for anything with the healthcare. He was killed because he's a pedo and he was kidnapping, raping children or something, right? I don't know, but my whole point is the people that are advocating for this, they don't know a shit about this guy. They don't know anything about it. They just go, oh, CEO, healthcare. I'm glad he's dead.
Yeah, and there is something sick because I can't help but think there's some element of jealousy here, where they're thinking, oh, this guy's a wealthy, successful person, and just to see a wealthy, successful person suffer is like, oh, that's the joy for them.
Yes, that's a lot of
joy.
It too.
Yeah,
right. That's a good point. That's a lot of it too.
His family is suffering. Oh, good, nice. I hope they're crying.
Right.
Those rich fucking nepo babies. Yeah.
Right.
So it is like a resources thing. And I don't see how you can say, oh, look, I mean, this is the interesting thing, because they tie it into healthcare and all of a sudden the thing that makes them feel good is like morally righteous. They're like, oh my God, we're helping the people, the sick people, by murdering this rich bastard that we hate.
Right. Yeah, and it's a privileged position, and it's a cowardly privileged position.
Yeah.
Because if these people actually who are advocating for this actually caused more violence to occur and would have to be responsible for their rhetoric, they wouldn't be saying it. Right. They say it from the safe confines of a functioning society where, most of the time in their lives, things are operating according to rule of law, and they don't have to drive down the street and wait for the hut tax people to come. Right.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Or the roving, gang of barbarians to come, because all of society is broken down. for their stupid shit. So they get to sit there on social media and go, based CEO dead, yes, based. It's like, okay.
That's a big difference between the left and the right. The right just has a higher sense of threat perception than the left does. And it makes total sense when you look at it, because it is kind of the leftists that are always flirting with society falling apart and thinking, oh, this will be a good thing. Right?
Well, well, I don't know if I don't think they have a higher sense of threat perception. I think they have different, they just perceive threat coming from different directions.
Mhm.
So the left does not perceive the threat coming from barbarism, like at all.
Mhm.
But and so like, because they think all the threat comes, this comes from my left-right definition that I'm a big fan of. The left sees all the threats as coming from the system, but then the right, they have the super high, threat, coming from, immigrants and, people subverting the system and all this other stuff, but they kind of can ignore threats within the system, systemic injustices that are being produced in the system.
Yeah, it's hard for me to think that the left is not just like using a phony sense of threat perception for political convenience, though, because it's like the threat perception immediately evaporates. Like the perfect example is the COVID vaccine, right? They're completely skeptical of corporations. Corporations are only out to get rich off of you. They'll do anything, cover all safety concerns, right? They've got the smoking example. They've got the fossil fuels example, right? But as soon as it's politically inconvenient for them to be afraid of corporations because of the vaccine situation, then all of a sudden it just evaporates. Well, it'll be fine.
Yeah, but okay. There's something that's not quite what happened. So whenever we talk about like the left and the right, we have to remember that we're talking in like general ideological statements, and all these things can be very different depending on the specifics. And the number one thing that's going to change the outflow, or the output, I should say, of how all this left-right shit is going to be directed is tribalism. That's the number one thing that's going to affect how this stuff flows. You saw it with Obama, you saw it with Trump, you saw it with Biden, but to a lesser extent, and you're seeing it with Trump again. And so
tribalism is going to override threat perception.
Tribalism is going to override threat. It's going to direct how the threat perception is perceived. Exactly. And
but in the situation I'm laying out, everyone in the tribe has a lower sense of threat perception.
Well, wait, hold on.
And everyone in the other tribe has a much higher sense of threat perception.
No. Hold on. So when Trump was president, I heard from like everybody, okay, I'm not going to take the vaccine. I don't trust the vaccine. That's, things that you're saying. It's, their money. I'm going to let other people take it first, blah, 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 blah. But as soon as it became, and because it was related, Trump was like hyping it up. But as soon as it became a political issue, where it was like the right was against the lockdowns and the right was against the vaccine, the left did a total flip-flop in 180 because they didn't want to be associated with the right. They have to differentiate themselves. So they go, oh, well, if they're anti-lockdowns, I'm pro-lockdowns. Oh, if they're anti-vaccines, I'm pro-vaccines. And so the tribalism overrides the original view on the issue and completely takes over the threat perception. Because now the threat is, I don't want to be on the same team as the right, because the right is the bad guys, and whatever they're perceiving, they're wrong about stuff.
But the claim is that the left has lower threat perception and the right has higher threat perception.
I'm saying they don't. I'm saying they have different threat perceptions.
I know you're saying that, but you're making a counterclaim.
The left has very high threat perception for racism and systemic injustices.
But that even goes into even goes into my argument that the threat perception is only for political convenience and not that they're actually scared. Like I don't think the left is actually scared of racism at all. I think they're playing it up to, gain a political advantage. They're saying that the threat of racism is everywhere so that they can gain a political advantage. But the way that they act, I don't think that they actually believe that it is a threat. Like, and look, the whole defund the police thing, I mean, that just screams of like, not like they can't perceive a threat.
I completely disagree with you.
Okay.
Because if we're talking about politicians, then yeah, okay. Let's remove politicians from the equation because politicians are inherently, not trustworthy individuals, right?
Right. Yeah.
We're just talking about like
Rank and
people.
file. Yeah.
Right. Rank and file
Conservatives
people.
and progressives.
Right.
Yeah.
Those people 100% buy all the propaganda about racism. That's why when you ask them these questions, they say, how many people, the police kill unarmed black men? They're like thousands, right?
Mm-hmm.
They believe it. They're not making it up. They believe it's up. That's why they were supporting all those super woke DAs, being put into all those places. And then they just, ruin all these cities with the super lax criminal laws. And they're like, oh, oops, I guess that was a mistake. Right.
So
they believe it. They 100%
the
believe
police
that
because they see the police as the threat.
Yes. They see the police as like the threat coming from within the system that is oppressing, the underprivileged people, right? Whether it be poor or minorities, which is the left this is what I'm saying. The left has very sensitive threat detection when it comes to the perception that there is a stronger force that's part of an entrenched system that's oppressing, an underprivileged group. If that's like the way it's framed, they have hyper threat detection, right? But when it's the reverse of that, when it's someone who maybe is part of a quote underprivileged group that's committing crime or oppressing someone who's not, then the threat detection goes out the window. When it comes to the threat of barbarism and the breakdown of society, threat detection goes out the window.
That makes my argument because the threat detection is only mitigated by whether or not it's politically convenient.
It has nothing to do with convenience. I don't know why I keep saying that. It's ideologically based.
I don't think people on the left are afraid of the police. I don't think they are. I don't think they have like this threat that they're talking about. I don't think it is an honest threat. Like I think conservatives, when they talk about the threat of crime, I think they perceive that as a legitimate threat, like something that could tangibly affect their lives or hurt them or hurt their families.
It's not. Okay.
I don't think the left perceives of police as a tangible threat to them. I think it's politically convenient for them to talk about the police being a threat to marginalized
You're missing
people.
something here. If you ask a white lefty, okay, are they afraid that the police are going to kill them or shoot them, whatever? They probably say no because they're white. But they honestly think it's because they're white that's protecting them in their interaction with the police.
Yeah, but
they think they have an honest fear. They honestly believe that the police are racist against black people. Okay. And that is what's getting them killed. They're not making that up.
So are they defunding the police because they see the police as a threat or because they don't see
other
the police
people?
as
a threat to other people. Yeah.
Okay. But defunding the police also goes to the argument that they aren't aware that this is a threatening stance to have cities that have no police, no law enforcement. That's where I'm making the argument that they're super low on threat detection.
Okay, I don't know why you're repeating yourself. And you're saying things that don't have it. You're not countering my argument at all. I've already said that
I am counting.
You're not.
My argument is that people on the left, for whatever reason, have a much lower level of threat detection. They're like, everything is safe. We're in a safe environment. We don't have to worry about it. We can defund the police and everything will be fine.
Okay, and what is my
Everyone will get along. Your argument is the left is just as heightened perception of threats and aware of threats and worried about threats, that they're just different threats. And you're making the argument that when I'm saying that the right is afraid of crime and they perceive crime as a threat, and the left doesn't necessarily perceive crime as a threat because they have this inhibited threat detection system. You're saying that they do perceive they perceive the police as the criminals and
as the oppressors,
as the big threat,
right?
And that
they're oppressing people,
But I'm just saying that I think
you're saying that those people are all liars. They don't actually think that the police are oppressing people. They don't think there's actual racism in society. I don't know what you're basing that on.
I think it's factual that people on the left have a lower perception of threat. I think that's been studied and weighed out in different laboratory settings.
I do not believe that I believe that they were just setting them wrong, because we've seen so many people on the left talk about and honestly believe this. And we were talking about Olay the other day. Like, I don't think Olay, or we're talking about her today. Olay is not, I don't think she's a grifter. She's just like been indoctrinated into believing that Trump won because of racism. And you're never going to be able to talk her out of it. I don't think it's a grift. She believes this because she's been indoctrinated to do this. We've covered so many people who are on the far left who they see a racist person around every corner, behind every tree, under every rock. And when we cover these people who are so like afraid of racism, I don't know how you could say it's like a lack of threat detection, especially even too when you talk about, and this is another stereotype, like the stereotype is that the left is far more anxious. I think it's actually probably true that people that are on the left have way more anxiety of the world. You know, the whole, we need to have trigger warnings for everything. Everything needs to be a safe space. That's all based on threat. That's what causes anxiety disorders, is all like perception of threat from the outside world. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I cannot see this, that the left has less threat detection. It's just a different type of what they perceive as a threat.
Well, the left thinks that the world is generally a safe place, and the right thinks that the world is generally a dangerous place.
At all. But that's a complete, the left believes that, okay, I understand what's going on. You're saying the left doesn't believe that the world is a safe place. The left believes that the nature of things is good. Okay, but that's different than believing the world as it stands is a safe place or a good place. The left believes, as kind of like this sort of return to nature, the stereotype of the left anyway, is like the kind of return to nature, blank slate, like everything is good. Man comes in and man like corrupts and destroys everything, right? That's sort of like a more like left-wing attitude. And the right kind of has like the reverse attitude, that like nature itself is like inherently like difficult and filled with sin and brutal. And like man comes in, or humans come in and they like civilize things by building societies. Okay. So I feel like you're kind of taking that idea that the left kind of believes in more of like the natural world as being good, but that doesn't translate into thinking that the world itself as it is without threat, obviously, because they look around and they say, oh, well, we live in the whole idea of CRT and the whole idea of the wokeness is that people live in a white supremacist society that is constantly controlling people and manufacturing the way that they perceive reality.
First of all, you are talking about a tiny portion of the left.
Okay,
you're talking about the CRT people who.
Right.
So if we're talking about the broad left, I mean, it's hard for me to paint the entire left as the people who are running around terrified of white supremacy.
They're hypersensitive to racism and the threat of racism.
Yes,
How's
but
that
is like, that's a small percentage of the left.
No,
right?
No.
Broadly on the right, all of them are afraid of criminality and terrorism.
Why do you,
as a class.
Do you think that not the political pundits and not the politicians, but do you think the average Democrat voter who heard that Donald Trump was saying like they're eating the pets, and they were like, oh, and they talk to themselves and they go, oh, it's so disgusting. Donald Trump is like cultivating bigotry and hatred to immigrants. Do you think they're just like, you think that's just fake? You think it's performative? You don't think they actually feel that way?
I think they believe that Donald Trump is creating racist stereotypes of immigrants, but the threat of immigrants overtaking a community, they don't perceive.
No, they perceive the threat of racist people killing the immigrants.
Yes, which I guess. I mean,
you're making a different argument. You could say that you think the left is not perceiving the threats correctly, right? That they're not perceiving the threats at the correct weight, and that the right has more correct weight of what they're perceiving the threat. But that's different position.
I was literally just reading a book where they were outlining a bunch of these studies between left and right on the threat detection stuff. They do a bunch of different studies. So,
sentiment, because I'm curious, because I would wager that it was what the studies were constituting as threats were all like more right-wing focused threats. And that's why they're saying, oh, the left doesn't perceive threats. And I don't think that's true at all. But anyway.
Yeah. I do think that obviously the left is the one downplaying the crime issue because they don't perceive it as a threat, right?
They don't, or they perceive they perceive as like the criminals are only doing criminal activity because they're being oppressed by society. So the better way to solve it is not with policing, but is to somehow like, fix society because they feel empathy.
They were the ones that
right.
said we should defund the police, right?
Yes, right.
They were the ones that said it's just fine to take an untested vaccine that they just developed in like 6 months.
Well, not at first. Only once the conservatives or the people on the right took the other side. Anyway.
Right.
Joshua Calajero for 17 months. Thanks so much. Says, hi, friends. Today's been a great day for justice. I have a job interview Wednesday, so I'd appreciate any good vibes you might send me. Stay classy. Well, that's right. Everyone, let's send the good old vibes to make sure that he gets the job. Okay.
Yes, that's good.
Gonna get all the powers of free will so that you get the job that you.
New job is great. Starting a new job is fun.
Lethal Strain for 2 hours says, center people will listen to Cenk but hate Sam. That is true. Gene the Impairment for $5 says, this is about to be the political version of Lord of the Flies. This guy is just telling Cenk to shut up because Seder has the conch shell. True. The guy who's saying Free Luigi's name is Negro. Like their knee and then the word grow. Thank you for the 2 pounds.
Oh no.
Jason M for 5 Canadian says Christianity has its apologists, but wokeism less so. They typically don't engage in debate. Why don't we see too many woke William Lane Craigs? Suck for $5 says, is this post-liberal, post-modern right not related to the wokists in a similar fashion that the fascists are to Marxists? Yes. Yeah, that's exactly how I think it is. Marxists and fascists are different sides of the same coin. Yeah, that's kind of the argument that James Lindsay is making, and I think it's true. I agree with Adam when he says, if it's not effective, then it's just pissing off. If it's actually doing the opposite of what you want, as helping unify, the center right with the far right, then obviously the term doesn't work at that point.
So I don't know if this is correct, obviously, because I'm just asking ChatGPT. I said, is there a difference in the perception of external threats between the political left and right? And it says, yes. Research and studies in political psychology and sociology suggest that there are significant differences in how the political left and the right perceive and respond to external threats. These differences are influenced by underlying psychological traits, values, and worldviews. Here's an overview, and they got the perception of external threats, right-leaning versus left-leaning, response to threats, right-leaning versus left-leaning, underlying psychological traits, contextual variations.
Are they saying, it sounds like, well, are they saying that they just don't perceive threats? They're saying they perceive different threats and then they act differently according to those threats.
You could ask ChatGPT if you wanted and see if you get a different response. I'll copy paste the response I got into, and you can check it out. I was just reading a book that was making these arguments, and I was like,
what was the book?
I can't remember here. I'll look it up. It was Prius or Pickup is the book. How the answers to 4 simple questions about America's Great Divide. He references Jonathan Haidt in the very beginning of the book, and also, as he's going through these studies, I'm like, oh wow, this is like, I've heard this a lot. It's like old news. So that's why I'm just like, when you're saying, no, that's totally wrong, I'm thinking, what? I thought this was just
I'll have to see what arguments they put forward. So
let me see here. I diverted to see what the book was. There you go. Sorry for the text wall. I read the top part, but you're a better reader than me. Rip it up.
Perception of external
threats.
Let's see. This is ChatGPT. Perception of external threats. Right-leaning individuals, conservative authoritarian tendencies, heightened threat sensitivity. Conservatives often exhibit a stronger sensitivity to threats, particularly those related to security, physical harm, social order. Well, I agree with social order.
Yeah, that's why they do the
Yeah.
barbarism thing.
This is linked to an evolutionary drive to protect against external dangers such as violence or disease. That makes perfect sense. Focus on national security. Conservatives tend to prioritize threats that challenge sovereignty, such as terrorism, illegal immigration, or foreign adversaries, cultural and identity threats. They may be more attuned to perceived threats to culture or traditional norms, such as changes in demographics or changes in religious values. Okay, so I agree with literally everything that says right there.
Left-leaning individuals.
Left-leaning individuals, liberals or progressives, broader definition of threats. Oh, they didn't see. It's funny because they said they almost used my exact framing because ChatGPT says external threats for the right. They didn't say internal threats for the left, but that's how I would frame it. Left-leaning individuals, liberals, progressives, broader definition of threats. Liberals often emphasize systemic or abstract threats such as climate change, economic inequality, or social injustice. That is true.
Yeah, that's not a tangible threat. I mean, they would frame it as a tangible threat, but
well, it's a more it's like a less personalized threat. It's like a broader social threat that it hits everyone on a harder to sort of match level. It's not like a person attacking you directly. Focuses on collective issues. They are more likely to prioritize global and collective threats such as environmental degradation, human rights abuses, and pandemics. Lower immediate threat sensitivity. Liberals tend to display less immediate fear-based responses to physical security threats, possibly reflecting an openness to change and tolerance for uncertainty. Now, see, now that I could believe if you were to say that the people on the left have a lower threat sensitivity to like an immediate harm.
Yeah, like defunding the police.
Well, no. Like an immediate harm, like you're walking down the street and like that person might attack you.
Right.
Right.
Yeah,
So.
I do think that's true.
Response to threats. Right-leaning responses prefer stricter, more authoritarian policies, including strong borders, increased military spending, law enforcement measures, emphasize in-group loyalty and safeguarding traditions, tend to seek out clear, decisive solutions to neutralize threats quickly. Left-leaning response advocate for collaborative long-term solutions, often involving international cooperation and systemic reform, emphasize inclusion and empathy, addressing root causes rather than immediate symptoms, are more likely to view threats as interconnected, requiring multifaceted approaches. So obviously I disagree, like the framing in this is like obviously massively left-wing like bias.
Of course. Yeah, it's funny.
I think the actual things they're saying, like if you could remove the bias, I think that I think they're true in terms of like the kind of things that people on the left and right advocate for. But obviously it's framing it like the left is the correct response. So underlying psychological traits, conservatives often score higher on measures of intolerance, of uncertainty and fear of loss, which can amplify the perception of danger. Liberals tend to score higher on openness to experience and empathy, which can focus toward broader, less immediate challenges. Context variations, perceptions can shift based on specific events or circumstances. For example, during major terrorist attacks, even left-leaning individuals might adopt more conservative threat perception temporarily. Well, that's true. And then blah, 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 cultural and regional factors also play a role, which is also true. So, I mean, I don't really, except for like the left-wing bias framing, I don't really disagree with anything that ChatGPT said.
Right.
So. Okay. But yeah, no, I'm curious as to whatever studies you go back, if they mention a study, you just send it to me. I'm curious to look into it. MA5666 for $5 says humanist report really coming off more like leftist report. This is so narrow-minded. No humanist would be this bad faith. True.
Very true.
Noel screaming into the void for $5 says Anna's story about Jeff is exactly like Dave Rubin. Dave had a black friend who was Republican, and he started to question the GOP is racist.
Interesting. Interesting.
It's interesting. Lucy Lemberg for 5. Get the memberships. Thank you so much. And thanks so much, Devs. Decking Devs Walls with Holly Jolly Officially. Thanks so much for the 1 gifted membership.
Welcome, new members.
The Stupidologist for $10 says, I love the freak label, demonizes, denormalizes identity politics. Best part is that's accurate. Loses the woke label, so hits both the left and the right. Identity obsessed freaks. ID freaks. There's a lot of them theocrats too.
I mean, identity is important.
I mean, ideally, yeah, but I understand exactly what you're saying.
Identity. Yeah.
Right. And I agree with you. I mean, like theoretically, ideally, you would want a label that doesn't have the word left or right in it at all. Because that makes it the easiest for people to disassociate. Like it's easy for a center right person to disassociate themselves with Groiper. They're like, well, I'm not a Groiper, right? Because the name is just like it's like a name that doesn't have the word right in it. It doesn't have anything necessarily to do with it. So you're not going to feel like, oh, am I being attacked as like a Groiper? You know, I mean, obviously a lot of people don't even know what Groipers are, but same thing with like white nationalists.
Right.
So,
but freak right has the same problem as
still,
toxic masculinity.
It still does, yeah. It still has a little bit of that because it, you know, has the right in it. The
Why
word
not just
right
call
in
it toxic right?
But even that has the same problem.
You
right?
mean the portion of the right that's toxic?
Yeah,
right?
but that has the exact same problem.
I know it does.
Yeah, right.
That's why I'm using it as an example.
Right, right. Okay, yeah, right. So ideally, you'd want to figure out a label for the post-liberal, you know, toxic right or whatever you want to call them that doesn't have the word right in it at all.
For me, when I think of woke, the number one thing that jumps to mind is someone who is going to go out of their way to accuse you of racism, sexism, homophobia, or transphobia. And when you say woke right, none of that applies. None of that. Not any of it.
Well, it depends. A lot of them are I kind of agree with you, but obviously a lot of the white nationalists and the Groypers are all saying, oh, you're all racist against white people. They're like everything is racist against white people. You're a Jew subverter that's just trying to destroy white people.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying.
Oh,
and
okay.
I understand exactly what you're saying, and I agree with you.
Okay.
So Devlin Bowman for $5 says, in part, I attribute the outcome of this election to the knock-on effects of people like this guy having an audience. That is
true.
yeah,
totally. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening.
Christian Baller for 32 months. Thanks so much. Says, hey guys, going to be my last member chat for a while. Going through some financial issues and had to pause my membership for the time being. I'll be back. Of course.
Oh man, I'm sad to hear you're going through
I'm
some
sorry to hear that.
issues.
But yeah, no one.
What happened? Too much gambling on the Christian. Please.
Probably not too much gambling, but yeah, no.
I hope not.
Only donate money to us if you can afford it.
Yeah,
if you're able to. So yeah. But thank you, Christian.
We care about your well-being here.
We do. Yes. Yeah. We do actually. Yeah. Michael for 29 months. Thank you so much. Says YouTube said I spent over 4,000 minutes watching you guys. Can I get reimbursed from that? Like maybe 1/10 unit of free will per hour. Well, you're in luck. Okay. Because for every minute that you watch us, you get that 10% in free will.
Do you?
You do. Yeah. That's how it works. Right. You guys didn't know this.
Yeah, totally. That's how it works.
That you guys didn't know this. You've been accumulating free will, okay, this entire time just by watching us. Okay. You've been accumulating all this free will.
Wait a second here. That's only 66 hours, Sitch. That's barely even like 1 week. That's not even 2 weeks of work. What?
Listen, it's fine. We're very generous, okay? If you spent 4,000 minutes, you get 400 units of free will. Okay, you get 10% free will straight to you.
I mean, you need 10,000 hours to be an expert at anything. So
there you go. Well, then you get more free will, right? You always get more.
No, I'm being facetious, obviously. So, and look, I think everyone should get extra free will. I would give 4,000 units of free will.
Wow, you can't get one. No, it can't be a 1 unit of free will per every minute. That's crazy talk.
I know. Next thing you know, you're running into financial trouble.
Exactly. Next thing you know, you're
too much free will.
Next thing you know, you're trying to set up a meme coin and rug pull some people. Okay.
Oh yeah.
You gotta be careful. You want to huck to anybody. Nolan Gamps.
I can never figure out. So I've listened to some of the stuff on the Huck 2 thing. And supposedly they made like $2 to $3 million, but the value of the coin went up to 50 or 500 million. Like, how's that work? I guess it's like one idiot.
It wasn't. It was the entire market share total was 50 million.
No, it was $500 million. It was 500 million.
Oh, okay. So then what? So then I'm curious.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're saying how did she only get?
I
50 million?
think I figured it out though. Okay, so they have 100% of the token, right? One person buys a token for some obscene amount of money, right? And then all of a sudden the value of all those tokens goes up to that amount. And that amount can bring the value of all the tokens up to $500 million. But nobody's buying all those tokens for $500 million. It's just like pretend money until someone actually plunks down the money and buys something, right? That's how it works. That's why it could have such a obnoxious evaluation, but still they only walk away with. Because I also heard someone throw out that she made $50 million. And I was like, what? $50 million? Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's crazy. Can you imagine? Look, can you imagine like you and I are us today and then tomorrow we're worth $50 million?
That'd be pretty nice. That'd be pretty nice.
That's just crazy. That's crazy. So I also found out she has the third biggest podcast, which
that's also crazy.
That is crazy as well too, right?
Right.
But supposedly, I guess they only raked in about $2 to $3 million from her fans, which is still insane. I mean, $3 million, and there were so few tokens in circulation that you're forced to kind of believe that. I mean, some people were dropping their entire life savings, like 15 grand, 20 grand, 100 grand. Who knows how? Right. It'd be interesting to see how much the biggest pot somebody lost was. So, but I think it's ugly. I think it's got to be ugly, right?
I'm sure it is. Yeah. I don't know if this applied to whatever crypto program they were using, because I know some of them, it's like set up so that when you can't like enter the market like with your dragon hoard of tokens already, like everyone has to buy at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's why she only got 2 to 3 million.
But people did. That was a scam because they pre-sold a bunch of tokens.
I see.
So a bunch of people did come in already owning tokens.
Gotcha.
And they were the ones that were selling those tokens in the pre-market frenzy. So they got to buy in, a stable environment, a set number, what the token was at. They didn't have to buy in the frenzy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're the ones that fucked everyone over because they came in and immediately sold their tokens. Many of them who had access to buy the pre-tokens, sold all of their tokens. They sold everything.
Right. So okay. So the accusation is they came in, bunch of tokens, everyone bought. And that's the classic rug pull idea is that you just gets high and you just drop it all.
And I think once they dig into it, they're going to find out that all of those people were basically aliases of a couple guys, right?
It depends. I'm sure because there's a bunch of people that were working on it. So everyone wanted to get their share, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm sure CoffeeZilla has a video explaining it. So
he did have one video, but it wasn't super. I mean, the thing that I want to know is how many people bought in and what the average loss was.
Well, that's probably not going to be known for a while.
Yeah. Well, evidently they can see these wallets. Yeah.
Right.
Nolan Gams. Is that right?
Yeah. For 14 months, thanks so much. Says, I think Sam has the same thing Jon Stewart has. He wants to seem cool to his young staff and audience. A-team.
True. Yes,
100%.
Exactly.
I was going to bring this up and I kept forgetting. I'm glad you said this, Nolan. I was watching this Jon Stewart video. Oh my God, what was it? Oh, it was someone sent it to me.
I fucking hate Jon Stewart now. I can't even see it's like ridiculous. I can't see his face without
you hear like the little Kill Bill sirens going off.
I do, yeah.
Right. It was the Jon Stewart podcast. He was talking. It's Why Men Are Leaving the Left. Was the podcast because I listened to it because maybe we would have covered it at some point. And it's very interesting because when the guests, he talks to two guests when they leave, he's talking to like two women who, or three young women that all work like with on the podcast. I don't know if they work on the Daily Show, but we're on the podcast with him. And it's so clear, like he's throwing out jokes and making them all laugh. And it's so clear, like what you're witnessing, right? Like the older men, like surrounded by like young women, like, and they're all looking up to him at like status, and he's like trying to be like hip and cool. It's so fucking clear what you're watching.
That's
And I was like, this is so telling. It's so weird and so telling. And honestly, like if I was Jon Stewart's wife, I'd be like, this is bizarre. Like, why is everyone that works for you like a young woman? Like everyone working on this podcast, they're all young women. Like that's strange. Right.
Yeah.
Not that I
Seems like-
think anything is necessarily going on, but it definitely creates like that kind of social dynamic of like, I got to be hip. I got to do what my cool, young staff is doing. Can't be the old guy.
We got to watch that interview with Trump because it's strange how things have changed with the media relationship. Because and it's just, look, I watched the entire interview and I didn't think, I thought it was a great interview. I thought she did a good job. I think she was respectful and firm, which is something that I want to see in an interview. But like everybody on the right is running with the old attack the journalist playbook, which I do think like a lot of journalists are bad faith and dishonest and stuff like that and deserve to be attacked. But I think if you have the perception that all journalists meet this criteria and you're just going to come to the table with just assuming that that's what's going on, you're going to see things completely differently. Like there's one interaction where I've seen a bunch of people sharing on Twitter where she basically tries to make this argument that a bunch of people voted for Trump in states where they have a low minimum wage and that shouldn't he raise the minimum wage to help these people out? Which, I mean, it's an interesting enough question to ask. And Trump does respond great because he says something we've often said on the show that, of nationwide minimum wage doesn't necessarily make any sense because, you can rent a 5-bedroom apartment in Alabama for like $200 a month.
Right.
Like you can live off of no money in some of these places. Why are we putting businesses out of business? So that's his response. And people are saying, oh, this journalist is an activist, which I do think a lot of journalists are activists, but I think this interview wasn't that bad at all. And Trump even did throw the like, oh, this is so contentious. You're being so nasty. And I mean, I think she, was super respectful about it. And in the end, really seemed like she was trying to be amicable to him. And he made it clear. He made it clear that like, this is my first sit down interview since I won the election. Like, this is a big get for you. And of course she's like, I mean, she's very attractive. I can't remember the name of the journalist, but I kept thinking, oh, I know why this is the first sit down interview with President, 2-term President Trump, right?
Right.
This lady's like, she's in heels. Her legs are completely showing. I'm like, wow. Okay. I wonder if Trump set up this like setting. Meet the Press is usually they're sitting around you've seen Meet the Press, right?
I've seen Meet the Press, yeah.
Yeah. This is not what you'd think of as a Meet the Press type interview. So
it's what's her name? Kristen Welker.
yeah.
I mean,
what do you think?
She's wearing a dress that's like, it's below the knee. It's not like, I mean, Kristen Welker is, attractive lady, but he's not wearing like a Fox News dress. Okay.
You don't think so? Oh, now I
It's
got to bring up a picture then.
It's like a below the knee dress. Like it's right.
You
below
can
the
still
knee.
see her legs. She has super legs. What are you talking about? You don't think
you can see her, lower leg. It's not like, in Fox News when they would
What's
wear
her
those
name?
like mini skirts. Kristen Welken. Kristen Welker. I can send you a screenshot. I'm looking at.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, She's not the Uggo on
No,
the
she's
network,
not
right?
ugly. She's not ugly at all.
And she didn't go the Hillary pantsuit route.
She did not go the Hillary pantsuit route. Yeah.
I mean, and she is wearing 4-inch stilettos.
Yeah.
Why didn't she wear her flats to the
She
interview?
wants to be tall. Okay. She wants to look good. What do you mean?
Oh my God! Look, I found a picture of her with an above the knee.
Nice. There you go.
Above the knee on the Today Show.
Oh, really? Is that normally how she?
I don't know. I'm just saying.
Typed in. Oh yeah, I see. I see one.
Why didn't Trump give his first?
Willie Geist. Yeah. Some guy. Yeah.
Why didn't he give his first interview to Rachel Maddow?
There you go. Wow, we all know the answer to that. If he tried, she would have a seizure because she'd just be too busy foaming at the mouth, frothing.
Oh my
and
God,
barking.
she would.
Yeah,
she totally would.
She'd be unable to.
But
Okay.
it's even interesting because in the end of the interview, she's like making concessions to him. She's like, "Oh, I hope you don't think this was too contentious."
Oh, you didn't bring up the pic so people know what we're talking about.
Okay, I'll bring it up.
Right.
First of all, I have to bring up one of her where she looks pretty hot. So
There you go.
just so
Gotta
I can
prime everyone.
Got to make my argument here.
Okay, fair enough.
And then we'll do the side shot one. Obviously, that's like a press shot. Oh, I guess you sent me one. I'll just bring up the one you sent.
Well, I said this is what I was talking about. What's what I'm looking at when I'm talking
Yes.
about it.
Yeah. Look at this room. I mean, you think this is at Mar-a-Lago?
Probably.
And Trump's entire demeanor has changed. Like now Trump
Congress?
is like, I am the alpha male.
Oh, that makes
Yes.
sense. Yeah.
Yeah. And just, I mean, there is a sense of, I thought it was interesting because, well, I don't know this, like, for all I know, this Kristen Welker is a conservative. Like, I know nothing about her at all. So, but it did seem just like the press was going to give Donald Trump a fair hearing. That's why I was kind of surprised. And it was the thing that made me want to see the interview, was because so many people were like, oh my God, another social justice warrior attacking the president unfairly. Right.
Mhm.
So that's what I was going into the interview thinking. I'm like, oh, this is great. This is exactly what we want. Right.
Mhm.
And I'm like, bitch, it's like, she's bending over backwards for this guy. What are you talking about? She's like, she's kissing up to him by the end of it. She's going to be in his fucking cabinet soon. Anyway.
Thaw for $10 says, Adam, she was less biased than normal. It's called normalization. Still biased. Trump actually tried telling her why her and the rest of the media is dying. He's actually trying to help them. Well, I'm skeptical for that last sentence, but okay.
Trump at one point said, you have such potential.
Mm.
And I immediately was thinking, like, you're hot, you're well-spoken. Like,
right.
What exactly is he saying here, Sitch? What do you think he means? Trump means when he says you have such potential to
I
this
think it means what you
reporter?
think it means, yes.
Does it mean you could get 36 payments from me if you play your cards right?
There you go.
Anyway, look.
Okay.
Enough. Is that sexist? I feel like it is.
It's very sexist. You're a sexist pig. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Well, she's, that, like, she's using what she's got. She got the interview, did she not?
She did.
Okay.
Good for her. Lethal Strain for $5 says, American History X perfectly depicted how when your tribe attacks, it'll definitely change your worldview. That is true.
I never saw that movie, but I hear it's a
What?
great movie. I know.
I'm shocked. You're such
Sometimes
a big movie guy.
I know that I shouldn't say something, but I just say it anyway. What the fuck? I don't care.
I'm very surprised. You're such a big movie guy. That's like one of the most.
Edward Norton is a fucking amazing actor too.
Yeah,
So
it's a great movie.
I should see it. I should. So many
You
movies
should.
I need to see, but
It's a very good movie, yeah.
who has time?
But yeah, that's kind of what happens is, he's like a white nationalist, then he realizes that the other white nationalists are like not true believers. And then that leads to some problems and it totally changes his worldview. And he becomes less racist.
That happened to me with the atheist community because I read Jonathan Haidt and sort of gained a scientific respect for religion that I thought the atheist community was completely mischaracterizing. And I thought, okay, there's one thing the atheist community loves to say, like, we're pro-science. We're the pro-science people. The Republicans are anti-science. Religious people are anti-science.
Mm-hmm.
But that couldn't have been further from the truth. Like, they don't give a fuck about the science.
Right.
They don't care about the science at all. Atheists only care about bagging on religious people. Yeah.
A real gay guy for $10 says, by official decree of the Gay Caucus, we hereby disagree with Humanist Report and do not endorse his messaging. Well, there you go. Look at that.
Good.
Humanist Report has been kicked out of the gays. Okay.
The gay club.
I think it's just better when you say the gays.
Oh, there's that nice McDonald's worker that caught the killer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Trump.
Mr. McDonald's. The Real Wholesaler, thanks so much for $2. And thank you. Says, hope you're feeling better, Sitch. I am. Thank you. Yes. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Oh, I mean, yeah.
Decking devs walls with Holly Jollificially for $10 says people get stuck in a left-right position, resulting in a lack of flexibility and poor performance. Be the creative force that mediates between and unites opposites. Take up the missionary position. Terrible.
Wow. You're really selling that missionary position. I always thought that's boring, right? Who wants to do the missionary position?
Nolan Gams for $2 says, if there's a woke right, can there be a chud left? There you go. I like it.
Sure.
Chud left.
The chud left are the neo-Nazi left, right?
It would just be like
the left that hates black people.
There you go. I see what you're doing there. M8566 for $10 says, personally, I think the Democrats should rebrand themselves as the Liberty Party, abandon the leftists, secure the liberals, leech the libertarians away from the rights. I mean, that'd be very interesting.
That's a good strategy right there. Yeah.
I think it's a good strategy.
Small government.
I'm kind of skeptical that it's going to happen, but we'll see.
Small government communism.
There you go. Howdy, fellow free will enjoyers. Happy Monday. Have a wonderful day. I love you and God bless. Well, thank you, Satan.
That was Satan Gray for $5.
That was Satan Gray. Thank you, Satan Gray.
Amazing.
God bless to you too, even though it's ironic. Alex Wright for $5 says, you think Abu Muhammad al-Jilani read Why Nations Fail before going on CNN? Assad, aka Tulsi Gabbard's friend, has fallen. Trump's tweet a good look? ?
Yeah, I saw someone message me, maybe it was you, Alex, about the Syrian, is it the new Syrian leader? Because I guess the Assad regime was taken down by rebels.
He's the leader of the rebels.
Right. So he's a new guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know that he read Why Nations Fail. Somebody sent me a clip where he doesn't mention Why Nations Fail. He just mentions institutions a lot, which... Spoiler alert, institutions are important. Like, I don't see how you can be on the right and be like, institutions, fuck. Who needs them? Right? I mean, that's what doesn't make a lot of sense in our current political environment, right? The anti-institution. I guess they don't like government institutions, so they're like religious institutions. So, but the church is an institution, just FYI. Anyway.
Yeah. I don't know.
You got any thoughts on it?
I haven't seen him on CNN, so I have no thoughts on it. And I don't know which tweet you're talking about. But
is
Trump's tweet's a good
Abu Muhammad al-Jolani, is that the new guy, the new Syrian leader?
Yeah.
I mean, it's too early to tell if he's a new Syrian leader because, like, his number 2 guy could assassinate him tonight, and now we're dealing with someone completely different.
Right.
This is, and I do, it's interesting because I did see a bunch of CNN journalists talking about how hopeful they were now that everyone has risen up. And you could frame that as like lack of threat awareness, because I don't like, I'm not sure this is like in the early stages of some sort of political coup. I think instability is more likely to follow than some democratic regime, right?
Right.
We tried to do that in Iraq, and it never panned out that way. They come to power. This is exactly what happens. And look, this would be good to get on the record because this might pan out this way. But what they often claim is that we want, free and fair elections. We want institutions that give back to the people, that support the people. Unfortunately, the power base in places like this are all like oligarchs, wealthy people who are really extracting some sort of taxes from the population. Now, those people are more widely dispersed. There could be 100 of them. There could be 200 of them. There could be 50 of them, right? But the guy who comes to power, he doesn't really know any of those people, right? Like he's just flying blind until those people that really have control over society establish some kind of relationship with him. So they could say, oh, look, our old boss is gone. We need a new boss so that we can keep doing what we're doing. Or they could say, oh, this new guy will work with us if we just talk to him and tell him how it really is, right? We're not going to have democratic elections. We're not going to be helping the poor. We're going to be doing things like we've always been doing things, right?
Right.
So I just think that's probably what's going to happen in Syria. And the chances of it becoming some thriving democracy is probably pretty remote. What are your thoughts?
I'm going to be optimistic. I'm going to say that everything's going to work out, that this guy is going to be super based, and, Syria is going to become a shining Shangri-La in the desert.
Okay. All right. We have very different positions. This will be great. We'll see how it pans out.
There you go. Stooge McDuck for 5 Aussie bucks says the name of that new Syrian leader Adam is mentioning sounds kind of ISIS-y. Wow. Bigot. Okay.
Abdul Muhammad?
Yeah.
What? That's like 90% of all their names.
I know, right? TL1524 for $5 says breaking. Taylor Lorenz is on Pierce Morgan. Apparently he's grilling her on the United Healthcare CEO. Might be worth a watch. Wow. Well, that definitely sounds like content.
Have content for tomorrow.
For tomorrow, yes. So there you go. We also have to watch the Trump thing at some point. So
where's my Taylor Lorenz?
MA566
I have it right here.
For $2 says, I've had United and they're a good provider. Well, there you go.
Nice.
I've never had United, so I have no experience with them. Our hilts hurt for $2 says, Adam, check your DMs for pure cringe. You'll thank me.
I did, and I couldn't find anything. So
no.
I don't know. Maybe you sent it to the wrong guy. A different Adam, maybe.
Wait a minute. Our hilts hurt. I love you guys. Holy shit. I didn't know you guys watched us. That's based. I love your guys' Game of Thrones content. I watch it constantly.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they do all this hilarious Game of Thrones content. That's like, what would happen if, Ned didn't die? What would happen if Jon wasn't retarded? And then they do like these like crazy like defenses of like all the worst characters. Defending Craster, defending the guy that killed Arya's master.
Oh, cool. Throw him a wrench.
Yeah.
Put him to work.
There you go. Check them out. Our Hilts Hurt on YouTube. They do really great Game of Thrones content. That's so funny.
Look at this.
Look at that. So based.
Best.
It's funny because I'm listening to. I was listening to them. I'm
right
like,
now.
I'm listening to them. I'm like, I can tell these guys are like not progressive from the jokes they make.
Oh, really?
Yeah. All right.
They
Super
make
based.
They make the naughty jokes.
They make the
super naughty jokes.
Yes.
Like that one that you made about Nigeria that you never should have made.
I know. Terrible.
No, I subscribed. All right. Check it out.
Okay.
Our Hilts Hurt.
Old
And
school
thank
for
you for your first super chat.
Yes, thank you so much. Old school for 23 months says, "Hey Sitch, hope you're feeling better. S class in A train." Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Tater Pictures for $10 says 3D printed guns can work fine without jamming. What caused the jam was due to the gun not being calibrated to the suppressor. Yeah, I'd heard that as well.
Interesting. The suppressor was like, nope.
Yeah.
Not here, buddy.
Shirts off, party on for $10 says we should just call people on the woke right Ewoks.
Okay.
Why? I don't get it. I'm not sure I get it.
Ewoks? I don't know.
Oh, like Ewokes?
Maybe.
I don't know. The one. Satan Gray for $5 says, I'm just waiting to hear when the legend of Zeldin becomes real. Dun, dun, dun.
Sometime soon, hopefully, right?
Yes.
Oh, unless it's bad, then never.
That's Lee Zeldin in New York. Satan Gray for another $5 says, also good to see Sitch doing well. Blunty Fly will never die.
Of course.
Yes.
Blunty Fly is the hero we need.
Liam S. for 29 months says, no Trump interview tomorrow, lads. The known Sitch and Adam fan harasser Taylor Lorenz is on Piers Morgan and expressing joy, not joy, for the CEO murder. Well, there you go.
Wow.
Malik for $10 says, like if you'd buy a robot girlfriend / boyfriend. Well, this is a lie because we know everyone would.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's,
including all
look, it
these
already
married
got a
people.
lot of, it got a lot of likes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, here's the question, Adam. Will you have this conversation with your wife? You're like, listen, I can buy like the girl robot I want. You can buy the boy robot you want. As long as it's equal.
Oh my God. I don't know if I want to have that conversation.
You're going to have the conversation. Or you're going to be like, no robots. No robots for anyone.
I don't know if I can handle some robot, drilling my wife. It's like, can you imagine this?
It's pretty bad. I agree.
Oh my God. But look, how is it any different than like a vibrator, right? It's just basically an elaborate vibrator.
It's very, well, you can think of it that way. I mean, it's different. I would say that they're substantially different.
Right.
But yeah, but while a robot's drilling your wife, you're going to be drilling a robot.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
as long as it's fair, right?
I mean,
this should help open.
This
will help open relationships, won't it?
This does seem a little bit like swinger logic to me, which I've never really been a fan of the swinger logic. So
it is swinger logic to an extent. There's a significantly, there's no threat, obviously, of pregnancy, and then there's less threat of running away with the other person because they're not a person, they're a robot.
Yeah. I think
this is a thing that we're all going to have to deal with, by the way. This is going to be a big issue. So
you think so?
Of course, this is going to be a huge.
Be a lot of divorce over.
I don't know.
Hubby was fucking the nanny.
It'll be interesting to see how many if relationships will be worse or better, because I wonder how many relationships are strained for sex purposes, and if the people are like, whatever, you can just go fuck your robot, if they'll go away.
I don't know. I think a lot of women want a reliable partner. So
well, that's part of the problem. Is it might make men be like, do I really need? Yeah, really flaky. Like, do I need to do anything for my wife? I have my sex robot here.
Yeah, that's what I would be thinking.
Right,
I'd be thinking they would all the normal jealousy apparatus would apply to the robot, because you'd think, oh, he's going to get tired of me and not want to be with me anymore.
Right.
The robot shuts up.
The robot shuts up when you ask it to, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's so terrible.
You're right. It's going to be a lot more strain, probably. The Wooster for $5 says, did you guys cover the killer social media? The killer social media. He seems like a radical centrist one of us. We did talk about it, yes.
Yeah. Well, not one of
Ace,
us, though. I'm an
but no, he's
independent.
not.
I'm not a centrist.
There you go. Ace for $10 says, I'm sickened by the fact people try to use fiction to justify the shooting, not knowing that fiction and reality are different. And many heroic stories have heroes not kill the villains on principle. That is true.
Yeah, of course. That's the thing. Remember when the vigilante cop catches a killer and he says, look, I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to take you and I'm going to book you. Book him, Dano.
Book him.
Yep.
Decking Des Walls with a Holly Jolly Fishley for $2 says it can be pretty hard to poison people sometimes. Terrible. Oxy for $5 says Figure AI, another of these robot companies, already has robot workers in BMW factories. Not sure how productive they are. There you go.
Well, a lot of them are working to assess the real world data to be used. Because they have like a learning algorithm in these things.
Right.
Yeah.
Loser for $5 says, as much as I disagree with what happened, the incentives are clear. After the CEO was killed, Blue Cross Blue Shield changed their policies instantly.
What did they change? Really?
So that's completely, wildly not true, the Booster. Unless you're referring to the policies of scrubbing their CEOs' names and pictures from the website, which I think they did. No, so there was a policy that did change, and it wasn't because the guy was killed. It was because the killing brought attention to a story that everyone was pointing to. So, and this was a different health insurance company. This is Blue Cross Blue Shield. There was this story that was making the rounds about how like they wouldn't cover the cost of anesthesia if it goes over some period of time during surgeries or something. And so all these people were pointing to this and saying how horrific this was and how bad this was. Now, I didn't look into this at all because I did see a lot of people pushing back on it, saying that actually the policy is a good policy because hospitals will try to dick around and like extend usage times of anesthesia just to kind of get money out of insurance companies and out of you.
Oh my God.
So
I
don't
hate this industry.
Now, so I don't know which one of these is true, you know, which version of events is true, who's in the right. I didn't investigate it because I didn't really care, but it was in response to all the publicity about this. It was in response. They're not like, oh, well, this guy was killed, so in order to not get our CEOs killed, we got to change this policy. That's not what happened. So.
Right. So it sounds like fake news.
Yeah, it was.
Satan Gray for $5. Pop off, Sitch. Spit your truth. S-Team blasting off.
Thank you. Ace for $5 says, guys, make a private Discord so it can be a safe haven for the few moderate people left on the internet. Listen, every time someone creates a Discord, like they're a YouTuber or streamer or whatever, okay, and they manage it and they're like involved in running it, like 3 years later, all the Discord messages leak, and look how much trouble the YouTuber is because either they did some crazy shit or other people doing crazy shit on their server. And why didn't they clamp down on it? Why didn't they stop it from happening? Okay. And I don't think either me or Adam wants that trouble in our lives.
Managing a Discord is a like full-time job. I contemplated starting a Reddit, a subreddit, because like so much shit was coming at us from Destiny subreddit. And I just, after looking into it, I realized nobody has their own subreddit. Like, it's a full-time job to have a subreddit. Somebody else runs the subreddit and you basically have to trust that person. And I trust Sitch. I don't know that I trust anyone else to run a subreddit for us or a Discord or anything like that. So
JMac for $20. Thanks so much. JMac says, did you guys see that people are already spinning up conspiracies around the suspect? Fun times we live in, ain't them? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Sad and true. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, oh, it's a different guy, blah, 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 blah. It's like they found the guy with the gun and a manifesto. No, there's a different guy. It's planted. You don't understand. Like, oh, God, please stop.
It's so sad. I know.
He looks so different in the video because it's a different angle and there's different lighting and the camera is 240p. You know, it's so stupid.
The conspiracy is always the world before your eyes is trying to deceive you. That seems to be like a real hook for people.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we do have fan Discord servers or a fan Discord server, I guess. and a fan subreddit. So, but there's none that we manage or are official. MAGA Man for $10. Oh, I need to get more RAM. I need to download some more RAM, Adam. Can you send me a link to download some more RAM?
Here, let me send you a link real quick.
MAGA Man for $10.
This won't infect your computer.
Yeah. Adam sends me a link to Meatspin. The people celebrating the assassination of a law-abiding American CEO, the same people who decried Israel killing Hezbollah's leader and their targeted beeper operation. What's the logic there? That is very true. Matt D for $5 says the killer was a radical centrist. I hope not. I hope not.
Well, but look, we got off that train long ago, so
there you go.
The memo still hasn't leaked out.
Right. One armed biker for $5 says, I really want to see Cenk pull an Ethan Klein, set up a live stream with Haas and switch himself out for Sam Hyde.
Oh,
now
that
that's
would be beautiful.
Pretty funny. Oh my
God, that would be epic.
That would be pretty amazing.
Look, Haas would be so pissed.
Right.
Haas would be so pissed. Of course, he's still best friends with Sam Seder, who did that. Total hypocrisy, but he would be so pissed.
Right. Equishadox, thanks so much, Equishadox, for the $50.
Wow.
Says, thank you. Says YouTube Music says I've listened to 18,000 minutes of Sitch and Adam this year. Oh, that's a lot of free will.
That's a lot of free will.
A lot of free will. That's either a mark of manly intelligence and free will or a resounding cry for help. Obviously the former. Okay, obviously. Anyways, thanks for doing what you do. Here's to an interesting 2025. P.S. Love the thumbnail, Adam.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the compliment on the thumbnail. Thank you, obviously, for the generous super chat. And thank you for, participating. Obviously, your super chats spawn a lot of interesting dialogues between us. So that's part of the game, part of the show. Yeah.
Grassroots Hegemon for $20 says room has to be left for people who are just lead paint taste testers. That's true.
Which is a lot of people, right?
A lot of people, yeah. Kyle Petty, thanks so much for the $20. Says, I think most American bad/breadtube channel viewers aren't American. Look at the top comments on Hassan, Vosh, and Majority Report's election coverage. Most say something like, I don't even live in the U.S. and I'm upset. Analytics, please. Now that would be interesting if they're not actually American.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
Right.
How many of them are just like American media and hate America?
Right. Or are Russian bots. Ace for $5 says Christianity is a proselytizing faith, so the Craigs of the world do debates to convert people. Wokeness isn't proselytizing. I mean, I don't know if I don't agree with that. Wokeness is 100% proselytizing. That's what they go around and they force everyone to sit through those stupid DI stuff at all the offices. And they completely change the HR departments. Isn't that a form of proselytizing? It's spreading and infecting the ideology into other people. Doll for $10 says I ran out of names.
He's saying because the woke people don't debate that they won't proselytize, but they're proselytizing. Look, the Spanish conquistadors didn't debate when they proselytized either. They had a very different method of proselytizing. It's like, we got the swords and you guys are all Christians now, right? I mean, that's kind of the woke proselytizing I'm looking at. Like, the sword is cancel culture in this case, right?
Mm-hmm.
Put your fucking pronouns in your bio, otherwise you're a transphobe and we're going to go after your job.
Right.
Spanish conquistador style proselytizing is still proselytizing.
True. Thal for $10 says I ran out of names for characters on Path of Exiles 2. First, somebody out there called their character Sitch already. That's hilarious. Second, there is now a witch on the game called Sitch Chan. You're welcome, Sitch. Thank you, Thal. Thank you.
Oh, nice.
Right. Usually the name Sitch is taken. So it's not like a super uncommon name.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because...
situational awareness?
Well, because it's funny because when I named the character, I didn't know this because I didn't watch Kim Possible. But apparently she would always say, what's the sitch? Like the situation.
Right.
So. Wooster for $5 says UHC Shooter was a Jonathan Haidt and fan and shared Peter Thiel and Chris Williamson videos. One of us. Yeah, I know.
My God.
Though I did see him criticize Jordan Peterson.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, so he's not fully, and not like new Jordan Peterson versus old Jordan Peterson. He seemed to be just criticizing Jordan Peterson, period. So, like he did the whole Jordan Peterson talks too complicated, not simplistic, kind of blah blah.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Not one of us.
Yeah. Thal for $10 says, Adam, no, she was less by. Oh, I read that one. Metalworks 411.90 for $10 says the only way a label of woke right can happen is through a slow burn where they're evidently using the term themselves, or a big event happens where a label is used to describe them and automatically latches. Maybe. Stooge McDuck for $5 says the name of that new Syrian leader, Adam. Oh, I read that one. That's the ISIS one. Alex by $5 says, hey, at Tahrir al-Sham is a coalition of jihadists that broke away from al-Qaeda. I'm not hopeful Syria will continue to be civil war stan. Oh, really? That's not a good sign. Maybe I take back my prediction. So,
What? I'm not hopeful Syria will continue to be a civil war stand. What is that? There's a double negative going on there.
There is, yeah. But if they're a coalition of jihadists that broke away from al-Qaeda, that's probably not a good sign. So,
look, I'm telling you, this is just read the Dictator's Handbook if you haven't already. We talk about it often. You have to maintain some sort of power base, and there are already people, there are already the keys to power out there in society. And it's tough for me to believe that those people are going to be like, oh yeah, democratic elections. That's exactly what we want.
Right.
Well, they don't want that.
Stooge McDuck for $5 says, for reference, I said it sounded ISIS-y because he had 5 names smashed together. Sure you did. You bigot. Okay. Sure you did. How dare you? A Thal for $10 says, Sitch and Adam, I figured out the perfect argument against utopia or utopian ideologies. 20% of any society is disagreeable, which is why the U.S. works so well. It allows for society's flaws. That is true. I don't know if it's like the perfect argument for persuading people, but I agree with it.
And I think we're way more than 20%. I think that's like America was founded on disagreeable people coming from elsewhere.
Right.
And I think it's just our gene pool, the disagreeable levels, like way off the charts.
Right.
Yeah.
Decking Des Walls with Holly Jolly Fishley for $5 says, I don't know if this means anything. I always carry a Second Amendment device and manifestos. And also breath mitts, paracord. You never know when you might need them. Yeah, there you go. Of course.
Well, just don't use them to like
right.
murder CEOs and you're probably fine.
Yeah. Chewbacca's Lover for $5 says, wokies talk about white people the same way the alt-right talks about Jews. I think that's why people make the connection, very similar arguments. That is completely correct.
Yeah, that's it. I know what they're doing. I just...
Right.
When I have a personality profile of a woke person, and then I try to think that personality profile on the right, it's antithetical to my understanding of the situation. But I get it. I totally get it. I see what's going on. Look, in Sitch, you seem amicable to it, and obviously James Lindsay's going down with the ship. So
right.
The Konstantin Kisin seems to like it. A lot of people who are disaffected liberals seem to like it. And I think because it does frame anything that isn't liberal as woke. So it's very easy. But I do question like how many of those people are just like in their own sort of liberal bubble.
You kind of use liberal to mean 2 different things in the same sense.
No, I mean like liberalism is a philosophy about individualism.
Right. When you say liberal
maximizing
bubble,
individual rights, right?
Yes. So when you say liberal bubble, you don't usually think of like liberalism bubble.
Well, no, I mean it as liberalism bubble. Right. So they like most people are embedded in some sort of ideological tribe, and they don't necessarily see the distinctions between the outside ideological tribes. They just see them in the context of not me. They're like, me liberal, them something else. And this woke right dialogue seems to play into that idea, in that the disaffected liberals aren't really they're basically saying the distinctions between the woke left and the woke right don't matter. It's that they're illiberal. They're not me. That is a distinction that matters. Which that's fine. I mean, you can do that. There's two separate things. I've said it over and over again. There is the means and the ends. And I think you got to look at the ends, and the ends of the right, the alt-right or the ethno-nationalist right or the Christian nationalist right, and the ends of the woke left are completely different ends. And I'm making the distinction between the two based on that. And Lindsay is saying they're illiberal. And that's the distinction.
Right.
They're both illiberal.
Yeah.
Which I think, look, you can use illiberal tactics to implement any like society you want to construct. So, but to say the means that you use to construct that society are the distinct factor and not the society you want to construct, for me, it doesn't make much sense.
Okay. Mario Jumpin for $2 says, Sitch, I saw you bad mouthing my brother on Twitter. The wrath of a spaghetti guy will not spare you. We will find you in your psychic Adam. The plumbers are coming to your house soon. Well,
that was beautiful. What was that all about?
That was Mario. Mario's mad that we're going after Luigi on Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, Mario, you got to keep your brother in check, okay?
Luigi.
Yeah.
I knew it was from Mario and Luigi.
Yes.
Now, anytime anyone plays Mario Brothers, they're going to think of that dude.
They're going to think of that dude. Yeah. Probably not, but... Death by Sloth for $2 says, lately I've been contemplating how the law of conservation of energy applies to human experience. We act like thought or compassions are free actions, but they do require energy, and many people choose not to spend it often.
I love that. That's so true.
That's a very interesting way.
It's easier, yeah. It's
Right.
completely easier.
Yep.
It's hard changing your entire worldview.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's probably a good thing because it does fix the world.
Well, it has to, yeah.
Yeah.
You need to have a fixed thing.
It creates a lot of stability, right?
Arithmetic for $2 says, Sitch, a distinction you're not acknowledging about Biden's preemptive pardon is that they're preemptive. These people are not have been charged, which makes the pardon suspicious. Trump pardoned people for specific things. I don't see why that would matter, though. You're saying that a blanket pardon or a pardon automatically assumes guilt, especially when you have essentially the one party has already said that they're going to go and try to throw people in jail and go on these fishing expeditions on people. So I don't see how that distinction even matters in this situation. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, I actually debated mailing the Unabomber, asking him how he felt about accomplishing nothing, but luckily he died a miserable death in prison, but I may have just found a new candidate. There you go, Dr. Dealer. Dr. Dealer for $2 says, Sitch, you don't understand. Utopia is just a few more bodies away. If we spill more innocent blood, we can reach it. Anyways, Dev is working a video about all the hypocrites cheering on the death of the United CEO. Well, good for Dev. Base Dev.
It's great.
Solo for $2 says 2019 leftards. Oh my God, this fictional movie about a killer will start a sexist incel revolution. 2024 leftards. Ooh, this hunk will murder a man in real life is so hot. I want to have his babies. Viva la revolution. True. Yeah, they're all freaking out about Joker. That's a good point. And that was all fantasy. And then someone kills someone in real life and they're like, boost.
This guy's going to have like 20 wives in prison.
So here's the thing. Either A, this guy turns out to be an anti-capitalist, leftist, socialist type. And, that happens. Or what if this guy is an IDW centrist type and all the left has been sucking him off the whole time? How are they going to feel about that? They hate centrists.
Yeah, look, that's going to be a moral quandary for him, right?
Right. Are they going to turn on him?
They're going to be like, oh, thank God he's not a Jordan Peterson fan, at least, right?
Yep. Salvador says, do you think it's possible the jury could vote not guilty because they agree with what he did? I know they screen out those kind of people, but it happened in cases where a parent kills a person who molested their children. I think there's about a 0.1% chance that will happen. I think that is so not likely to happen at all, even remotely possible to happen. So Like the thing with the parent killing, someone who molested their child or whatever, that I understand how that person's going to get, thrown off, is going to get thrown out because they're going to say, oh, that person's not like a danger to society and things of that nature. They could say, oh, they were temporarily, insane because of the grief and they had to protect their child who was wrong and all that other stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff they can throw at them.
None of that's going to be in this situation. Even this guy has some story where United Healthcare like made a family member die. None of that's going to fly with this. So
I mean, that might change things. I'm not sure though.
He's not gonna get off on just like
it's
like impossible for him to not get found guilty.
Yeah, it's hard to play down to like manslaughter when you've got a printed gun.
Yeah, right. And you go up behind someone in full mask with a manifesto and you kill them. So
yeah,
he's 100% gonna get.
Seems premeditated.
He's 100% gonna go to jail forever. Saul for $2 says, to be fair, they say that even though more white people are killed each year than black people are killed disproportionately to their share of the population. But Coleman Hughes says it's because they commit more crimes on average. That is true. That's my understanding as well. Yeah. Saul for $2 says, if you're on the right, how do you tell people you support liberalism without confusing them? Remember, liberalist. Kyle got as big as he did because Razor Fist bombed so bad in their debate. He poached a lot of his fame as fans. Kyle who?
Carl Benjamin?
He said Kyle.
Oh,
Kyle got as big as he did because Razor Fist bombed.
Kyle who debated Razor Fist? I didn't know
Kyle
this was a thing.
Kalinske and Razor Fist had a debate? Oh wow, they did. On Drunken Peasants 7 years ago. Well, that might have helped. That might have helped increase Kyle's, prestige. I don't think he poached Razor Fist fans. Razor Fist fans would probably hate Kyle. They're so vastly different from each other. It might have just increased his popularity with people on the left who didn't like Razor Fist to watch Kyle. I think that's how that works. I don't think he poaches their fans necessarily, but he might have poached Drunken Peasants fans. But okay. Let me hit refresh here. Make sure I don't miss anything. Oh, it's how do you tell people you support liberalism? You just have to explain the concept of liberalism. Say John Locke and liberalism, system of individual rights, say that Democrats and Republicans are both parties that exist under the umbrella of liberalism.
It's so weird because people are reflexively against the term liberal. But as soon as you say liberalism is a philosophy about maximizing individual rights, they're like, oh, I like individual rights. Who fucking doesn't like individual rights?
Right.
Especially young men who want to do what they want to do. Come on. So it's just, it's a misunderstanding of what liberalism means.
I wonder if we should just kind of drop the whole concept of the label of liberalism anyway and just talk about like Western democracy or something. Because the term liberal is so associated with Democrats.
It's weird because obviously like liberalism is thought about as being on the left, but then you would hear conservatives talk about individualism, and then you'd have people on the left that were like, individualism is bad.
It's just because, like, for whatever reason in America, liberal somehow became a word to denote people on the left.
Right.
Specifically. They never really referred. So then when someone hears liberalism, they assume it means the ideology of Democrat liberals in America, when that's not really what anyone's talking about when they say liberalism.
Right.
So,
small L liberalism.
Right. They mean
I don't even know what big L liberalism would be.
Right. They mean the ideological system that's about maximizing individual freedoms.
Right. Yeah. It's in opposition to collectivism.
Right.
Which is the ideology that the individual is
always
subservient to the needs and will of the group.
And the truth is, you look at the communists say liberalism is to the right, and all the post-liberal fascist / monarchists say liberalism is the left. So that shows you the truth. The truth is liberalism is the center. Liberalism is the Overton window in America and in the Western world that all ideologies that are acceptable in the mainstream exist under. Thal for $5 says, since the Destiny Fuentes thing, does this mean the gays got the groiper on them? Does this mean the gays got the grouper on them? You mean groiper or grouper? Anyways.
That was a specific anyways. Oh, I guess.
Anyways.
Okay. This was a great show. Sunday show. It's Sunday, guys.
Oh, wait, hold on. One more. Arithmetic for $2 says, it's pretty obvious why preemptive pardon implies guilt. Otherwise, there'd be no need for the pardon. We already know the people Trump pardons were guilty. That's why they were pardoned. Well, wait, you say that. I'm sure if I asked, the overwhelming majority of Trump supporters, hey, do you think these people Trump pardoned are guilty? They would say no. They were caught up, they might have been found guilty, but they were wrongly accused and wrongly found guilty by the deep state, by an unjust system, blah, blah, blah.
Lawfare.
Right, by lawfare. Yes, of course.
It was lawfare.
So I don't see why that would be different. So, and the argumentation, and I mean, this, obviously this is the argument. First of all, I don't think they're going to do the preemptive pardons for anyone else. And I don't think they should, but what the argument's going to be. So I don't know why you're saying this. The argument's going to be the same argument that the people on the right are saying about, the people of Trump pardons. They're going to say, oh, Trump is going to use lawfare and the government to go after his, political opponents in a way that's unjust. And so therefore they have to be pardoned just preemptively instead of reactively. So, and that we have to stop that. We have to prevent that from happening. That's all they're going to say.
The key is to blame the people who started the lawfare, which is obviously Biden and the liberals.
The real way to look at it, if it does happen, is you say, what is this? What is going on here? Is this to protect them from because they're guilty? Or more likely, is this sort of the reward, the payoff for being a good boy and helping attack Trump? It's a reward for saying, see, if you help us go after our political enemies, we'll make sure to reward you and not leave you hanging out to dry. That's how I would perceive it, not as an admission of guilt. Anyways.
Well, I mean, there's a couple more super chats that came in, so.
Chewbacca's Lover for $10 says, couldn't their logic be used for abortionists? Pro-lifers think that's infanticide. I know lefties would say it's different, but what's the argument not to if you believe it sincerely? Yes, I think I said that earlier in the stream.
That's the problem, yeah.
That is the problem, is that it would totally justify, people to go kill abortion doctors, 100%. And all the people who are cheering on the CEO dying would have to, I mean, they're not going to, but, that's the environment they cultivate, essentially.
It's sick.
Brandon Forrest for $2 says, I say Western liberalism like Savant Nikaider. That's a good way. I like that, Western liberalism, because they'll say, what's that? And then you can explain it. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who made it to the end of the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true isekai protagonists. You are the true believers in justiceness, liberalismness, and Western democracy-ness. Who will never engage in any sort of extrajudicial, vigilante, disgusting, cringe, beta bitch action. And I guess we'll see you all tomorrow.
Bye-bye! Happy
Subscribe,
Sunday.
hit the like button, hit the bell.
Yeah, exactly. All those things.
Okay.